students, good morning, vanakkam. As we step into the second day of the significant milestone event of our college, the Centenary Year Conference on Re-Envisioning Higher Education in India, Excellence, Equity and Sustainability 2025, I deem it a privilege to welcome you all with great happiness. With joy and gratitude, let us look back on day one's proceedings with a video recap. Thank you, media documentation team, for the splendid work. I request all the professors to come forward. There are empty seats here. please come forward. All those who are sitting at the back, please come forward. Dear professors, please occupy the front rows. Dear professors, we are waiting for you. Please move to the front rows. I request the chairperson and the resource person for this morning, the dignitaries, to occupy their days. Reverend Dr. Iridheraj S.J., Reverend Dr. V. Joseph Xavier S.J., Reverend Dr. Alphonse Manikam S.J., to be seated on the dais. To many of us here who know a little bit of history, Loyola is a giant, benevolent, wish-fulfilling tree, a symbol of hope and aspiration to many. It draws inspiration and nourishment from its strong roots, grounded in a century-old history and a rich, pluralistic legacy. Today, Loyola College has grown really tall and wide, with wide branches of knowledge, creativity, innovation, critical thinking, and communication that are shaping world-class leaders of the future. Thanks to the leadership, commitment, and the social consciousness of our illustrious faculty. With the magic of the Ignatian Magis, meaning aiming for more, and the baton of cura personalis, meaning care for the person, which were diligently passed on to us by our predecessors, Loyola is here to set the world on fire, to enlighten the millions out of the darkness, refining and molding their skill sets like gold, especially the oppressed, the marginalized, and the other in the next 100 years. In this context, the first session for this morning is titled The Legacy of Loyola College, Chennai, a panel discussion. Reverend Dr. Alphonse Manikam S.J. will be talking on Loyola 100, Future of Our Glorious Legacy. Reverend Dr. V. Joseph Xavier S.J. will be talking on quality development in the beginning of the 21st century. And Dr. G. Vishwanathan, Chancellor VIT, will be joining us very soon. He will be talking on the future of higher education in India. And our moderator and chairperson is Reverend Dr. Iridheraj S.J. So it's time to honor the dignitaries on the dais. I invite Dr. Robert Selvam, Dean of Sciences, to honor our chairperson, Reverend Dr. Irudiraj, with a shawl. Now I welcome Dr. Milton to don Father Alphonse Manikam with a shawl. I invite Dr. Tanya to hand over a bouquet. I invite Dr. Gladstone, former head of social work and Dean of Arts, to don a shawl to Father Joseph Xavier, who is also his research scholar. I request Father Irudiraj to hand over the memento to Father Joseph Xavier. I also request Father Irudiraj to hand over the memento to Father Alphonse Manikam. I request Dr. Justin to hand over a bouquet to Father Alphonse Manik. Sorry. Father Joseph Xavier, sorry. And I have the pleasant duty of introducing our chairperson for this morning, Reverend Dr. Irudiraj S.J. Reverend Dr. Irudiraj is a distinguished scholar, academician, and Jesuit priest whose contributions have significantly impacted education, social justice, and theological discourse. His lifelong commitment to knowledge, academic excellence, and humanitarian service has profoundly influenced institutions and individuals globally. As a renowned theologian and philosopher, Reverend Dr. Irudiraj S.J. offers deep insights into spiritual, ethical, and philosophical discourse, bridging faith and reason to foster intellectual and moral growth. His expertise extends to leadership, where he has transformed educational institutions, developed innovative teaching methodologies, and implemented policies enhancing academic accessibility and quality. Beyond education, he is a steadfast advocate for social justice and community development, His dedication to championing marginalized rights and empowering underprivileged communities is evident in his pioneering social initiatives and outreach programs. Through research and publications, he has significantly influenced theological and philosophical thought, contributing to a deeper understanding of faith, ethics, and social responsibility. Reverend Dr. Irdiraj S.J. has earned prestigious academic degrees and held leadership positions in prominent institutions, demonstrating his commitment to intellectual rigor and transformative leadership. His leadership and profound sense of service continue to inspire students, scholars, and communities. Today, we are honored to have him with us, sharing his wisdom, knowledge, and vision. I welcome Father to take over the session. Thank you.
Dear fathers and all the officials, deans, HODs and coordinators, good morning to you all. Let us wish each other good morning. So we are on the second day of our international conference on re-envisioning higher education in India, excellence, equity, and sustainability. Today we have very eminent speakers in this first session. We are very fresh in the morning after our breakfast. We begin the day with a very pertinent topic, that is Father Alphonse Monicum will speak about the legacy of Loyola College. And Father Joseph Xavier, affectionately called Jodi, he will talk about on quality development in the beginning of the 21st century. I have the pleasant duty of introducing both of them. First, Reverend Dr. Alphonse Monicum. It is an absolute honor to introduce an erudite scholar, an eminent administrator, and distinguished academician, Father Reverend Alphonse Monicum, a man of unparalleled intellect and unwavering commitment to education. Reverend Dr. Alphonse Monicum holds a PhD from Sorbonne University, Paris, and MPhil and MA History from Madras Christian College, and a BA in both history and philosophy, securing first rank and a gold medal in the latter. Dr. Alphonse Monicum has dedicated over 24 years of teaching, imparting knowledge in premier institutions like Loyola College, Chennai, St. Xavier's College, Palayamkotte, and so on. His administrative acumen is equally impressive, having served as principal, vice principal, director, and secretary across multiple esteemed Jesuit institutions. Father's scholarly contributions, particularly in colonial history, caste studies, Jesuit missionary policies, have been recognized internationally. He has been a member of NAC peer teams and a life member of Tamil Nadu History Congress and an invited speaker at national and international conferences. So with this vast experience, and both in academic institutions and administrative positions, he have a very great knowledge. So here with us, Dr. Alphonse, to speak on the legacy of Loyola College. Welcome, dear Alphonse, Father. Hello. Father, he will speak about for 30 minutes. Then we have question answer session.
Good morning to all of you. respected and Reverend Father Ildiraj, Reverend Father Joseph Xavier, Reverend Fathers Robinson, Chairaj, Louis Orikaraj, Jacob, Louis, and all the Reverend Fathers present here, Reverend Sisters, revered teachers, respected non-teaching staff, special invitees, scholars. I'm very much privileged to stand before you this morning to share some of my experiences, my findings, some highlights, some insights of Loyola College in the first 3 quarters of the century. While talking about legacy, I begin to think I myself have a legacy. My own legacy could be classified into 3 categories. The first 2 decades of my life, what I have, what I inherited, is from my family. The next 5 decades of my life, I owe to the Loyola on my right and to another Loyola on my left. The Loyola on my right, Ignatius of Loyola. I am a Jesuit thanks to this great visionary, saint, and a mystic. I follow his spirituality, his path. I take lessons from the constitutions that he gave us, his charism, his magis, and his vision of the mission for himself and for others. So my spirituality, my Jesuit identity as a priest is what I have inherited from the life of St. Ignatius of Loyola. The person on my left, Reverend Father Francis Bertram, we are here thanks to this great visionary. Loyola, 100 years, but for him, I don't think this place with a lot of waters could have become such a sought-after college, a temple of learning. If I'm a professor, if I'm able to address small or a big, large gathering, if I could motivate some students at different levels, all that I am today is what Loyola College has given me. I was a student of this college in the undergraduate history department, and I have taught in the Department of History for about 19 years. 3 years of student life, 19 years of teaching life has given me a rich legacy. Loyola, the power. Loyola, the magic power. Loyola has given you and me an identity. Whether we travel in a bus or a train, whether we are caught up in any issue, problem, if we say, I am from Loyola College, the respect, the honor that people give is thanks to this Loyola College. This college has a character. This college has a name and a fame. This college has such a rich, glorious legacy, and that is what I am going to share with you. Legacy meaning what someone gives as a gift in terms of money, jewels, property, etc. It could come from parents, friends, relatives, and from institutions like Loyola. What are the great legacies that we are going to reflect upon today? I have my presentation in PowerPoint. There are many slides, and I don't think I'm going to run through all the slides. I shall try to share with you whatever I remember. In the last few weeks, I went through the journals, the publications of the 4 jubilees already this college has celebrated. The Silver Jubilee, the Golden Jubilee, the Diamond Jubilee, and the Platinum Jubilee. And now we are witnessing the centenary of this great institution. All the journals, the reports of the college, of the Jubilee celebrations are available, and I have gone through all these, and whatever I'm trying to share with you now is what I've gathered from these Jubilee celebration journals. I am not going to deal with the entire 100 years of history. I shall limit myself to the first 3 quarters from 1925 to 2000. And the one who comes after me is mightier than me in age, in experience, and in expertise. I had the pleasure of assisting him in the hostel as well as in the college. He was the director of Loyola Hostel and principal of Loyola College. I was very happy to associate myself with him, assisting, learning, and growing with him, Reverend Father Joseph Xavier. He will be talking to you Loyola in the 21st century, and I shall take you to Loyola from its very beginning to the millennium. I have studied history, I have taught history, and I continue to connect myself with history, and therefore, I wish to dig into the past as a good historian, bring back alive those who have transformed this water-bound lake, and I will share with you how this place was a water-bound lake into a temple of learning, and present them to you in word as well as in some visual forms. I wish to recall and relive the rich legacy the founders and stalwarts of the 20th century have given to us. Surely those who would read the legacy will be inspired. And therefore, let me begin with offering my prayers for and my respect to my own teachers in the Department of History, Professors V. Beckmans, Valluvan Clarence Mota, M.X. Miranda, U. Munuswamy, D.P. Venugopalan. These 5 stalwarts of the Department of History are no more with us. I pay my homage to all of them at this important occasion. All the 5 of them were inspiring teachers. They molded and motivated not only me, but all my batchmates and generations of students in history and in other departments of the college. Thanks to their guidance and motivation, 3 of us from my own batch, Dr. Bernardi Sami, Dr. P.P. Jayachandran and I, we joined the Department of History to teach history and human values. I had the pleasure of working with Dr. G.J. Sudhakar and with other students of mine who became colleagues with me later on in the department, like Dr. L. Selvanathan, Dr. A. Arpudaselvi, and many, many others who serve in different institutions and industries. I am now going to take you to the beginnings of this college. We all know it was started in 1925. But what happened before 1925? How this place was bought? What are the pains the founders went through while identifying this place? The idea of starting a college in Madras by the Jesuits dates back to 1892. The apostolic delegate of the East Indies, those days it was in the 19th century, by name Ladislas Zaleski, he was visiting India. He was visiting different cities like Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras, and he realized that Bombay and Calcutta could boast of having excellent Catholic colleges, but Madras, the capital of the southern India, did not have one. And therefore, he contacted the Jesuits at St. Joseph's College, Tiruchirappalli, and he requested them to start a Catholic college in Madras. The Jesuits at St. Joseph's Trichy were not ready. They were not interested either. They said, we don't have men and money to take up such a big venture in Madras. But this man suggested, I could even help you to move St. Joseph's College from Tiruchirappalli to Madras. That was the interest of this man, to have a Catholic college in Madras. He requested his bishops in Madras to take up this issue, and His Grace Right Reverend John Allen, who became the Archbishop of Madras in 1911, he took up this cause very seriously. He wrote letters to the Jesuits in Tiruchi, requesting them to come to Madras, look for a site, and start a college. It was getting delayed. But very soon, this Archbishop, John Allen, was in need of a headmaster for his own school, St. Gabriel's High School, which was again the only Catholic school at that time in the large Archdiocese of Madras. He wrote again a letter to the Jesuits in Tiruchi, asking them to send a headmaster. He tried elsewhere and he couldn't get anyone, and therefore the Jesuits obliged, and from St. Joseph's they sent 2 priests, Father Aro and Father Solier. They came to Madras, took charge of Gabriel's School in 1918, and therefore from 1918 Gabriel's School became the residence for the Jesuits, from where they went round looking for a place. By this time, the superior, the rector of St. Joseph's College, Reverend Father Karthi, he was convinced that we should give a try in Madras. He asked some of his priests, and he freed Reverend Father Bertram. Reverend Father Bertram was already the rector and the principal of St. Joseph's College. So he freed him. He sent other Jesuits, go and explore. Father Bertram, as the principal of St. Joseph's, had to come to Madras on many university matters. During those visits, he met the Archbishop, he met the Education Minister, he met some officials at the DPI to locate some sites to start a college. Fathers like Solier and others accompanied him. They went from place to place, from Veperi to Rayapuram to Egmore, several places, looking for a site. Not a good site was available. And finally, when they came to Nungambakam, they saw this place, very large, very spacious, good enough to start a college. But they were told that this college, if you start a college here, most part of the year, this will be flooded. And therefore, our Bertram abandoned the idea to buy this place. And as he went round, he located another place called the Nabab's Garden. He bought it, hoping to live there and start a college. After the Jesuits bought the Nabab's Garden, there was a newspaper carrying this news that the Madras government is trying to drain the tank in this place and make it available for housing sites. This news was very much the liking of Father Bertram. He immediately jumped, went round, and identified places in piecemeal, and then, with the help of other priests, by 1920, they were able to buy 47 acres in this place. And the same site, which was earlier abandoned by Bertram, became the cornerstone to lay the foundation for Loyola College. Dear friends, this is the background. These are the efforts to the starting of Loyola here. And in the very following years, he needed money. Father Bertram went to Europe and America to collect money, but the records say that he returned empty-handed. However, the Pope, Benedict XV, had given him 100,000 lire, and the Jesuits in France had given him 100,000 francs. As he was taking them and coming to India, very soon he realized that the post-war situation globally had caused the lire and the francs lose 50% of their value. However, between 1919 and 1921, the Jesuits were able to acquire 54 acres for a cost of 60,000 rupees in those days. Now, I'm going to highlight, not in detail, but some of the developments from the foundation to 1950. During these years, dear friends, we are able to find that at every quarter, 1925 to 50, 1950 to 75, 1975 to 2000, at every quarter, there were remarkable growth in terms of buildings, infrastructure facilities, courses, hostel facilities, grounds, and so on and so forth. For example, at every Jubilee celebration, there was a new building, a remarkable building in 1950, at the end of the first quarter, Veteran Hall was ready, where the Silver Jubilee celebrations took place in this place. During the second quarter, from 50 to 75, Soli Hall in the hostel was ready in 1969. And during the Diamond Jubilee, again, Father Jerome D'Souza administrative building was made available, and during the Platinum Jubilee celebration in 2000, we have the Platinum Jubilee Memorial Building, which houses Father Kuriakos block as well as Father Lawrence Sundaram Auditorium. And now, during the centenary celebrations, just yesterday, Reverend Father Superior General blessed and inaugurated the centenary building, which is at the corner of this place. Thus, at every Jubilee celebrations, a memorial building has been the donations by the Jesuits, by the alumni, by the donors to the learning, research in this college by the staff and students. In addition, in the first 3 quarters, there were great stalwarts, visionaries, builders, people like Bertram, I shall highlight. And then you have for Murphy and for Jerome D'Souza, these great men, Bertram, Murphy, and Jerome D'Souza. But for these 3 people, the beginnings, the expansion, the growth and development would have been impossible. Thank God, these men had the vision, had the energy, had the capacity, had the willpower to develop this college. During Bertram's period, lot of new courses, lot of new facilities, and much more, his interest for the students in the hostel. I shall read to you what Father Bertram had in mind with regard to the facilities to be offered to the students. Father Bertram was interested in the hostels, which according to him must be independent, self-contained, cozy little cottages with 20 rooms, each with its own refectory, kitchen, garden, and tennis court. And he said, our boys must feel quiet at home in their hostels and breathe there a family atmosphere. This is the person, Father Bertram. Like a father, like a mother to the children, our boys must feel quiet at home in their hostels and breathe there a family atmosphere. These buildings are not for business motives, not for gains. Like a home, parents and children. When the college was inaugurated, what kind of staff this college was privileged to have? Just look at Father George Foro, the first rector only for 1 year, was a professor of logic. For Francis Bertram, principal, and the very next year, a rector till 1933, was a professor of English. Earlier, he was rector and principal at St. Joseph's College, Tiruchirappalli. And when he came, he took along with him highly experienced teachers, fathers, to come and develop this Loyola College. Reverend Father Quinn, the veteran from St. Joseph's College, was very eager to come to Madras to give his best. And we have Father Murphy, professor of English from the Oxford University, England. Father Basnak, professor of economics from the London School of Economics. Father Villon, bursting with the theory of numbers from Paris, became the professor of mathematics. Father Barrow, professor of politics and modern history, came from Cambridge. Father Solier, professor of French. Father Charon and Father Solier were veterans having already settled down as part of the staff at St. Gabriel's, contributed their best to the development of the college. Besides these Jesuit stalwarts, they also brought along with them Mr. N. Sundaram Iyer to teach mathematics, Mr. T.S. Subramaniam Iyer to teach Indian history and constitutional history. As we know, when the college was inaugurated, there were only 75 students in 3 departments, history, economics, and mathematics. Among the 75 students, 45 students were already in the hostel. 3 blocks were ready, and they were in the hostel, and therefore it was more residential at the very beginning, and that was the idea for the in the beginning. And in the very second year, Father Bertram had a novel idea of starting what is called a tutorial system. Tutors were appointed. They should go to the hostel, meet the students in every room with a composition notebook, and teach them to learn the art of English communication skill. And gradually, more blocks in the hostel, and a lot of tennis courts on demand were increased, and the Jesuit fathers, who from the beginning resided at Nabab's Garden, they sold it and came to settle in the campus as the father's residence was coming up. Another very important development during this first period was the beginnings of the pride of the campus, the college church. On the 31st of July, 1930, the feast of St. Ignatius of Loyola, a foundation stone was laid to build the college church. While talking about the college church, it was similar to many of the beautiful churches in France and in Europe. All these Jesuits were from France. By the way, I must add some more information about Father Bertram. We have Dr. Vishwanathan coming. Welcome, sir. Let us give a round of applause welcoming him. Father Bertram was a German, and he became a citizen of France. He joined the Jesuits at Toulouse. Toulouse is a beautiful city in the south of France, very close to the shrine of Our Lady of Lourdes. And from Toulouse came the Jesuits to Madurai. The Toulouse province in France was the mother province for the Jesuits of Mother Mission, Madurai province, and now Chennai province. So all these Jesuits from France came from the Toulouse province. And Father Bertram had his early religious formation in Toulouse, came to Madurai province, had his philosophical studies at Chembangalore and theological studies at Kursia, had his degree in St. Joseph's, his master's at Madras University. So already he was acclimatized with Madras University, and that is the reason why, in addition to his academic administrative experience at St. Joseph's, his contact with the officials at the Madras University, it was easy for him to identify a beautiful site and start a college here in Madras. Regarding the church, my dear friends, the church in the middle of the college campus was slowly rising, its spire reaching to 157 feet, including the 7 feet cross, gleaming in the sunshine. On the 6th of March, 1932, the college church was inaugurated, but the church was fully completed in the following year. At this joyous occasion, the builder and the architect, Mr. Jnanaprakasan Pillai, was honored with a pontifical brief. This was done by the Archbishop to write a letter to the Pope to get the papal blessings to honor this architect, Mr. Jnanaprakasan Pillai, and that is something very dear and near to the architect. You have the picture of Jnanaprakasan, and this is the church built, and this is what we find at the very entrance of Loyola College: the style, the area, the height, and the completion year.
Last 5 minutes.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I shall now try to share with you some of the insights, some of the legacy aspect of the college. Well, talking about Father Jerome, was the rector and principal, could be called the second founder of the college, as well as Father Murphy. Father, the American columnist, wrote about Father Jerome like the 6 feet 5 inches, dome-headed, bald, pocket erect, versatile, intellectual, looks at you with the conciliating eyes of a mongoose, while the answer is ready on his lips to the unspoken question just being formulated in your mind. He was at home in French, at sea in Italian, profane in his native Konkani, moderately intelligible in Hindi, and architectural in Tamil. This is the person. The personality of the man tells us what kind of institution they would have developed. During the Silver Jubilee celebrations, the chief guest, the Chief Minister of Madras, in 1950, Honorable Sri P.S. Kumaraswamy Raja, he said the following. These are the insights. It was gratifying to note that Loyola was Catholic in its vision and outlook. He praised the management for the residential nature of the college, with its splendid hostels, providing all amenities to make the students' life happy and homely. He also appreciated the college for the perfect discipline prevailing in the campus. And the same Better Mall where we are, at the inauguration of Better Mall in 1950, Dr. Sri A. Lakshmana Swami Mudaliyar, the Vice Chancellor of Madras University, he said, "May this institution, inspired by the hallowed name of the late Father Bertram, continue to flourish and to send out of its halls men of vision and men of understanding who will shed luster wherever they go and prove to be silent leaders of a new era of peace, of happiness, and of love, understanding, and human fellowship. And now, these are the people. Okay, I pass. Now, from silver to gold, from 1950, it is silver to gold. And from 1975 to 85, gold to diamond. And up to 2000, it is the platinum. I don't know what is after. You have the silver, you have the gold, you have the diamond, you have the platinum. What is more precious after? I don't know. Please, you let me know. It's a learning lesson for me as well. Now, during this Golden Jubilee, I said the Soli Hall was constructed, and the college became autonomous, and other developments I leave out. During the Golden Jubilee celebrations, Srimati Indira Gandhi, the then Prime Minister, she was the chief guest, and I had the pleasure of participating because I was a student at that time. And she said, Father Jerome D'Souza and Father Matthias are as good representatives of our national culture as of their religious faith. See how she compares. They have served India with a distinction abroad. This college is confined to men, and therefore she said, but I wonder, women folk, please listen, but I wonder why still think that women should not learn about electricity and men should not know how to cook. But now it's co-ed, and therefore if she had to come now, she would not say this is a men's college. There are more women now, you will see all around. And Thiru K.K. Shah, the governor of Tamil Nadu at that occasion, he said, the preoccupation of Loyola College has not been mere academic excellence. Loyola boys have been and are in the forefront of co-curricular activities as well. Loyola often hits the headlines in the realm of intercollegiate sports and games. It has produced and continues to produce outstanding sportsmen. In tennis, Ramanathan Krishnan and Amitraj brothers and many renowned orators belong to Loyola College. When the educational history of this part of the country is written, the Christian institutions, especially the ones run by the Jesuits, will surely occupy the pride of place, and their achievements will form a glorious and unforgettable chapter to be written in letters of gold. The Jesuit educators have always been great pioneers in the field of education. And Dr. Malcolm Adiseshia, the Madras Vice Chancellor, he said, my wish is that the college will continue doing the path wherein its students, present and future, may adhere to the great educational ideals of truth, integrity, and charity, objectives which its founder, St. Ignatius of Loyola, has left to us in this country and in the world as his invaluable heritage. And for Kuriakos, I leave it, I don't have time, but he said, the academic excellence, important though it be, is not our only purpose in the education of the youth. We hold that the inculcation of moral and spiritual values, the training of character, teaching young men that self-discipline is the mark of the truly cultured men, is the main factor in the educative process. Jesuit institutions all over India, from Ahmedabad and Bombay in the west, to Ranchi and Calcutta in the east, from Delhi and Darjeeling in the north, to Trivandrum and Tirunelveli in the south, the same ideals and the same broad pattern of liberal education is the legacy of Jesuit colleges. And
Alphonse,
I'll finish with this. Permit me. During the occasion of the Golden Jubilee, the History Department organized photographic and philatelic exhibition. The theme for the photograph was Women in India, and for the stamps, history through stamps. Now, in this contest, I am happy to share here that I got the first prize in philatelic exhibition. To quote from the report of college annual day function, Brother Alphonse, I was a student in formation at the time, is awarded the first prize for he had the best collections of stamps, and others, my other classmates, Sanathan and Francis, they got the second and third prize, and Mrs. Nandita Bose gave away the prizes to the winners, and I still hold on the photograph where I received the medal from her. And we have the Diamond Jubilee, the next the Platinum. Thus, dear friends, to conclude, Father Kuriakos, member of the syndicate, the highest policy-making body of the Madras University, for 3 consecutive terms, about 9 years, high power committees for the restructuring of education was a member, president of the Management Association for the state, and president of the City Colleges Principal Association. Loyola became autonomy during his term, and the strength of the college, at every journal, we read the committed, dedicated staff. Talking about the alumni, we have the outstanding men, some I just highlight, are Venkatraman, the former president, Mr. Varghese Kurian, who was responsible for the White Revolution, the milk product, Dr. Malcolm Adiseshia, retired as Deputy Director of UNESCO and Madras Vice Chancellor, T.N. Anandakrishnan, Head of the Department of Zoology and Entomology Research Department Director, Founder, Appadurai, Department of Economics, Founder of the School of International Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University, Dr. D.C. Rangarajan, Governor of, at the Jubilee celebrations, he made this remark, மதங்கள் தேடும் மனிதம் என்ற தலைப்பில் போட்டிகளில் வெற்றி பெற்றவர்களுக்கு பரிசு வழங்கி அவர் சொல்கிறார், லோயோலா கல்லூரி தமிழகத்திலேயே புகழ்பெற்ற கல்லூரிகளில் ஒன்று. இந்த புகழுக்கு காரணம் கல்லூரி முதல்வராக பொறுப்பேற்றவர்கள், இந்த புகழுக்கு காரணம் கல்லூரி ஆசிரியர்களாக பொறுப்பேற்றவர்கள், அதைவிட புகழுக்கு காரணம் இந்த கல்லூரியிலேயே மாணவர்களாக இருந்து கல்லூரி புகழை பரப்பிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றவர்கள். பலத்த கைத்தட்டல் அப்பொழுது, இப்பொழுதும் கைத்தட்டலாம். பல IAS, IPS, IFS உருவாக்கியது இந்த கல்லூரி. எந்த கல்லூரியில் நீ படிக்கின்றாய் என்று ஒருவனை கேட்டால், லோயோலா கல்லூரி என்று சொல்லும்பொழுது அந்த மாணவன் காலரை இழுத்து பிடித்து நெஞ்சை உயர்த்தி சொல்லுகின்ற பாணி நம் எல்லோருக்கும் தெரியும். அதை சொல்லிட்டு அவர் சொல்கிறாரு, அவர் ஃபங்க்ஷனுக்கு லோயோலா கல்லூரிக்கு ஜூபிலிக்கு வருகின்ற பொழுது, அவர் கிளம்புகின்ற பொழுது கேட்டாங்களாம், எங்கே போகிறீங்க அப்படின்னு கேட்டாங்களாம். அதற்கு அவர் சொல்கிறாரு, என்னிடம் கேட்ட பொழுது, நான் லோயோலா கல்லூரிக்கு செல்கிறேன் என்று சொன்ன பொழுது எனக்கே ஒரு பெருமிதமாகத்தான் இருந்தது என்று கலைஞர் சொன்னதை இங்கு நான் ஞாபகப்படுத்துகிறேன். அது மட்டுமல்லாமல் கிறிஸ்தவ, குறிப்பாக இயேசு சபை அறிஞர்கள் பெருமக்கள் பலர் தமிழுக்கும், தமிழ் இலக்கியத்திற்கும், தமிழ் காப்பியங்களுக்கும் ஆற்றிய தொண்டு அளவிட முடியாத தொண்டு. இதனால்தான் அறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்கள் உலக தமிழ் மாநாட்டை சென்னையில் நடத்திய பொழுது இந்த பெரும் சேவை ஆற்றிய கிறிஸ்தவ இயேசு சபை அறிஞர்களுக்கு மெரினா பீச்சிலே சிலைகள் எழுப்பி வரலாறு படைத்தார். அந்த சிலைகள் ஒன்றுதான் நாம் மெரினாவிலே லைட் ஹவுஸ் பக்கத்தில் இருக்கின்ற மிக அருமையான இயேசு சபை துறவினுடைய ஒரு சிலை. அவருடைய பெயர் யாருக்கும் தெரியுமா? சொல்லுங்க. வீரமாமுனிவர். கம்பீரமாக ஒரு இயேசு சபையார் இந்த சென்னை மிலன வளாகத்தில் நின்று கொண்டிருக்கிறார் என்பதுதான் the great legacy Jesuits, Loyola College and many others have passed on to us. So with these words, I wish to thank Reverend Father Provincial, Father Rector, Father Secretary, Father Principal, Father Jacob, the Centenary Convener, Father Louis, the Higher Education Coordinator, and Dr. Merlin Shaila, the Conference Convener, for having given me this opportunity to share with you some of my own thoughts and experiences which inspired me. I thought I would share with you. And finally, dear friends, on the occasion of the centenary of this college, this entire campus is shining. Loyola is shining. We have the church fully renovated, looks new. We have the centenary building. We have all the roads newly laid. Everywhere you find beautiful gardens. I think these are the wonderful facilities the present management of Loyola College on the occasion of centenary of Loyola College has provided to the staff, to the students, to the public, and all the visitors. Let us give a round of applause appreciating the Jesuits of the campus here today.
Thank you, Father. Loyola, 100 years, we have very long legacy, rich legacy. We can go on speaking. Thank you, Father Alphonse, for tracing the history and rich legacy of Loyola College. And we don't have time for question. Is there any pertinent question? Maybe one or two questions we can take. Otherwise, we will proceed with the next speaker. You want to invite him?
Let us invite Dr. G. Vishwanathan, Chancellor of VIT, and our illustrious alumni to occupy the dais.
Let's give a big round of applause to welcome Dr. Vishwanathan.
It's time to honor Dr. Vishwanathan, Chancellor, VIT. I welcome Dr. Gauthaman, Vice Principal, to don the shawl. I request Dr. Iruderaj S.J. to hand over the memento. And I invite Dr. Ragamalika, Dean of Women Students, to hand over a bouquet to our chief guest.
Dear participants, we have second speaker. I'm happy to introduce the Reverend Dr. V. Joseph Xavier. He doesn't need much introduction because he was a principal and secretary of this college, also teaching member of social work department. Father, as a dedicated educator, has served in many capacities in the same campus. A father's contribution to research and social welfare are remarkable, with numerous evaluative studies, consultancy roles, and publications to his credit. Currently, he is serving as the coordinator for St. Joseph's University, Trichy. He continues to shape the future of education with his visionary leadership. He will speak on the quality development in the beginning of the 21st century. Without much time, I invite Dr. P. Joseph Xavier to give his address, Reflections on Quality Development. Welcome, Father.
Next slide. Okay. Good morning to every one of you. For principal, for secretary, Jesuit friends, Dr. Viswanathan, Dr. Irdiraj, Shaila, who invited me, I am very grateful to all of you. I am here to talk about two events that took place in the beginning of the 21st century in Loyola College. I'm going to give you some insights into the quality initiatives that we took up in this college. You heard the history of the legacy of this college. This particular presentation will give you some ideas on what we have been up to. To start with, we all know that quality in higher education institutions is an important factor, and it is that which determines the effectiveness of any institution. These institutions create knowledge, skills, create ethical graduates, and they also create meaningful citizens to the society. The concept of quality in education is multidimensional. You have aspects such as updated curriculum, teaching evaluation, research, infrastructural development, governance, and the most important thing, student satisfaction. That is what you mean by that. Quality assurance mechanisms are to ensure that institutions meet standards and continuously improve. The word continuously improve is something that is important. Further, it involves the delivery of higher academic standards, and they also have effective teaching methodologies and encourage research and innovation. Come to Loyola College. Loyola College has been in the forefront of quality education in the long history of 100 years. You just heard about it. It had and has the desire to experiment with the needed changes to remain relevant. What I am going to give you is a kind of a case history of what we did. To start with, the first initiative that Loyola College took up was done by Father Joseph Kyriakos and the experiment with autonomy. Now, you all know that it was one of the first autonomous colleges in India. Then, in the early 21st century, Loyola College took up two major initiatives to update the quality of education in Loyola College. We did something called restructuring of Loyola College. The purpose of that was to evaluate the structures, learning, and update the curriculum. The temptation of any such initiatives are to tinker with the system. But what we thought was to make it much more meaningful in this. Another initiative was the service learning that we took up. If there is no time, I won't talk about this. I will try to complete my presentation. If there is time, I'll come into this. Now, the focus of the presentation is, it will be in the nature of a case study. The initiatives we took it up. You know, in the time when Father Inyasi was the principal, he wanted to introduce changes in Loyola College. And, well, I was teaching here, so I had the privilege of implementing some of the, he introduced restructuring and I continued implementing it further. We'll not go into this. We'll go straight away into restructuring Loyola College. As I told you, the first major restructuring was the experiment with autonomy. Now, the second one, the restructuring of Loyola College, was undertaken in 1998. The major focus was how to make Loyola College move forward. As I told you, when Father Ignasi was the principal, I was asked to chair a team of 8 professors, well-known, committed, great educationists. Some of the names Father Alphonse was mentioning. Now, the purpose of this group was to suggest certain quality initiatives that would make Loyola College relevant to be able to meet the challenges of the 21st century. The team took up the challenge seriously, and we worked on it over 2 years. We had the temptation to suggest something, but then we said we will go into it a little more seriously. So as I told you, we worked for 2 years tirelessly, and we brought out a model. So much so, the UGC chairman, in a meeting to the vice chancellors, said, if this system can work in Loyola College, it can work in anywhere. Further, the then director of the College of Education and the University of Madras was happy that we were undertaking this initiative. What are the challenges that the team had was, or were, what are the quality initiatives that we should undertake in Loyola College so that we make Loyola the center of excellence and in the field of education in the 21st century. The second was, how can the institution offer choices to the students so that they study what they want to study rather than being straitjacketed as in the existing system then. Thirdly, how to help the students become a well-rounded person, aware of himself and his strength, socially conscious, responsible to the society, and commit himself to his fellow men and women, understanding that he or she is to become a person for others in line with the Jesuit ideals. The question was how to translate these concerns practically. Some are identified through introspection, consultation, and discussions. Could you? Next slide. It should work. Okay. So the areas that we identified were how to make the choice-based credit system a meaningful exercise so that the students had the freedom to choose courses of their choice rather than forcing on them courses that were not interesting to them and they don't want to study. Secondly, how to create an educational system that aided employable skills. Thirdly, how to include an industrial experience within the curriculum that helped the students to work for a month in an institution of their choice. How to reduce failure among the poor and the marginalized so that we can, through modifying the structure, curriculum, and teaching methods. What are the value-based courses, both personal and social, that would make them better human beings, socially conscious, and at the same time, other-centered? What are the skills they should carry with them? Every student should carry, like computer skills, understanding of banking systems, exposure to different academic fields in science, arts, and also soft skills. Practical experience of society was also thought of through service learning in this particular system. What are the challenges? The challenges were, a major challenge was how to fit all these that we are thinking into the time frame of academic life. Another was how to convince the faculty. This was one of the major challenges we had, so that they feel the need for change. Take them along with the process, make them own the changes and be committed to it, because they were basically the stakeholders. The committee was aware that the faculty were the major stakeholders, the backbone of the process, and that change should be owned by them. This was the idea with which we worked. Multiple entry system which students could take up was one structural change that was envisaged. The multiple entry system that we were thinking of was a little different from the NEP. The other one is introducing 3 shifts in the college and also a summer semester, so that people who wanted to complete their courses earlier can do and equip them with other skills in the other semesters. The other one was offering the same course multiple times at the time frame through faculty, professionals, and industry experts. The college was already thinking in terms of bringing in industry experts as teachers. Students would have choice of the teachers. At any point of time, a student could choose his own teacher. Different educational systems would test the knowledge and skills of the students rather than what they studied in the classroom. School system would be introduced. Each school would offer multiple courses, and there would be greater flexibility of choice to the students. If a student acquires 51 credits in a particular discipline, he would be majoring in that particular program. Now, these are some of the ideas that we had. So now the question was how to convince the stakeholders, the teachers. Though all these suggestions were given, the team found it difficult to convince the faculty of structural changes. The curriculum changes were accepted after they found the benefits to the students. So we had a problem, especially with the structural changes that we are thinking of. I would like you to have a look at this. Now, this is the framework with which the whole of the restructuring was thought of. You know, you have the college here, then there is a department, then the department had its own outlook on how to proceed. You have foundational courses, language skills, which takes you to a broad-based interdepartmental work. Then, if you look at this here, the major area related to, we have supportive courses, elective, subject electives, general electives, skill-based courses, and it will take you to employability skills. From the rest, here if you come, you have allied courses which are required and optional. And as you move up, you have higher level of courses so that the student can move into MSc and PhD in course of time, and he would be a person who will go into research. I'm not going to give a shorter explanation. You saw the picture, and it will tell you what the thing is. This is how the system was thought of. You know, you have here in the first semester, you will see English has been given greater emphasis. If you come down, major courses are only one that was given. Then we had heritage. We were thinking in terms of making the students available the knowledge about Tamil Nadu and India. Why so much of English? The reason was, we found, it's coming there, we found that the students coming from rural areas and marginalized communities, they found it difficult to cope with English medium. And many of them failed in the subject, though they knew the subject, which created problems for them. So the team thought you should give them knowledge of English sufficiently so that by the time you come to the main course, they will be well versed in the language. That is why the structure was thought of this way. So if you come to the third and fourth semester, you will have greater knowledge of computer, allied skills, required skills, and so on are given with electives. Now, if you go to the last year, the total focus was on the major and also major allied, so that the student would know that this is the one which is going to give him meaning in life. Okay, so this is what I explained to you earlier. The students are supposed to, or expected to take 51 credits to major in a program. Interdisciplinary education was encouraged. The departments were encouraged to offer courses to other departments and be open to encourage students to take courses from other departments. In other words, the students they have the possibility of moving from one school to another, one department to another department. Skill-based courses like computer literacy, accountancy, other courses were offered as extra credit courses. In the second year, we introduced skill-based courses which were offered by different departments. And in the third year, the skill-based courses were offered by the department in major areas. And all the courses that were offered had components of research. Subject-related electives were also encouraged. Now, you may see how we went about it. To start with, I'd like to tell you that it was a team effort. It was not one person or two persons, but it was a team effort that bore fruit. The team was consisting of, I told you, 8 people, and this team met 2 years continuously. It met every week and spent a lot of time, and the team took the total responsibility for the entire process. Secondly, the great challenge was to convince the members of the faculty of the need for change to move forward and to maintain quality in the institution. Every member of the teaching faculty was involved. You might ask how? In this very hall, all the faculty were here, and I remember making the first presentation. And friends, we had printed the book, printed the material. I had all of them throwing the thing at me because they said it is all rubbish. Loyola is already great. Why do you want to do all this? So I had to convince them that change is imperative. Other one was, every member was involved and they were kept informed continuously. And the suggestions that they gave were taken seriously. And the team took it to the table again and started working on them. The members of the team met the faculty in individual departments, clarified their doubts, and encouraged them to be the part of the process. Then there were interdepartmental meetings several times so that they would say who will do what and how they will offer different courses to the other departments. The students felt confident. This was the benefit. And interested in their education. As they had choice of courses, and no one was forced to study any paper which they did not want to, because the credit-based system was taken in very seriously. The faculty felt the need for updating themselves because the students chose the best professor, and unless he was updated, they were not chosen. And the area of specialization was with them, and the teaching methods also was changed. I am saying that this particular initiative was a quality initiative. Why do I say it is a quality initiative? The team was open to change, and hence several meaningful interactions took place among themselves and the faculty and the department. Secondly, students were given freedom in the choice of their courses. They were encouraged to take up courses in other institutions if they so desired. In fact, some of them did go outside the country to take up courses. Students chose courses across programs. So the students could move from one department to another department at any given point of time. That's why we say it is a quality initiative that was taken up by the team.
For the
Yeah,
last 5 minutes.
Okay, then I'll finish with this.
Yeah.
Okay. One question that could be uppermost could be the relevance of this presentation. And as educationists, we are aware of NEP 20. The college thought of multi-entry, multidisciplinary learning, skill-based learning, choice-based credit system, freedom to choose subjects of courses, industry-institute interaction, courses on Indian heritage, social awareness, and personality development. You know, this is exactly what NEP is talking about. In other words, 20 years before NEP, Loyola College had the courage to come out with a model which was to be the focus of education in India. Today, NEP is being trumpeted as something that is wonderful, and it was done by all great experts. But this initiative was taken inside Loyola College by the faculty, and we had the courage to change. And that is what I want to leave with you. So we stand for quality, and even today, Loyola College stands for quality. You would be surprised that at this time, in this period of doing all this, Loyola College stood first in the All India, and Loyola College picture came in India Today. That particular year, that was 2002. I am grateful that we had the freedom to do this in Loyola College. We had the courage to change, and we are happy. What Loyola is the effort of professors who committed themselves totally to change, not only change the curriculum, change themselves so that they can work together forward-looking. Thank you very much.
We will have the question answer session once the last speaker finishes his address. Father Jyoti was clearly explaining how we evolved quality in our curriculum 20 years before, and what are the challenges we had to convince the stakeholders and so on. Please reserve your questions. We will come back after the last speaker's address. Now, I'm happy to introduce Dr. G. Viswanathan, the next speaker, an illustrious alumnus and pioneering in many educational institutions. Dr. Viswanathan excelled in his academics right through his childhood. His early education was confined to his village near Vellore, and he learned everything in Tamil. His pre-university education near Vellore initiated him to the world outside. And he took his bachelor's degree as well as master's degree from this campus, prestigious Loyola College, Chennai. A student leader in his 20s entering Indian Parliament was something unthinkable and remarkable, especially in 1960s. He championed people's issues in the Parliament, and they in turn reposed faith in the leader who fulfilled their expectations. Dr. G. Viswanathan founded Vellore Engineering College in 1984 at Vellore. He envisaged that this institution would offer world-class education to the students who would in turn create an indelible impact on the society. He is also offering a lot of scholarship for the poor students. Dr. Viswanathan's passion for societal development and compassion for the underprivileged have resulted in the introduction of several schemes for uplifting women and unemployed youth in the region to help them become self-reliant. Dr. Viswanathan offers plenty of programs to the disadvantaged sections of the society to enable them to pursue higher studies. He adopted several villages in an effort to improve quality of lives of the rural people. He will speak to us on the futuristic perspective in higher education in India. Welcome, sir. Let's give a big round of applause and welcome to give his address. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Reverend Dr. Alphonse Manik MSJ, Reverend Dr. Joseph Xavier, respected Reverend Father Principal, Reverend Father Rector, Reverend Father Secretary, other Jesuit fathers, professors from various institutions, and my dear students, very good morning to you. Today I am so happy to come to Bedroom Hall, which I entered in 1957 as a student. Today, even though I have seen Parliament, Assembly, Cabinet, and finally the university, VIT, still I consider myself as a student of Loyola. Because in our days, Loyola படிச்சா கொடுத்து வச்சிருக்கணும்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அது இப்போ அப்படி இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Because we were very proud to say that we are from Loyola. Of course, when I started Vellore Engineering College, it became later on VIT in 2021. My ambition was that it should be like Loyola in quality. நான் இப்போ ஏதாவது பண்ண முடிஞ்சது விஐடிலன்னா அது எல்லாம் அங்கே எங்கள் சாமியாருங்க சொல்லி கொடுத்தது தான். I learned so much from them, of course other professors also, but I was very much attached. We had 3 principals in 4 years. Father Arul Swami, Father Lawrence Sundaram, and Father Sekira. I was so much influenced by the fathers. In fact, my wife used to call me Angi Podada Samiyar because of discipline, punctuality, all these things. And it has helped me to bring this college up, the university. Now, what was started 40 years ago as Vellore Engineering College with 180 students, now it has spread into 4 campuses, Vellore, Chennai, Amaravati, Andhra Pradesh, and Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. And we have about 1 lakh students studying in all the 4 campuses. The 5th one is coming up in Bangalore. Another one is planned in Mauritius. These are all possible because of my training in Loyola. The subject given today is the future of higher education in India. You must be knowing, in higher education, we are a backward country because our gross enrollment ratio is only 28%. You know how do they calculate? The age of 18 to 23 is the eligible age for higher education. And according to 2011 census, we had 14 crore children in that age group. And with all the 1,200 universities and 55,000 colleges, we are able to provide education only to 4 crore children. That is the position now. And education was originally in the state list of the Constitution of India. In 1976, during emergency time, it was transferred from state list to concurrent list with an amendment to the Constitution. And I was one of those who voted in favor of the resolution, Constitution amendment. We thought it would be better if both the union government, which is comparatively richer, and state government spend on education. What I see now is both the government want to collect from institution, they don't want to spend on institution. In fact, for the last 60 years, the recommendation has been, committee after committee, that 6% of the GDP should be spent on education. We are always hovering around 3%. In fact, the budget presented a few days back, I find only 2.5% of the allocation for education. So that's the main reason why we are not going ahead in education, because the government institutions, they don't admit more children. Because if they are able to admit more, then the GER will go up. They admit only about 33% of the higher education institutions, students, and 2/3 are admitted in private institutions. Private institution, except a few aided institutions like Loyola, all others are self-financing colleges or universities. Their fees is more. The poor and the middle class are unable to pay these fees, and many of them don't go for higher education. This is the situation in our country. If we want to become an advanced country, in fact, our Prime Minister wants India to be a developed country by 2047, when we celebrate 100 years of independence. It is possible, but only with the help of education. Without education, no country can become an advanced country. Let us see all those countries which are economically advanced. They are all advanced in education also. And the GER varies from 60% to 100% in all the advanced countries. The only country which is comparable to us in population is China. Now they have crossed 60% GER because they spend more than us. In public expenditure on education, there is a world ranking, and India's ranking is 155. So there are 154 countries who are spending more than us on education. That's the reason why we are lagging behind in higher education. And because of this, there are so many things happening. In fact, the people do not understand what is going on. See, at the time of election, many things are offered free. Starting from free sari, free dhoti, and many other things. No government has offered free education. That free education is all right for government schools and government colleges. But what about those who go to private schools and private colleges? You know the attitude of our people, the mindness. As far as school education is concerned, we have 12,000 private schools in Tamil Nadu, to give you an example. And 48,000 schools in the government sector. 46,000 government schools and 12,000 private schools. In the 12,000 private school, 65 lakhs of students are studying. In 46,000 government school, only 46 lakhs are studying. That is the position. Because people, they believe in private schools, they believe that will be better quality and send it to there, but they are allowed to pay fees. And government is not coming forward to help them. Same thing happens in higher education also. Only 1/3 students go to government institution, and the rest of them are in private colleges and universities. There are about 1,200 universities in the country, out of which around 150, 160 institutions are financed by union government, federal government. About 400 funded by state governments, and the rest are in the private sector. So So what will happen if this continue? Only the upper class people will go for higher education. It will be difficult even for middle class to go for higher education. This is the position where the government should understand the importance of education, because only then we will be economically become an advanced country. To give you a concrete example, in 1990, China and India were together in both GDP as well as per capita income. Now, in the last 35 years, they have taken care of education and, of course, other industries also. They have grown. Now we are in the fifth largest economy of the world with $4 trillion. And China's GDP is $18 trillion or $19 trillion. In the per capita income there, we are very happy that we are in the fifth position. But when it comes to per capita income, ours is $2,700, whose ranking in the world is 141. Our ranking is 141 in per capita income because it is very low. China per capita income is $13,000. In 35 years, they have overtaken us many times, and it should not happen again. We must be able to compete with them, and it will be possible only with the expansion of higher education. I am not going into the quality of higher education, that's also necessary, but unless expansion takes place, you cannot talk about quality. Government view is a bit different. Theirs is small is beautiful. They will admit 1,000, 2,000 students and maintain good quality. But that's not going to solve the problem of the country, because we have to compete with the US universities where 30, 40,000 is normally the strength of the university. Only now the IITs have started admitting 1,000 students a year. Before that, they will admit only 300 to 400 students. Even now, take the state universities all over the country. There is one university in my own city, Tiruvallur University. Now it is 22 years old. Only this year they have reached 1,000 students. I asked the Vice Chancellor, why are you limiting your admission? He says, sir, what shall I do? There is no money. If I admit more, I will have to build classrooms, appoint teachers, buy lab equipments, which is not possible. So we are restricting. They have many courses, but not the student strength. This is happening all over the country, and it is because enough money is not available for education. The most important thing. Other thing is, whatever is available, they want to control it. I think previously also he talked about it. I don't think there is any other country in the world which regulates or controls so much higher education. In India, higher education means affiliation, approval, NOC, permission, and recognition. This is higher education. In fact, in US, there is no Ministry of Higher Education at all, at the center. In UK, all are funded by government. Only about 50% comes from tuition fees. The rest 50% comes from government. There are no private universities except one or two. There, they don't interfere at all. Only once in 5 years, a team will come and find out what has happened in the last 5 years and go and submit a report to the government. Is it possible to happen in India? The new education policy, Father was talking about it. It has suggested that there will be a Higher Education Commission of India which will replace all the regulatory bodies. It is 4 years now, it has not seen the light of the day. Nobody answers that question, when is it going to come? And the UGC goes on. Every week there is some rule or regulation. They will give you everything. They will give you rule, regulation, everything, but not finance. They don't finance anything in the private sector. This is the position. So how can we compete with the rest of the world and go up in higher education? And in quality also, it's very difficult because now it has become a controversy. Who should take over as Vice Chancellor? Already there was problem between the governors and the governments in some of the states. So many of the state universities are without Vice Chancellors. And now the University Grants Commission has come forward with a proposal. One, to appoint Vice Chancellors without the state government. The other thing is, a non-academician can be appointed as Vice Chancellor. Somebody from public life, somebody from industry can also take over as Vice Chancellor. This is the proposition made by UGC. I don't think any other country thinks of appointing non-academicians as Vice Chancellors. The rule has been, the present rule has been there for a long time. One who wants to aspire to become a Vice Chancellor should have served at least 10 years as a professor. Only then he can be appointed as Vice Chancellor. There are some countries which insist on some other qualification, like Germany. There, if you want to be appointed as a professor, you should have served 5 years in an industry because they want practical knowledge. If they are improving the quality of Vice Chancellor, I can understand, but I don't know how far this is going to be accepted. There is already opposition from various states and parties. But unfortunately, in our country, everything is a controversy. My request to all the political parties, union government and the state government is, at least let us keep education outside controversies, where we should be able to consult each other and form a policy. This is happening in some countries because they want continuity in education. Only then there will be no controversy. It will be continuously followed even if there is a different party forms a government. We know this is a country of diversity where we have 2,700 political parties. Nowhere else in the world has so many parties. And we have languages, states. Officially we have recognized 22 languages, but really there are 121 major languages in our country, according to census. So this country requires a lot of patience to rule, to take control of things. And when we have so many states, and it's a federalism, we should be able to carry on with the consent of state and center together. And that's what I would like to appeal to all the governments in the country, both state government as well as union government, that they should have consultation before forming any policy. For example, UGC never talks to the universities. AICT never consults colleges. To my knowledge, in the last 22 years, we became 23 years. We became university in 21. Only once the minister called us for consultation, the union minister. Afterwards, it has never happened. Because we know the problem of running an institution and we can directly talk to the authorities. And if they want to implement something, they can also tell the principals or vice chancellors what is the thing to be done. This is possible only with consultation, which is not happening. And unless we give education to all and a quality education, it is possible. See, our students are already doing well. In fact, those students who passed out of VIT are now serving in 84 countries. Whenever I go out of the country, my first duty is to meet them. Of course, since I am the president of Loyola Alumni Association, I meet both Loyola as well as VIT students. In some places, in the morning I meet Loyola students, and in the evening I meet VIT students. And I find all of them are doing well. That's how Our remittance is the highest in the whole world. I don't know how many of you are aware. Those who go out of the country, earn money and send back to the country, parents or something, it is called remittance. In remittance, all the countries are getting remittance, but India is the highest amount. In 2024, the remittance to India was rupees 11 lakh crores, almost a part of the budget. If with 28% of GER, if we can get 11 lakh crores, what will happen if it goes up to 50 or 60%?
Sir, last 3 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So there is a need for expansion and also improving the quality. We need not worry about the potential for placement. There is enough opportunity for go and work anywhere in the world, of course within the country or outside the country. And only thing is, you should be properly trained. It is the duty of the institution to train the students, and they can go and work anywhere in the world. And I would very much like the state governments and the central government to sit together, finalize the policies, because otherwise the universities and colleges will be difficult to follow both the state and the center at the same time. I would make a request to keep education outside the controversy, political controversies, and give enough money, allot enough money for education so that the poor and the middle class will also have access to higher education, and we will be also able to compete with the developed countries, and we can become really a developed country. I thank the principal and all other authorities, and also I'm happy that I'm able to participate in the institution where I studied. 68 years ago I came, and I'm so happy to be a part of this, and also Loyola Alumni Association. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Dear professors, all the three speakers have finished their address. Reflections on the legacy and quality development and future of higher education in India. Especially Dr. Viswanathan highlighted how higher education institutions are facing problems in terms of framing policy and how it should be away from political clutches and so on. Now, we have 3 minutes to go before we wind up this session, because we are sitting for last 2 hours from 8:30 to 10:30. We will take 1 or 2 questions. Please mention which speaker you are addressing the question. Mic will be served from where you are. Anyone? 3 speakers have spoken on legacy and the quality development and future of higher education. So no questions, we will wind up. Let's give a big round of applause to the 3 speakers who came with a lot of preparation and then gave a very erudite, very interesting, reflective, insightful session on the topic given to them. Now let us break for coffee. Please wait for some announcements.
எண்ணிய முடிதல் வேண்டும், நல்லவே எண்ணல் வேண்டும், திண்ணிய நெஞ்சம் வேண்டும், தெளிந்த நல் அறிவு வேண்டும். These are the words of a Tamil poet, Bharadiyar. We have gained a rich cornucopia of knowledge, wisdom and enlightenment from the words of the great Jesuit masters and our prominent alumnus. Let us carry forward the legacy with pride, honor and responsibility. The newspaper is a great treasure to the people than uncounted millions of gold, says an American social reformer. On behalf of the conference team, We are happy to release the Loyola Centenary Conference newspaper today. All the registered participants will receive a copy of it. Now we break for tea. We'll come back at 10:45 for the next session. Thank you.
Dr. Shaila to present the bouquet to Father Joe Arun. May I now request Dr. Joel to honor our chairperson with a shawl. Dr. Charles needs no introduction, but I just want to say one thing. As Deputy Principal, he has been mistakenly called as Reverend Father Charles because he's the only lay administrator among the Jesuits. I'm sure today you may not take your confession, but then he's going to deliver us some divine insights on higher education in India today. Thank you.
I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be the chairperson of this session. This session focuses on governance in higher education and integration of technology in education. Here we have a very eminent resource person, Mr. Ashok Vardhan Shetty, known for his exemplary governance. Sir belongs to the Indian Administration Service of the Tamil Nadu cadre of the 1983 batch. After taking voluntary retirement from IAS, he served as the Vice Chancellor of the Indian Maritime University, Chennai. Between 2014 and 17, a central university under the Union Ministry of Shipping. Mr. Shetty has a BA Honours in Mechanical Engineering and BL, an MBA from University of Birmingham, UK in 2002, securing distinction and first rank. Starting his career as sub-collector of Hosur in 1985, Mr. Shetty held a number of key assignments, including Register of the University of Madras, the first IAS officer to hold the post since 1857 and the youngest registrar ever at the age of 31. A Deputy Commissioner of Commercial Taxes Madras North, the District Collector of Viluppuram, Director of Development, Rural Development, Managing Director of TASMAC, Principal Secretary to Chief Minister's Secretariat, Managing Director, Sagos of Salem, Principal Secretary, Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department. He also served as Principal Secretary of Municipal Administration and Water Supply, among others. Sir was instrumental in making Tamil Nadu the first and the only state in the country to have a library, a sports center, a cremation shed cum burial ground in each of the 12,618 village panchayats in Tamil Nadu by March 2011. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and being the resource person for this session, I'm happy to invite you to deliver your keynote address on higher education in India, time to disrupt, not to tweak. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dale Carnegie once said, "Any fool can complain, criticize, and condemn, and most fools do." Today, I propose to be one such fool. Of course, I'm not going to condemn anybody, but I'm going to complain and criticize, not by way of fault finding, but by way of offering constructive suggestions. Today, India is the world's fifth largest economy. We have set our sights on becoming a developed country by 2047, the centenary of our independence. But our higher education system, the very engine that should be driving this progress, remains trapped in the past. Think about it. The way we design our curricula, the way we teach, the way we assess learning, has any of it fundamentally changed in the past few decades? We still prioritize rote memorization over critical thinking. We still emphasize rigid, siloed disciplines instead of interdisciplinary learning. We still test students on how much they can recall rather than how well they can apply knowledge to real-world problems. And yet, outside our classrooms, the world is changing at an unprecedented pace. AI can now retrieve facts in seconds, so why are we still testing memory over creativity? Automation is reshaping our industries, so why are we still preparing students for jobs that won't exist tomorrow? The demand for human-AI collaboration is rising. So why are we not teaching our students how to leverage technology instead of fearing it? Let me be clear, minor adjustments will not suffice. We need a fundamental reimagining, a complete overhaul, a transformative disruption of higher education in India. We simply cannot build the India of tomorrow, the India of our dreams, with yesterday's educational framework. The time for incremental changes is over. The time for disruption is now. This is the theme of my talk. I propose 5 Big Bang reforms. They may seem quite banal or commonplace to you, but unless we implement these reforms, we are not going to make any headway in reforming our higher education sector and to take full advantage of the AI revolution that is around the corner. I'll explain the significance of each reform as we go along. Yeah. Okay. 1. For India to become a developed country, we must radically improve our human capital. 2. There are glaring inequities in access to quality higher education. We must focus on improving the human capital of the average Indian by promoting greater equity in higher education. 3. We cannot cover up the failures of our school education system by having a single high-stakes entrance examination for admissions to UG courses. It harms mental health, erodes meaningful education, and perpetuates inequality. 4. The colonial legacy of governors as chancellors of state universities has been a stumbling block and a source of friction. It must go. 5. Winston Churchill said that a country cannot tax itself into prosperity. In the same manner, a country cannot regulate itself into excellence. There's a crying need for rollback of over-centralization and over-regulation by UGC, AICT, and other bodies. The education sector needs a 1991 type of break from the shackles of over-regulation. Now, the first Big Bang reform improved human capital for a developed India. Ladies and gentlemen, of all the diverse elements that go into the making of a great nation, no single factor is as important as the human element. As John Stuart Mill said, with small men, no great enterprise has ever been accomplished. It is now universally acknowledged that natural resources and physical capital are necessary for the development of a country, but not sufficient. The quality of human capital is more important. Human capital is a term which encompasses the state of education, health, and socio-cultural values of the people of a country. Better human capital leads to higher productivity and consequently to faster development. In other words, any amount of investment in roads, bridges, buildings, factories, mines, seaports, airports, and so on, any amount of investment in physical capital or infrastructure cannot make India a developed country if we neglect the improvement of the human capital. I submit that this focus is presently lacking in our public discourse and is manifested in the form of inadequate budgetary allocations to education, health, and research and development. Germany and Japan stood completely destroyed at the end of World War II in 1945. But within 2 decades, they were back on their feet and regained their place in the developed world. On the other hand, many African and Asian countries have shown limited progress more than 7 to 8 decades after their independence. The quality of human capital was a facilitator in the first case and an obstacle in the second. We have an excellent example from within India. In 1961, Tamil Nadu was one of the poorest states in India, and in the bottom half, only a few places above Bihar. Bihar was, of course, the poorest state then. 60 years later, according to Niti Ayog's multidimensional poverty index, Tamil Nadu has the 4th lowest poverty among all states and 2nd lowest poverty among the bigger states, while Bihar continues to be the poorest state. What is also significant is that Tamil Nadu has done better in poverty reduction across all caste and community groups and across gender. Tamil Nadu has left Bihar way behind in all development parameters. How did this divergence happen? Because Tamil Nadu focused on improving the human capital, not just of the elites, but of the average citizen, by emphasizing education and health for the masses and through policies promoting social justice. Bihar did not. Now, let me show you a few slides. When India became independent in 1947, we had only 20 universities and 496 colleges. Today, we have something like 1,300 universities and about 51,000 colleges. There has been a considerable increase in numbers. But we still have two kinds of problems. One is what is called an access problem. I hope you're aware of this term, gross enrollment ratio. It's the percentage of students, let's say in the age group 18 to 23, that is post-school to postgraduate, who are studying in colleges and universities, or at any given level. Now, if you look at the gross enrollment ratio in higher education, India figures very low at 28%. Of course, Tamil Nadu is close to 50%, but India as a whole is only 28%. I have given the data for USA, UK, Australia, Canada, and China. You can see that all of them are way above India. We also have what's called a quality problem. There are two world university rankings. One is called the Times Higher Education Ranking 2025. The other is the QS Rankings 2025. And you'll be surprised to find that Indian universities and institutes, including our IITs and IIMs, figure nowhere in these rankings. For example, in the Times Higher Education Rankings 2025, not even a single Indian university or institute figures in the top 200 rankings. Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, figures in the group 201 to 250. In the QS Rankings 2025, only 2 Indian institutes, IIT Bombay and IIT Delhi, figure in the top 200. IIT Bombay is 118 and IIT Delhi is 150. All the others are below 200. So the institutes we think so highly of, they figure nowhere on the international scene. In India's Skills Report 2023 showed that only about 48% of our students graduates are employable. Our research output is very low, only 4% of the total research publications in the world. And a lot of Indian students go abroad for higher studies, as you know, spending about 6.5 lakh crores. This shows that they are not happy with the quality of education in India. On the whole, India's human capital is rather low due to long years of neglect of both health and education for the masses, persisting socio-economic inequalities, and problematic cultural values. Every year, the United Nations Human Development Program, UNDP, brings out the Human Development Index HDI rankings. The HDI was created to emphasize the point that the quality of human capital should be the ultimate criterion for assessing the development of a country, not economic growth alone. In 23-24, India's HDI rank was 134, well below the global average. I've been tracking India's HDI rank for the past 25 years. It has been oscillating between 130 and 135. India cannot hope to become a developed nation by 2047 unless it addresses this problem and brings its HDI rank down to 50 or below, as you can see in this table. This HDI rank is based on some parameters. One is life expectancy at birth. You can see India's life expectancy at birth is 67.7 years. It is below the global average, which is 72 years. Expected years of schooling, that is how many years a child today, entering school today, is expected to study. For India, it's only 12.6 years. The global average is 13. For US, it is 16. China, it is 15. You can see the figures. Mean years of schooling, that is an average Indian. How much has he studied? The average Indian has studied only 6.6 years. That means 7th standard, not even 7th standard. 7th class kuda illa. Now, how do you expect to have a productive workers or productive employees if the average educational level of Indians is only 7th standard? No? You can see the next one. It shows gross national income per capita. India's gross national income per capita is right now below the global average. Coefficient of human inequality, that's an indicator. You find that India is highly unequal because our coefficient of inequality is 30.5. China's is 15.3. USA is 10.7. UK, Australia, Canada, they're not so unequal. And last is female participation rate in labor force. India's female participation is low, 28%. The reason why I'm saying all this is that if you see the print media or the TV media, all the discussion is about physical capital, infrastructure, but that is not enough. Unless we focus on human capital, improving our human capital and improving it radically, we are not going to become a developed country by 2047. My next point is need for greater equity in education, in higher education. Now, a lot of people say, aren't Indians occupying the top positions not only in USA and UK, but all around the world. It's true. Elite Indians are as good as anybody in the world. But you don't, for a country to really improve, it's not enough if you improve the standard of the elite Indians. You have to improve the standard of the average Indian. For example, more Biharis get into the IAS every year than Tamilians. But all those people are from the elite Biharis. But the quality of human capital of the average Bihari is quite poor. So we have to aim at improving the quality of the average person. Now, this is an interesting table. It shows where you figure. You must remember that India is a very, very poor country. Now, if your income is only 20,000 per month or 2.4 lakhs per year, you are the median. That is 50% of the people are below you. So if your income is a mere 2.4 lakhs per year, there are 50% of Indians below you. If your income is about 40,000 per month or 4.8 lakhs per year, there are 80% of India's population is below you. And if your income is 8 lakhs per year, then about 90% of Indians are below you. This shows that we are a very, very poor country. Why I'm saying this is, in richer countries, they are spending, public education is free or highly subsidized. In India, because we have neglected public education, it has become, higher education has virtually become unaffordable to most of the people. Now I would like you to study this thing. It shows that 35.1% of students in India are studying the state public universities and 36.7% in state private universities. That is, more students are studying today in private universities than in public universities. And as you know, private universities charge a bomb. Obviously, the poor people, the people I said who are earning less than 2.4 lakhs a year or 4.8 lakhs a year or 8 lakhs a year, they can't afford that. So it's only the top 10% who are going to all these private universities. And in the aggregate, about 55% of the people, students are studying in public universities or colleges and 45% in private universities and colleges today. And the private share is continuously increasing. Now in the last 10 or 15 years, there has been a tendency on the part of Government of India and the various states to neglect public education, public schools, government colleges, government universities. For example, the number of government colleges has increased only by 11% in the last 12-13 years, whereas the number of private colleges has increased by 48%. And private universities have increased by 229%. And you know the fees, even in the public institutes, the fees have increased astronomically. For example, IIT Bombay, prior to 2008, they used to charge only 1.12 lakhs for a 4-year engineering course. Now they are charging something like 8.08 lakhs. It's almost a 7.2 times increase. It can't be explained as due to inflation, because during that time, the inflation index increased only by 2.8x. So why are we charging 8 lakhs for an IIT BTech, when the average Indian at 8 lakhs, 90% of the Indians are below the annual income of 8 lakhs. That means IIT education is affordable only to the top 10%. Similarly, IIM Ahmedabad, the fee used to be 3.16 lakhs in 2005-07. Today it is 25 lakhs for a 2-year course. It has increased by 8 times, almost 8 times. Now, how many Indians can afford 25 lakhs fees? I was a student of IIM Bangalore way back in early 1980s. That time the fees were only 450 rupees per trimester. Now it is something like 25 lakhs. This is ridiculous. So effectively, even in public institutions, the education is beyond the means of the poor people. Now, cost of private education is soaring. This is the cost of 4-year engineering course, as you can see. State engineering colleges, 4 to 10 lakhs. Private engineering colleges, 8 to 22 lakhs. Deemed universities, 13 to 29 lakhs. NRI quota, 27 to 53 lakhs. I don't see why there should be an NRI quota at all. But it is there with the blessings of the Supreme Court. Next, medical courses, we will look at 5.5-year medical courses. Central medical colleges, 2.5 to 4.5 lakhs. This is for the entire 5.5-year course. State medical colleges, 3.5 to 16 lakhs. Private medical colleges, 60 lakhs to 1.5 crores. Deemed universities, 90 lakhs to 1.8 crores. NRI quota, 1.5 to 3 crores. Now, I already told you that income chart. Now, this higher education virtually is beyond the reach of 90% of Indians, or even 95% of Indians. So there is no equity. Of course, people say, students should take student loans. Why should they take student loans? And what is the guarantee that they will get jobs at the end of the course? They shouldn't be compelled to take student loans. Now look at the international examples. Barring Japan, 70 to 90% of students of developed countries study in public universities. In all the rich countries, USA, UK, Germany, France, 90% of the students, 70 to 90% of the students study only in public universities. In Germany, tuition fee is free in public universities for German and European Union students. In Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Iceland, not only tuition fee is free in public universities for domestic and EU students, they also give you a financial stipend every month. Brazil, free higher education to students who attended government schools. Tamil Nadu government has introduced some such scheme recently. Canada, low tuition fees at public universities and generous aid. Australia, students pay nothing upfront. Australia's got an interesting system. You don't have to, if you can't afford it, you don't have to pay tuition fees. You can take a loan, but you start paying the tuition fees and repaying the tuition fees and the loans as and when you begin earning at an appropriate. When your income goes above a particular limit, only then they ask you to pay. Until then, you don't have to pay. China has invested a lot in public universities. Over 95% of the students study in public universities. USA and UK have high tuition fees, but also they have liberal aid. So what are the recommendations for India? As I said, in India, there seems to be a very bad, school of thought. I recently found even the Supreme Court using this term, that people want freebies. When the country's median income is 2.4 lakhs per year, which means 50% of the population has less annual income than 2.4 lakhs, and 80% of the population has less annual income than 4.8 lakhs, and 90% has less annual income than 8 lakhs. These people need support. And if you give free tuition and all these things, these are not freebies, they are investments in human capital. If Germany can do it, if European Union countries can do it, America can do it, and Australia can do it, and Canada can do it, why can't we do it? People say they are rich, that's why they can afford to do it. No, it's exactly the opposite. Henry Ford once said, America has good roads, not because it's rich. America is rich because it has good roads. Similarly, USA, Europe, and the rest of the developed world, they are developed because they're spending more on education. They are not spending more on education because they are developed. My next point may come as a surprise to many of you. No high-stakes entrance exam for admissions to UG courses. Now you may say, school boards are widely varying in standard. There is marks inflation. There's a lot of copying in some states. How can we harmonize the marks? Don't we need an entrance examination? You may say this. Let me tell you about the IAS examination. The Combined Civil Services Examination is conducted by the UPSC in 26 subjects, ranging from Pali to Sanskrit, to economics, to political science, to mathematics, to chemistry, to zoology, to mechanical engineering, to electrical engineering, to medicine also. Now, how are you comparing the marks across such a widely different subjects? How can you compare? I mean, somebody who has taken Arabic and somebody who has taken mechanical engineering, how are they comparing? How is UPSC comparing? There are statistical techniques for doing this kind of comparison. This is called normalization. I don't want to go into that. The statistics-minded people here know. There are ways and ways of doing it. It is being done in the UPSC for all these years. Many people challenge the Supreme Court saying this is not fair. In fact, I can tell you my own example. I thought in my mechanical engineering paper 2, I should have got 280 out of 300. I had done well. Only one question I had done wrong. But I actually got 220 out of 300. The reason was they had scaled down my marks. They scale up the marks of arts and humanities students. They scale down the marks of engineering students or math students. So there is a formula. In the same way, it is possible to normalize the marks across various boards, across various states, I mean, this is being done. It has been done in other countries. It's been done in India also. For example, Delhi University used to normalize marks across school boards while admitting students. Now we have got into this habit that we must have a common entrance examination. First it was introduced for medicine. Now UGC is thinking of introducing it for BA, BSc programs also. I think it's a very, very bad idea. Let me tell you why. Now the very notion that by conducting these kind of exams, you are testing meritocracy is a myth. What these exams show is to which socio-economic category you belong. Meritocracy is equal to, many people think meritocracy is talent plus effort. No. Meritocracy is talent plus effort plus investment. The more money you can invest, the more money your parents can invest in coaching you, then you score better. So the ranks scored in all these common entrance examinations, they are not reflective of true merit. They are reflective of your socio-economic status. Now, I'm not saying this. Now, there is an article in The Economist magazine, the premier magazine in the world, saying the same thing. It even said that meritocracy is becoming hereditary because rich people are able to afford better tuition, better coaching for their children, and meritocracy has also become hereditary. I leave this to you for your perusal. It simply shows that if you belong to one of the better families, then you have, if you are socioeconomically well off, then you stand to do well in these exams. Now, the reason why I am against these entrance exams is slightly different. As you know, adolescence, the period between, say, 11 and 18 or 11 and 20, is a very delicate period. Children are growing up. Many of them are very anxious. They can become psychologically affected. They can even go crazy. Some can commit suicide. That is not the period for you to conduct entrance tests. That is not the time for you to, that's why I'm saying you can have your entrance test later, maybe for PG you have, for work you have, but don't have anything in the age group 11 to 20, because that is when the children are very delicate. No, there are a lot of studies, you all know this, studies done in India, studies done elsewhere. For example, Niman study 2019, 20% of Indian students have severe mental health issues, entrance exams a major source of anxiety. ICMR study 2020, 12% of students between 4 and 16 suffer from psychiatric disorders, mostly due to academic pressures. CRI study 2019, 80% of students pressured by parents. NCRB data, National Crime Records Bureau, disturbing rise in student suicides, particularly in coaching hubs like Kota. Similarly, international studies also said the same thing. Frontiers in Psychology 2020. China has got an exam like this called Gaokao. Our chaps are trying to move in the China direction, which is a wrong thing. 75% of China's Gaokao students experience heightened anxiety, 50% are clinically depressed. Do you really want to have your students like this? People who are mentally not okay? Korean National Youth Policy, 60% of South Korea's students suffer anxiety and sleep disorders. Journal of Educational Psychology, USA, 30% of USA students suffer from test-related anxiety. This is one thing. Second thing is effect on secondary education. There was recently a TV serial called Kota Factory. I don't know, many of you might have seen it. Many students nowadays don't attend secondary school at all. From 9th to 12th, they are in the coaching institute. They just mark their attendance. They don't go to the schools at all. Now this completely destroys our school education system. From 1 to 8, under the Right to Education Act, we don't conduct exams. I mean, now government has said one exam will be there. School conducted exam after 5th class and another exam after 9th class. So 1 to 8, abadi pochu. Okay. 9 to 12, if people are not going to attend schools at all, then what happens to the school education system? It's going to be completely a mess. Now, the studies have said the same thing. That is, these coaching institutes and entrance examinations are completely spoiling our school education system. And once you spoil the school education system, you are also spoiling the higher education system. இங்கே காட்டுப்பா, இங்கே தெரியுற மாதிரி பண்ணுங்க. Now you'll be surprised to know that studies in USA have shown that your grade point average as per your school marks, that is your 10th standard marks, 11th marks, 12th marks, they are a better indicator of your true merit and your career performance than this one-shot, high-stake entrance examination. And those, if you have studied this controversy about NEET examination, I hope you know that the cutoff for NEET is only 19% average in UG. NEET UG, the cutoff is 19%. Why have an exam at all if you are going to fix the cutoff as low as 19%? Can you guess why they have such a low cutoff? Because there are plenty of private medical colleges, they can't fill up their seats if the cutoff is fixed higher. So they put pressure on the government to fix the cutoff lower, and the cutoff is only 19% for NEET UG. And NEET PG last year, guess what the cutoff was? 0%. Only because it was 0%, they could fill up the seats. And NEET super specialties, guess what the cutoff was? 0%. My point is, it is ridiculous to put students through this coaching institute, entrance test mill. If you are going to make parents pledge their lands or sell their jewels to put their students into coaching institutes, if finally you are going to fix the cutoff at 19% for UG, NEET UG, and 0% for NEET PG, and 0% for NEET super specialties. My next point is, governors should not be chancellors of state universities. In Tamil Nadu, 6 state universities are headless for more than a year because of a dispute between the between the governor and the state universities. In Kerala, I think some 14 universities are headless. Punjab, some 10 or 12 universities are headless. That's because the governor is the chancellor of state universities. Now you may think that governor has been made the chancellor of state universities because he's expected to be politically neutral. Not so. This is a colonial legacy. When the first 3 universities were started in India, in Bombay, Madras, and Calcutta, the governors of the respective presidencies were made the chancellors of the universities, and they controlled the universities. After independence, the system should have been changed. But our fellows, due to sheer neglect, they allowed it to continue. Not only that, all new state universities blindly copied that governor as chancellor model. Now, when there's one party ruling at the center and a different party ruling in the state, clashes between governors and chief ministers are common. And several studies have shown that governors are not by any means apolitical persons. Governors are highly political people. In fact, the Sarkaria Commission on Center-State Relations found that 62% of the governors were active politicians. And a study by our Professor Ashok found that 52% of the governors were active politicians. The remaining were, even though they were retired civil servants or academicians or military people or judges, they also had political connections. So the argument that governors are politically neutral is totally wrong. Governors are also political creatures, And this, because of this, what is happening is our universities are suffering. Why are they suffering? Number one, governor has power without accountability. Two, he lacks academic expertise. Three, non-transparent decision making. He has got a small coterie whom he consults. I'm not talking of any particular governor. I'm talking of the institution of governor across the country. Four, political interference of another kind. Five, administrative paralysis. Six, undermines university autonomy. Seven, undermines federalism. Eight, makes states neglect higher education. So good, bad or ugly, state universities should report to the state education minister, whatever kind of guy he may be. They should be, because he is at least accountable to the public, he is an elected official. Now, what should be done? So various suggestions have been made, and various states have done different. There are 5 options. One is governor as a ceremonial chancellor. You amend the act such a way that whatever the state government says, the governor should agree. I mean, that is one method. Some states have done that. Second is chief minister as chancellor. Punjab and West Bengal recently passed amendments. That's not a good idea according to me, because the chief minister also is a political animal. Next is state appointed chancellor who is not a politician but an eminent academic or public figure. Telangana has done that. Kerala has passed a bill, but the bill is pending in government of India. Now, this is a fairly good model. In universities like Oxford and Cambridge, you'll be surprised to know the governor is elected by the university bodies and by the alumni. And in some other universities like Birmingham University and Leeds University, the governor is appointed by the executive council of the university or the governing body of the university. So whatever may be the case, governors, as long as this colonial relic continues, you are going to have frequent clashes between the state governments and governors, and the state universities will suffer. My last point is rollback of over-centralization and over-regulation by UGC, AICT, etc. You remember in 1991, India had privatization, liberalization, and deregulation under the Narasimha Rao Manmohan Singh regime. Before that, there used to be extreme regulation, and industries were all crippled, by extreme regulation, stifled by extreme regulation. 1991 marks a watershed year. For example, if you look at the telecom sector, less than 1% of Indians had phones in 1991. Today, more than 86% of Indians have phones. Now, unfortunately, the education sector is one sector where this 1991 reforms passed by. Education happens to be one of the most regulated sectors in government, and as a result, nothing is moving. As a result, universities cannot respond quickly to emerging industry needs. Local needs are overlooked due to one-size-fits-all policies. Research initiatives are delayed by bureaucratic hurdles. International collaborations are hindered. Innovations are stifled. UGC is supposed to maintain academic standards. Instead, they come out with copious regulations about, pay scales, increments, leave, things like this. And recently, there was a controversial draft regulations of the UGC 2025. I went through it to see if there is any mention of artificial intelligence in it. Not a word was there. It's only about establishment matters. Now, this kind of micromanagement cannot work. UGC wants to have a nominee in the selection of each vice chancellor. As I told you in the chart, there are 1,300 universities, and the numbers are growing. And there are 51,000 colleges. UGC wants a representative in the selection of principal. Is this the UGC's job to nominate people, for the selection of vice chancellors in 1,300 universities and principals in 51,000 universities? Doesn't it have better work to do? First, we need to deregulate, Now, what are the other countries doing? China, for example, it has what is called a double first-class initiative. It gives the top universities complete autonomy. They can do what they like. Australia, similarly, it has a group of 8 universities initiative. The top universities can do what they like. Germany, Singapore, Canada, they're all doing the same thing. So my recommendations for India are, education sector needs a 1991 type of complete break from the shackles of over-regulation, a shift from control to enablement. UGC, AICT, etc. should not micromanage universities. They should have the autonomy to innovate, adapt, and excel. We should grant full autonomy to the top 100 universities or institutes like China's double first-class initiative, and more top universities in due course. Take the top 100 universities in the country, universities and institutes. Loyola, I'm sure, will be one of them. If an institute has been around for 100 years, if it figures in the top 100, just let it be. Give them complete freedom. Let them do what they like. Why should UGC and AICT keep poking their nose into the running of these institutes? Delegate regulation to state higher education councils like Canada does. The central and state regulators should not dabble in selection of VCs and principals. Allow free entry and operation of reputed foreign universities like Singapore does. Allow more industry and foreign collaboration. So, my short point is, these 5 Big Bang reforms, which I call them, they may seem ordinary, commonplace, but unless you do this, our universities are not going to be prepared to make the leap to the AI-driven revolution that is round the corner. We are simply not ready for that, and we are going to be completely left behind. So with these few words, I would like to thank Loyola College for inviting me to deliver this speech, and if you have any questions, I'll be pleased to answer them.
If you have any questions that can be discussed during the lunchtime. Because of want of time, we move on to the next session. Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights on the theme, higher education in India, time to disrupt, not tweak. Sir started with a critical, constructive note, and his presentation explained the plain facts, serious concerns in the current education system. He spoke not general, he spoke with the statistical figures. He explained his concern on major reforms, human capital, equity in education, entrance exams, appointment of chancellors, and the over-regulation by UGC. Sir, you presented, and your presentation was very convincing to accept that it is time to disrupt traditional paradigms and create a bold, forward-thinking educational model that empowers students, fostering innovation, enhancing global competitiveness. He spoke about Times Higher Education quiz ranking, where we stand in the global ranking. Your discussion has kindled everyone's response to disrupt, innovate, and change the existing educational system. On behalf of the organizing committee and everyone gathered here, I take this opportunity to thank Mr. Ashok Shetty, our eminent resource person, for his excellent presentation. Let us all give you a big hand. Thank you, sir. We move on to the next session, a keynote addressed by Reverend Father Dr. Joe Arun. I'm happy to introduce him. Father Dr. Joe Arun is a very interesting, inspiring, and a surprising person. I said surprising because he is a person who always thinks out of the box. in all his initiatives and endeavors. A perfect blend of Indian and European traits. He is an outstanding learner, a gold medalist in his studies, did his doctoral studies in Oxford University, a lifelong learner, received PG diplomas on business from reputed institutions, 6 Coursera certificate courses on integration of technology and business. He has a passion for teaching. He served as a teacher in Loyola, St. Joseph's, St. Xavier's, currently in Liba, and as a visiting faculty for so many institutions across the globe. He has a deep interest for research, has published 95 articles in reputed journals, and his guidance 4 PhD theses have been awarded, and 2 PhD students are currently pursuing their research under his guidance. Father Jordan is an able administrator. He was the former secretary and correspondent of Loyola College, former director of management institutes, Joseph Institute of Management, Goa Institute of Management, Xavier Institute of Business Administration. He was the former deputy director of Loyola College of Engineering and Technology. Currently, he is the president, Jesuit Higher Education Association of South Asia, director of Loyola Institute of Business Administration, Liba, and recently he has been appointed as the chairman of State Minorities Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu. With this brief introduction, I am happy to invite Reverend Father Dr. Joe Arun to deliver his keynote address on From Pipeline Model to Platform Model, a paradigm for future higher education.
Check. Since it's a pipeline, from pipeline to platform, I have come to the platform. Because when I gave a talk to one big college in Bangalore, somebody came and told me, Father is talking about platform, any problem in the railway platforms. So I have come to platform. What Sir was talking about reform, I am going to talk about transformation within us, thought process change. I am not a computer specialist, please forgive me if I say something wrong. I have learnt computer. I am basically a blend of anthropology, philosophy, spirituality, business. I have worked together, but I've learnt. I teach now generative AI, ChatGPT, machine learning, all this LLP and all that. But I am not so therefore a computer specialist. And also I'll ask questions. If some people answer also, it will be better. What I will do is, I will spend more than about 20 minutes. Then I'll take questions if you will. Because already we are lacking time. Because the moderator himself has given 2 talks. So I would like to stick to. See, my basic one is we have to change the way we teach, the way our students learn, and the way we organize our education. This is the key. I have made some efforts in Liba and we have transformed. Transformation includes change in the ways we teach and learn, and also increases our income. This is also very important. When you have a strategic plan, you know also a financial plan. What has been, when I took over 2019, what it is, I have experienced. So I am telling you based on experience, it's not theory. So we have, Liba, we have changed from pipeline to platform model. I will explain to you what is exactly, yeah. So my thesis is this. I am arguing a case for a thought process change. In the ways we look at higher education, from classroom teaching and learning to platforms. Please, I want to also caution, people think, okay, therefore you don't need professors. No. We need efficient teachers. We need more teachers. One course has to be taught by 5 professors. So therefore don't think it's going to replace, but it's going to make professors efficient. The second one is there should be a disruption. What Sir was talking. So the Greek world performed as a platform model. So the original, it's not a new one. Before I progress, platform means there is an internet platform where people, teachers and students and developers and buyers or recruiters all are part of that platform. That's what I'm talking about. So it was a long time back, it was there. Now if we want to understand also shopping mall. All the malls, shops together in one place. Where you can, mall is a kind of a platform to make it more easy to understand. So the networks emerged in the industrial stage, allowing users to exchange value without need for physical aggregation. See, the pipeline model is something like, in business, product development, selling, and finance. So it's a linear process. Here, it's not linear process. It's an integrated process. In the same platform, product is developed. In the same platform, the product is sold. Same platform, the finance is analyzed. The same platform, the recruitment is done. It is not a linear, but it is a circular or integrated perspective. So from pipeline to platform model, it makes very different in many ways. Previously, physical space, centralized control. Now, what happens to the platform from pipeline to platform is all are in one place. Now you see, teachers are here and students are here. No. Teachers and students and developers and even the recruiters, placement officers, everybody will be part of the learning process. Placement people will tell you what kind of courses you must run. And the parents will tell you what kind of program. I'll show you one platform which does now. At the end, I will show you. So the 3 shifts happening, primary shifts. In business terms, I'm telling you, but I'll take you to education. First shift is happening is from customers to producers. Simple, quick example is Facebook doesn't produce anything. The consumers are producing content. Do you understand this? So the X platform, every user produces the content. They don't do anything, but they sell. So X has only platform, but doesn't do anything. Another example is Uber. Uber is a car company, doesn't own a car. Doesn't own a car. Car company doesn't own a car. He has a platform and he aggregates different providers. Anybody logs in, plug and join. And he can also plug out and say, I'm not joining today, I'm tired. Similarly, students plug and learn. When he's not free, he is not going to learn. And students are coming to college. Do they learn? They sit. Ask them. During the break, if you ask any student, how is the class? They will say, Mokke. HOD name on the Talaimai Mokke. Others are Mokkais. He doesn't learn. In fact, some learn. Some professors are very good and they teach. Therefore, this one will force everybody to become efficient. Second shift is from resources to ecosystem. What Sir was talking about, our ecosystem, educational ecosystem is not free, creative, innovative. It is controlled. It is managed by individuals with political interests. But here, no prejudice will be there. If you have a platform, for example, we have 1,000 students online, AICTE approved. I don't see the person, but first time I might have 1,000 students on my desk, desktop. But each one is valued by his production. Even the faculties are questioned. Last week I removed 2 faculty simply because one not rated by the students. They have not learned. But you say, oh my God, then ours is. Because after PhD, when they are recruited here, afterwards stop learning. Because they have only appointed. There is no process of appraisal. I have 2 years experience, I have 3 years experience. Here you are forced to update yourself. Resource to ecosystem. Then from process to interactions. More and more you have interactions between the professor anytime online. Something like in the WhatsApp, you interact, hi. This type of interaction in learning. Sir, what do you mean by SAS? S-A-S. What is here, SAS? Computer? Sir? Software as solution. Computer science, software as a service. SAS. As a service, SAS. No. That's not computer language, Father. It's not computer language. From process to interaction. These are the 3 shifts happening to the entire platform. So, life and work on platform means you look at the FB, Facebook, everybody lives by platform. He may not see a person, but he'll have interaction with the person for the last 15 years. We are friends. Somebody says, I've been a friend to him for the last 15 years. Where? Facebook. Have you seen him? No. I have seen him, his photographs, his posts. And married last week. Yeah. Virtual experience, now physical experience. I don't know, after 1 year we will have to ask if we friends. So we have about 40% in the India, 40% are marrying because of the social platforms. So marriage is also happening. So all things are platform. So I will go fast. Platform model of education. I'll take 10 minutes to explain what is that platform. So far, I've talked about what is pipeline and platform. What is a platform model of education? This slide is very important because this gives you a fundamental idea. Then I'll break down to similar slides, and also I will take some questions if you have. Platforms allow both instructors, teachers, and learners, students, to absorb knowledge, interact, share resources. Mind, in a platform, student also will be a teacher. Student also will bring some experiences which are important for that kind of learning. So don't think teachers are the only knowledge holders, knowledge bank. A student also can be a knowledge bank. In LIBA, I teach strategic management. I find my students are more intelligent than me in their strategy because they have lived in a company and worked in a company. They have strategized and also brought profit and transformed a company. So he could be. So somebody cannot talk about, suppose somebody comes and talks to you about, for example, labor law. You should ask that professor, have you ever solved a labor problem? No, I only teach. So you cannot be referee without being part of that cricket. So you will see the umpires, most of them are also players. Some also no need to be, but I'm saying. So conduct assessments, even track learning progress effectively. These are the players in business terms. In the platform in one place, instead of physical space, in a virtual space, everybody collaborates, cooperates for an end, for a goal. Learning done by students. Because of that, learning is placed, and a college or a platform provides that platform to aggregate knowledge, aggregate students, go through their experience. Some people will say, we don't have experience. I will show you one. Handshake, this platform called Handshake, US-based Handshake. People come back and write a memory experience of what they have gone through, and that is aggregated and accumulated and circulated among them, like reading a book, a novel experience. You go to a village exposure, come back and write about it and give pictures, and it is accumulated and it kept experience also there. So the power of platform, if you want to understand this, you must go back to iPhone. iPhone was the first one to really make good use of platform. Because the new rules of strategies here, what they said, information, interaction, digitally is very important. So they brought information together. So iPhone brought that together. For one example is this iTunes. Now today you have Spotify and all the other things are there. iTunes. You can create your own songs inside. You can build your own type of songs. And they brought, then everybody, because of iTunes, people bought iPhones. So that kind of one example I'm giving you. See, the adoption and implementation of digital technology by an organization to create new and modifying existing products, services, or operations by means of translating business process. I mean business process, education process, here what I'm talking about. So the digital transformation has technology, communication, data, Internet of Things, automation, AI, networking. These are the transformation happen. These are the transformative characteristics of platform model. So these are the key areas. You look at this, how this entire platform model does. First is digitize your information. For example, you write in a paper that is lost sometime. In most of our departments, NAC accreditation, NBA accreditation, documentation is a serious problem. We do so many things, but we don't have the document. We search. Because of that, we are oral tradition. Many people invite people for conferences, they speak, ask them to send the paper, they will never come. So the documentation is very important, for which what is needed? Digitization. Whatever you teach, speak, put it down in paper. Means you digitize it. It's available in different forms. See, for example, I wanted to come and use my computer laptop. They said they cannot use it here. In Loyola College, we cannot use Mac because it is not compatibility. It means what? You are not technology integrated or is in need of it. Nothing wrong. We always grow from one to the other. Progress. That's Ignatian excellence. But I'm saying you are not able to. So you have to digitize all your products, teaching notes. Digitize it so that it is available to anybody. You can make it a WhatsApp message, you can send it by mail, and you can make it also YouTube video, because you need to content. Organize that information according to the needs of the learner, automate that process. Easily anybody can. For example, cloud-based LMS does this. You don't need to have a computer. You need to have the software to download it and keep it. In the cloud, you can go back to the cloud and work on. Just now I was on the stage, I was writing my next paper, online paper. I was just writing, saved it in online. So when they called me, I came down to start my lecture. But I was actually writing a paper. How humans and machines interact, how they make the decisions, how to make a decision is a book chapter I am writing. What I have done now, when I am having time, I will go back to that cloud-based LMS. I will rewrite mine. When I say I finished and submit, I will submit. Until next 2 months, I can go on writing. When we write in a paper, I will leave that paper, or somebody who throws a coffee on it, and then finished, your paper is over. Coffee paper. Then seamless process and transformation of institution happens. So the transformation happen is, I am saying about, it is not transformation in the computer, a transformation within me. So the online content you have to create, no. For example, our professors who have been teaching, now they have been asked to create an online content is different from offline content. Offline content, you can say, Gupta says, Gardner says. You should not say that in the online. You know that? You will be, they will file a case against you. Because using a content of someone else, even you cannot cite. You have to create your own content, which should not refer to anybody else. You can refer means in the sense you have given copyright, but you have to create your own online content. So we taught our professors how to create online content. We employed people to how to create an online content. It's different. That should be your own. So the platform model is the scale. Every educational institution should be measured by the scale, what we call platform scale. This important slide. The ability of an educational institution to scale, and whether you are teaching in any way. So therefore, we have 100 students. They have gone through this. They are placed because we have learned. Does it happen now? It doesn't happen. So all are connected. Your content is co-created and shared is what is art. So everything is decentralized. Something like blockchain. Blockchain, there is no bank. You save your own money, you control your own money. You deposit in a bank, they don't give you the money. They say, sir, we have to close the bank. We will not be able to pay you interest. You cannot break. 5 years you have put for a policy, now you cannot break. But in blockchain, it's not like that. Similarly, here decentralized, more and more aggregation is done. You can aggregate any type of people who come in to contribute to the end of that education. So this is possible for you. So I'll go to quickly, these are all explaining you. I'll show you some models quickly, and I have, these are all I will explain to you. These are the examples of platforms. how they do. I will go to state learning platforms because that will be useful for us today. Plug and play and learn. And drivers of platform is network effects and minimal marginal cost of production, machine learning and artificial intelligence, behavior design and community culture, and virality. These are the platform manifesto was created 2 years ago by Altman, OpenAI. He has created, but I have highlighted ecosystem is the new warehouse, community management is the new human resource management, algorithms are the new decision makers, and plug and play learn is the new business development, social feedback is the new scales of commission. Connected. So if you say, these are the stacks. Network, infrastructure, I'm not talking physical infrastructure, IT infrastructure, and data. These are the 3 fundamental stacks of platform model of education. Which is possible, there are 3 types. One is network platform model. You don't do anything, you keep the platform network, people. Something like X, something like Airbnb. Next model is infrastructure model. You are helping people to develop software. Suppose Loyola College needs something totally different. We have LMS, CSHAC, LMS. We run with that, which is actually born and brought up, incubated in LIBA, and we have developed, now this is being sold to other colleges. CSHAC. This is developed by LIBA, incubated in LIBA, and now we helped with the angel funders and all. You will see LIBA, incubated in LIBA. It is sold. Now St. Xavier's College Mumbai, St. Xavier's Kolkata are buying, and St. Joseph's University buying, and other colleges here they are buying this. This is called infrastructure model, where platform is there, many developers join together and create a platform. That's infrastructure. Data platform is what you call Facebook. Everybody. You're all students?
Father,
Okay.
few more minutes, Father.
Yeah. If you want to learn, you don't need to come to any place. You can sit in your room or work something, then you can work. That is the fundamental freedom here. And you will not learn by teacher, you will learn also from your student. And you will also learn from an industry guy when you're talking about something. So that's so future is the university system. For example, I'll give you one example. Coursera offers accredited courses, professional certificates. I have also almost finished 14 courses by University of Illinois, Harvard University, Harvard Business School. I have finished in machine learning, ChatGPT, large language model, deep learning, neural networks, and strategy for AI. These are the kind of courses I finished. Where? Harvard University. Certificates, postgraduate certificate. I have MBAs from. We can have. So I have not spent anything. I spent only $500 for an MBA. So Coursera 360 is a platform. Offers a collaborative learning platform for teams to work together on courses. Very interesting. If 10 of us joining this course, all of us interact each other and learn the course, there will be a final assessment, you'll get the certificate. No teacher. No teacher. This is 360.
Shall we, Father?
So platform university, so finally there is a handshake, campus to career, learning management works this way, and top ones are this private cloud-based LMS. So 4 new higher education models we have: platform facilitator, experiential curator, learning certifier, and workforce integrator. So the last point is, many people will say there are no moral capabilities built the goals of education: rational, emotional, moral. That is the question that we need to ask, whether it helps or not. I have no answer for this. So I will say, learn the new rules of strategy for a platform world or begin your exit. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Father. May I request both the speakers to come onto the stage from the platform. It's my pleasure to thank Reverend Father Dr. Joe Arun for his keynote address on From Pipeline Model to Platform Model, the paradigm for future higher education. Thank you, Father, for this very informative session, for making us understand why we should shift from pipeline to platform model. I'm glad Father has made it very clear that the transition to a platform-based higher education system is not just an option, it is the necessity. Father, your discussion was very instrumental in making everyone to rethink, reimagine, redesign higher education for the digital age. Let us give him a big hand for his beautiful presentation.
Thank you, dear speakers. Let's give them one big round of applause and appreciation. May I now request Dr. Raju Narayana Swami IAS, our next speaker, to come up to the dais. Welcome, sir. It's our pleasure to honor him. May I now request Father Basil, Principal, Loyola College, Vettavalam, to honor him with a shawl. Father Joseph Mahalingam, former Higher Education Commission, Jesuit Province, to present him with a memento, and Dr. Dorothy, Assistant Inequity Coordinator, to present him with a bouquet.
Father Basil will honor him with a shawl. Father Joseph Mahalingam will present him with a memento. And Dr. Jesse Rani, HOD of Social Work, will present the bouquet.
We move on to the third keynote address. This is the third session, but the resource person of this session, Dr. Raju Narayana Swami, has always stood first all through his career, not only in the state, but also in the country. First rank in the state of Kerala in SLC, All India first rank in GATE examination, BTech received from IIT Chennai with a CGPA of 9.41 out of 10, All India first rank in civil service examination. He stood first in the civil service examination in 1990, first rank holder, first rank in Master of Law. All through he stood first, leaving no one the space to. Master of Intellectual Property Law, first division, and professional diploma in public procurement from World Bank. He is holding 2 doctoral degrees, a PhD from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapitham, and then another PhD from Gujarat National Law University. He belongs to IAS 1991 batch. His biodata, very big, goes for 58 pages. He started his career as district collector and district magistrate in 5 districts. The list goes big, show want of time. Let me tell you, he was in 77 positions right from the beginning of his career till the current position as Principal Secretary to Government of Kerala. Amazing. 77 portfolios he was handling. He is the author of 33 books in various fields and has received 17 awards for his literary works. He has published 271 research papers and successfully completed several projects. He has a pending invitation to become the Director General in the rank and status of Vice Chancellor of Mewar University. He has not accepted the invitation because of his current commitments. As an eminent resource person, Sir has delivered 147 guest lectures. If in between two he completed two, I think this may be his 150th presentation in Loyola College. I am happy to invite him to deliver his keynote address on the Aligarh Muslim University judgment of the Apex Court and its aftermath, new vistas in the Indian higher education RHEEES. The floor is yours, sir. Please.
Yeah, that is right. And this slide will just give me. It will go up and down. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know that it is a pre-lunch session. I will try to keep you as agile and awake as possible. If you feel that I'm being too fast, you can stop me. If you feel that I'm being too simple, you can tell me. Well, the topic that is assigned to me is the Aligarh Muslim University judgment of the Apex Court. I hope all of you are aware about this judgment. The historic AMU judgment that was delivered by the Apex Court, that is the Supreme Court of India, in 2024. It was a seven-judge bench decision with a majority of 4:3. So before I set the ground for this discussion, I will tell you the basic framework of religion and policy in the Indian Constitution. Okay. So I will start with the premise that religion has nowhere been defined in the Constitution of India. But the Supreme Court has defined it broadly. What has the Supreme Court said? Religion is a matter of faith with individuals or communities, and it is not necessarily theistic. So religion is between the individual and God. It has nothing to do with the state. And as you may be aware, as per Article 141 of the Indian Constitution, anything that the Supreme Court says is the law of the land. And we are living in a secular country. All of you know that as per the 42nd Amendment Act of 1976, the word secular has been inserted in the preamble of the Indian Constitution. And religion policy interface must be discussed within the basic framework that there is no state religion and no religion is allowed to exert its influence in the state, but at the same time, everyone has the right to freedom of worship. I'm afraid that this is a very current topic in the context of the challenge being raised to the secular fabric of the nation. And let us not forget that secularism is a part of the basic structure of the Indian Constitution. So within this framework, let me tell you, what are the important articles what are the enabling constitutional provisions? First and foremost, you will read Article 15, right? What is Article 15? State shall not discriminate against any citizen on grounds only of religion. Please note the word only. And it also says that no citizen shall on grounds only of religion be subject to any disability, liability, restriction or condition with respect to A and B. A is access to shops, public restaurants, hotels, and places of public entertainment. Please note the word public. And B is the use of wells, tanks, bathing huts, roads and places of public resort. Please note the word maintained wholly or partly out of state funds or dedicated to the use of the general. What are the provisions in addition to Article 14? All of us know Article 14, right to equality. So Article 15 is an enabling provision, which is one of the most fundamental provisions in the Indian Constitution that pertains to religion policy interface. Let us move a bit more and see what more the Constitution has to say. The Constitution talks about an individual right. It also talks about a community right. The individual right is contained in that article, Article 25(1) of the Constitution. What does the individual right say? A person has a twofold freedom. What is the first freedom? Freedom of conscience. And what is the second freedom? Freedom to profess, practice, and propagate religion. The words used are different. Profess, practice, propagate. What is profess? I can freely and openly declare my faith and belief. I am a Christian. I can say that. Practice means to perform the prescribed religious duties, rites, and rituals. Propagate. I can say that I am a Hindu and I can spread and publicize my religious view without any persuasion, without any exploitation. So how does this religion policy interface stand in the context of education? That is what I am coming to in the next slides, and that will take me to what is called as a collective right. What is a collective right? It's a right of an organized body. The organized body may be the Ramakrishna Mission. What right does this enjoy? Subject to those three things. Please note that these are the only possible restrictions given by the Constitution. Public order, morality, health. Subject to these, every religious denomination shall have the following rights. Establish and maintain institutions for religious and charitable purposes. Manage its own affairs in the matter of religion. Own and acquire movable and immovable property. And last but not least, administer such property in accordance with the law. These are subject to reasonable restrictions. All of us know that right to privacy is a fundamental right, thanks to the Swami judgment. You must have heard about the Aadhaar case. Swami versus Union of India. Aadhaar, your biometric. Right to privacy is a fundamental right in this country. But right to privacy is subject to reasonable restrictions. What are the reasonable restrictions? Outlined by the court in the famous Nagaland case. What is the Nagaland case? There was a young boy who was employed as a doctor in the Nagaland Health Services, a 25-year-old boy, a young MBBS doctor. One fine morning, he went for a routine medical checkup. He found that he was AIDS positive. He was engaged. He was about to be married. His AIDS status was communicated by the hospital to the prospective bride. The marriage was cancelled. He went to court saying that you have violated my right to privacy. Whether I have a disease or not is between me and the hospital. You are not supposed to disclose it to a third person. The court said nothing doing. Everything is subject to reasonable restrictions. Here there was a known individual, a girl who was engaged to this boy, who was about to be married, who had to be protected from a communicable disease. So in the public interest, the hospital was right in disclosing the HIV status of this boy to his prospective bride. That is a principle of reasonableness. So what are the criteria of reasonableness laid down in religion policy interface? Only three conditions: public order, morality, health. The boy that went to court saying that It interferes with my right to marry. The Honorable Court said that there is no right to marry in this country. If I am a boy, if I want to marry, if no girl is ready to marry me, then what can the legal system do about it? Nothing. There is no right to marry in this country. So I was only telling you that this is an example of reasonable restriction. Article 19 talks about right to freedom of speech and expression. Again, it is subject to reasonable restriction. What are the reasonable restrictions? Security of the country, friendly relations with neighboring states. You cannot go and defame a person. So, the only three restrictions that are made in the Constitution as regards this right are public order, morality, health. Nothing more. Can you tell me an example of public order, a religious procession being struck down? It is Ananda Margi's case. The Ananda Margis are a religious sect in Kolkata, in West Bengal. So one fine morning, they asked for a permission to conduct a Tandava dance with human skulls. It was rejected. The permission to hold the procession was rejected by the Commissioner of Police under section 144 of the then CRPC. All of you know that now it is the new legislation. The erstwhile CRPC had a provision called 144 under which it was struck down. 144 can normally be exercised only by the magistracy, that is by the district magistrate or additional district magistrate. But Calcutta has a commissionerate system. There is a police commissioner in Kolkata enjoys magisterial powers. So under 144 CRPC, he refused sanction to hold the procession and was upheld by the court. Why? Public order, morality, and health. So far I have tried to tell you only four things. One, religion nowhere defined in the Constitution, but defined by the Supreme Court. Second, secularism is a basic structure of the Constitution, inserted by the 42nd Amendment in the preamble. Third, I have told you the enabling provisions. Article 15, which is an extension of Article 14. And last but not least, Article 25, which is an individual right. And Article 26, which is a collective right. All these are very important when we are discussing the AMU judgment, because we cannot discuss the AMU judgment without this basic legal framework. I hope I'm making myself clear to you. Okay. So with this, let me ask you the question. Where does religion come in higher education? Here you have the answer. No. Article 27, Article 29, Article 30 are very important. 27 is no person shall be compelled to pay jizya. 29 and 30 are the cultural and educational rights of minorities, where the religion education interface comes into picture. And this is aided by Article 28. Please note that there are only 4 types of educational institutions in this country, as per the Constitution of India. 4 and only 4. What are the 4 types? Type A, institutions wholly maintained by the state. Government Higher Secondary School, Trivandrum. Wholly maintained by the state. B, recognized by the state. C, aided by the state. D, administered by the state, but established under a trust or endowment. In Kerala, the HR&C department, the Hindu Religious and Charitable Endowment Department, which is called the Devaswam Department, runs a number of educational institutions. They run under category D. And the rule is very clear. In A, no religious instructions can be imparted. B and C, religious instructions, but only with the consent of the individual. And in D, no restriction on religious instruction. Am I making myself clear? So this is where religion policy interface comes into play in education. Article 28 of the Constitution talks about 4 education institutions, 4 categories of education institutions in the country. A, those which are run by the state, second, which are recognized, third, which are aided, and fourth, which are set up by a trust. And please note that in a government education institution, there cannot be a religious instruction. In B and C, yes, but with the consent of the individual. If I say, I do not want to be a party of this, I can walk out. And in the last category, there is no restriction. This is where the Aligarh Muslim University judgment comes into play. Article 28 of the Constitution. Okay, so far so good. Now I will tell you the basic restrictions which can be imposed on the freedom of religion. I have already told you the first, public order, morality and health. The second is social welfare and social reforms. All of you must be aware that at one point of time, certain people belonging to certain castes were refused education. So social welfare and social reforms are the heart and soul of the Indian Constitution. There was a Vice Chancellor of National Law School of India University who once told us that the Indian society was like a multi-storied building. But there was neither an elevator nor an escalator. People who are born in the 10th floor will live in the 10th floor, they will die in the 10th floor. People who are born in the 2nd floor will live there, will die there. And people who are born on the lowest rung of the hierarchy, on the ground floor, will live there and die there. It was the Indian Constitution which provided the elevator and the escalator, so that even people who were denied education at one point of time can today rise up to the highest office in this country. That is the greatness of the Constitution. That is why it is said that social reform, social equality are the heart and soul of the Indian Constitution. And I am just inclined to quote the famous words of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, who said, long years ago we made a tryst with destiny. And now the time comes to redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measure, but very substantial. And another question was asked by the legendary Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, will this freedom survive or not? And he answered through only one sentence, it depends on whether we put the state above the religion or religion above the state. And therein lies the answer as to the religion policy interface of this country, especially in the context of higher education. With this framework, I will quickly run through 3 important case laws before I go over to the AMU judgment. How many of you have heard this national anthem case? That is a Jehovah Witnesses case. You can refuse to sing the national anthem. Where other than India can you get such a wonderful judgment? Please note that the Supreme Court has held that no person can be compelled to sing the national anthem if he has a genuine and conscientious religious objection. In this case, 3 children belonging to the Jehovah's Witnesses of the Christian community were expelled from a school. Why? They refused to sing the national anthem. They challenged the validity, saying that it is violative of Article 25(1), which is a fundamental right. It is an individual right, I told you. Profess, practice, propagate. They refused to sing the national anthem as it is against the tenets of the religious faith, and the Supreme Court allowed them to do so. A landmark case in the annals of religion policy interface. Second is the Ananda Margi case, which I told you. The Tandava dance by Ananda Margis carrying lethal weapons and human skulls is not an essential religious right, and hence the order prohibiting such a procession is not violative of the rights of the petitioner under Article 25 and 26 of the Constitution. I am just setting the stage for the AMU judgment, because if you go to the AMU judgment without these basic fundamentals, the AMU judgment may appear to be Greek and Latin for you. Next comes this classic case. DAV College, Jalandhar versus State of Punjab. It challenged the Guru Nanak University Act, Section 4, which directed the state to make provision for study and research on the life and teaching of Guru Nanak. You will remember that there are 4 categories of education institutions. Category A run by the government, so there cannot be any religious instruction. So these people went to court saying that, yes, you are teaching Guru Nanak's teachings in a government institution that amounts to religious instruction. You are violating the constitutional provisions. Supreme Court said nothing doing. You can study the teachings of Swami Vivekananda. You can study the teachings of Guru Nanak. You can study the teachings of Christ. You can study the teachings of Prophet Muhammad. You can study the teachings of Ramakrishna. Nothing doing. They are only in the interest of building up a good generation. So please note that if the teachings of any of the saints or gurus or of Christ or of Prophet Muhammad are included in the curriculum of a government institution, it is permissible. It is not violative of Article 28 of the Constitution, and that is a landmark judgment delivered as early as 1971 in the famous Jalandhar University case. Jalandhar, DAV College, Jalandhar versus State of Punjab, and the university was Guru Nanak University. Okay, with this basic framework, I have just another 20 minutes. Let me go to brass tacks and let me tell you a little bit about the Aligarh Muslim University judgment. What does the Aligarh Muslim University judgment say? This is what the judgment says in one sentence. Minority status of an education institution is not affected by statute. It is not affected by date of establishment. It is not affected by non-minority administration. I will tell you what it basically means. The AMU, the Aligarh Muslim University, was set up by an Act of Parliament in 1920. So the mere fact that it was set up by an Act of Parliament does not take away its minority status. Very, 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 very important. And very relevant for an education institution like this. The second point was date of establishment. When was AMU set up? 1920. 30 years before the Indian Constitution came into force. All of you know that the Constitution came into force on 26th January 1950. So even if it is before the Constitution came into force, it will not lose its minority status. Third point, the board, the AMU was administered by a board. It had a senate, it has a syndicate. Many of the members were from non-minority. So the court clearly said that even if the administration is in the hands of a non-minority, that does not take away the minority status of the education institution. This is something which is very, very relevant in today's context. Clear? And that is only, it's a 500-page judgment. So I will tell you only the highlights of the judgment. So what were the issues that came up before the Supreme Court? Whether a university established and governed by a statute can claim minority status, that is answered in the affirmative, yes. It may have been set up by an Act of Parliament. It may have been set up by an Act of Legislative Assembly. That does not take away its minority status. It is not that it must not be set up by an Act of Parliament. Even if it is set up by a statute, if the purpose is the minority welfare, definitely it will fall within the ambit of a minority institution and it will be entitled to all the benefits under Article 29 and 30 of the Constitution. 29 and 30 deal with the cultural and educational rights of minorities, religious minorities or linguistic minorities. And what is the second point? The correctness of the judgment in Aziz Basha versus Union of India. A very unfortunate judgment. which rejected the minority status of AMU. That has now been set aside. Aziz Basha is no longer in force. Okay? And now I come to the third point. Nature and correctness of the 81 amendment which accorded minority status to the university after the decision in Aziz Basha. So what was the turn of events? University set up in 1920. Minority status rejected in 1967. Brought in through an act of parliament in 1981. This validity challenged before the Allahabad High Court and thereafter before the Supreme Court. Hope I am making myself clear. Okay. The fourth point, whether reliance placed on the Aziz Basha decision by the Allahabad High Court was correct in concluding that AMU would not reserve 50% seats for Muslim candidates in medical PG courses. That was the Aziz Basha judgment. Now that has been set aside. The minority status has been restored. So all these can be done for the welfare of the minorities. Okay? So this is a bit of history. When was the AMU founded? 1875. Who founded it? Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. What was it originally? Muhammadan Anglo-Oriental College. When did it become a university? 1920, as per the AMU Act. And what was the argument against the minority status? Very, very important for us. Argument was that it is funded by the government. It's a central university. It's an institution of national importance. So it is not a minority institution. All these have been brushed aside by the Supreme Court. So please note that it may be funded by the government. It may be an institution of national importance. It may be a central university. But if it was founded for the welfare of the minorities, nothing doing, it will be deemed to be, it will be treated as a minority institution and it will be entitled to all the privileges therein, including reservation of 50% of the seats for PG medical courses to persons belonging to the minority community. Am I making sense to you? Funding is irrelevant. Funding by the state is irrelevant. Giving it a central university status is irrelevant. Giving it a status of an institution of national importance is irrelevant. Then what is relevant? The purpose behind its formation. Nothing more. And that is what I come to in the okay, this I told you the details. So here come the 7 highlights of the AMU judgment. What is the first highlight? Issue of minority status left open will be decided by a regular 3-judge bench. So the 7-judge bench only set up the basic parameters. The final order will come through a 3-judge bench. Second, please note these words. An educational institution established by a minority community will not lose its identity once it is recognized through a statute. In 1875, it was established as Sir Syed College. It will not lose its identity just because the AMU Act came in 1920. Incorporation and establishment must not be used interchangeably. Here it was incorporated through imperial legislation, but established for the welfare of the minority. The onus, but what is the onus? They had established the institution to preserve and retain its cultural fabric. I repeat, the AMU judgment laid down 4 parameters. What are the parameters? 1, whether it was established through a statute or not is irrelevant. 2, date of establishment is irrelevant, maybe before the constitution came into force. 3, central funding, central university status, institution of national importance. Non-minority administration, all these are relevant. Then what is relevant? Please read the last line. You must prove that the institution was established by the minority community to preserve and retain their cultural fabric. Nothing more. And how do they prove it? Who was the brain behind the creation? Primary sources of information. Documents of the formation of the university. Letters, speeches, assets involved in establishing the institution. Steps taken to implement the idea at the time of its creation. Am I making sense to you? So these and these alone are relevant when you are assessing the minority status. It is a landmark judgment. Very, very important in the annals of Indian jurisprudence, primarily because the Aziz Basha judgment is no longer in force. Okay? Now read this important statement. It is not necessary that an educational institution was established for the purpose of the minority alone. It could have been predominantly for the benefit of the community. A judgment has two important parts. One is called the ratio decidendi, a rationale behind the decision. Second is what is called the obiter dicta. That is what is said in the judgment apart from the ratio. This may be the obiter, but it is very important. I will repeat. It is not necessary that an education institution was established for the purpose of the minority community alone. It would have been predominantly for the benefit of the community. This will help many institutions retain their minority status. An institution does not lose its minority character merely because the administration is no longer vested with the community. I have come across an institution established by the minority, but there is no minority, not even a single minority member in the board. But that does not take away the minority status. Why? The court says that the minority community may choose to populate the board with persons of a different community. And this may be especially true for professional colleges, where the founders may not possess the knowledge, experience, or insight necessary to manage or administer the institution personally. So please note that even if X university does not have a single minority member on its board, it does not lose its minority status. Very important in today's scenario. And please note the seventh point. State regulation of minority institutions is permissible. You can regulate, but you must not infringe on the minority character of the institution. A legislation or executive action which discriminates against minorities in establishing or administering education institutions is ultra vires the Constitution. Suppose that the government distributes 30 lakh grant to all education institutions, except minority institutions which are given 25 lakhs. It is ultra vires the Constitution. You cannot have a negative discrimination. Additionally, a linguistic or religious minority receives the guarantee of greater autonomy in administration. That is a special rights reading of the provision. So not only you cannot be discriminated against, but there can be a positive discrimination in your favor. That is what the Constitution talks about. That is what the judgment is all about.
Sorry for interruption, sir. Another 7 minutes.
5 minutes, sir. So this is what the judgment is all about. Protection of minorities is a hallmark of any civilization. As Roosevelt rightly reminded us, no democracy can long survive which does not accept as fundamental to its very existence the recognition of the right of minorities. The Supreme Court's jurisprudence on minority rights, starting from the famous Kerala Education Bills case, I'm sure you must have heard of this case, has been one that any constitutional court can be proud of. But unfortunately, Aziz Basha was a rare exception. It was widely criticized. H.M. Shirvai termed it as a productive of a great public mischief. And the 7-judge bench overruled Aziz Basha and laid down indicia to determine the minority character of an institution that had been left unanswered even by the 11-judge bench in the TMA Pi Foundation case. That is the importance of the judgment. And to quote none other than Fali Nariman, the Constitution has been reared for immortality. It may nevertheless perish in an hour by the folly or corruption or negligence of its only keepers, we the people. Why? A constitution is not a jellyfish. It's a highly evolved organism. And Parliament, when it claims the right to amend constitutional law, cannot set itself up as the official liquidator of the Constitution. So the onus is upon all of us to make the best use of this judgment, to make sure that minority rights are protected. To the Romans, justice was a goddess, whose symbols were a throne that tempest could not shake, a pulse that passion could not stir, eyes that were blind to any feeling of favor or ill will, a sword that fell on all offenders with equal certainty and with equal strength. And therefore, let us not forget these great words. Here is a land in which a few are spectacularly rich, while the masses are abjectly poor, where freedom and its blessings are a reality for a minority, illusion to many, a land consecrated to democracy, but a land of privilege and rank, a republic dedicated to equality, but mired in an archaic system of caste. It's herein that the historic AMU judgment has come in, and we must make the best use of it to make sure that minority rights are not trampled upon. That secularism, which is a basic structure of the Constitution, is upheld not only in letter but also in spirit. I have 2 minutes, I can take a few questions.
Yeah, the questions, if you have, we can have it during the lunchtime again, as we are hearing one question. Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir, for clarification on minority rights. But at one time, they insisted that for an institution to be a minority institution, it should have 50% students from minority. I think it is a wrong interpretation of the law. It said up to 50% it should be.
You are right.
Yeah, that should be. But how is that? Even the courts also interpreted wrongly.
My only humble submission to administrators and academicians like you is that make the best use of this judgment. This is a landmark judgment. All of you have lawyers who deal with the rights of the minorities. Let someone read through this judgment, which runs into hundreds of pages. It will help you to uphold the minority rights of your institution without getting bogged down by the numbers and the figures which your good self were speaking about, right? Aziz Basha is gone. The TMA Pi Foundation judgment, the 11-bench decision, that has been given greater contours. Judgment even says that even if there is no minority member at the board, it is a minority institution. The 50% reservation for Muslims in admission to PG medical courses, which was struck down in the Aziz Basha judgment, is now back in place. My only humble submission is that this judgment must be read, understood in right earnest, and all the minority rights which were trampled upon through the Aziz Basha judgment must be brought back. That needs proactivity. That needs proactivism. That needs all of us to come together. That may need further litigation. But let us understand that this is a 7-judge decision. And let us understand that a 7-judge decision cannot be overruled except by a larger bench. And let us understand that even the 11-judge bench decision, the TMA Pi Foundation case, questions which were left unanswered have been answered by this 7-judge bench, headed by the then Chief Justice of India, Honorable Justice Mr. Chandrachud. Why I chose this suggestion, this topic for discussion, was that first of all, Madam wanted me to talk about it. And second, I felt that an audience like this has to be conscientized about this decision. Please go back and let your lawyers read this decision and utilize it as a proper way. I did not use the word instrument because it's a judicial decision. Utilize it as a proper way to make sure that minority rights are not trampled upon. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it was Father, our principal here. He was in the Constituent Assembly and he fought for minority rights.
Great.
He said, we don't want to have special, constituencies. So we said, you give us minority rights to run institutions without any interference from the
government. Absolutely right. Yeah. That is what I was referring to the speech of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. He asked himself the question, will this freedom survive? And he answered it. It depends on only one factor, whether you put the state above the religion or whether you put religion above the state. And please note that one country which got independence along with our country is already divided into two. The reasons are obvious. Yeah.
Yes, sir. May I request you to come onto the stage, please?
Sir, yeah, excuse me.
One more.
One more question. We are in a secular democratic India, but for presently we as minorities face a lot of atrocities.
You are right.
And the name of anti-conversion bill also, where nothing happens in our institutions. What do you say about it as your principal secretary?
Any civilized country must protect minority rights. And the only way in which minority rights can be enforced today is through the judiciary. By understanding the constitutional provisions, by understanding the rights conferred upon the minorities by the founding fathers of the Constitution, so that they can live without fear. Our Constitution envisages a system without fear or favor, affection or ill will. And again I am reminded of the historic speech of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, which said that at the stroke of the midnight hour when the world sleeps, India will awake to peace and freedom. These are the two words. Peace, freedom. If they have to survive, everyone must have the right to live with dignity. A moment comes that comes very rarely in history, when we step out from the old to the new, when the soul of a nation, long suppressed, finds its utterance. I'm afraid that if we don't protect minority rights, the tryst with destiny will turn into a tryst with destitution. Let not the locusts of despair destroy the harvest of India's freedom. So make the best use of these constitutional provisions. Make the best use of these judgments. In today's world, you have to fight for your rights. If you don't fight, you will not get your rights. But the fight must be peaceful. The fight must be through the methods handed over to us by none other than Gandhiji, the method of Satyagraha, where the mind is without fear and the head held high, where knowledge is without barriers, where words come out from the depth of truth. To that heaven of freedom, my Father, let my country awake. I am afraid that this judgment is such an awakening, such a resurrection of minority rights. which each and every one of us must be aware, and which each and every one of us must make use of, so that Bharata Mata can be made stronger than ever before. Thank you, thank you, thank you, one and all.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So on behalf of all gathered here, let me thank our eminent resource person, Dr. Rajinarayana Swami, who has highlighted the salient aspects of the Aligarh Muslim University judgment. Many of us, of course, sir, this gathering, we have administrators from various campuses of minority institutions. That's why they started asking questions. So, sir will be here during lunch, and other questions, if you have, you can continue, get it clarified from him. The aftermath of that Aligarh Muslim judgment presents an opportunity to reimagine the future of Indian higher education in a way that is legally sound, academically strong, socially inclusive. I am so happy that very difficult topic. I am happy ma'am has selected this one, because the first topic that we had in this 6th session, that's also about governance, where Mr. Shetty, he focused on the 5 major reforms, the serious concerns, the enhancement of the quality in the reforms. The second session, Father Joe Arun, he brought that importance of integrating technology into the future education, the need. This third session, for many of us, I could see from your faces, many of us are academic people having less exposure to these legal aspects, difficult to connect with us with the rights. But Sir has spoken on the very vital part on the minority institutions, the autonomy and accountability, the rights. So I'm so happy that our speaker has requested the administrators of the minority institutions to ensure that our policies, academic frameworks continue to uphold the values of equity, excellence, and inclusivity. With these observations, I extend my hearty thanks to Dr. Raju for his thought-provoking presentation, leaving the podium for announcements. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let us give him a big clap. Thank you.
Thank you, dear sirs. Participants, we come to the close of the session. We now have the lunch break. We resume for the afternoon sessions at 2 p.m. I repeat, we resume for the afternoon sessions at 2 p.m. Lunch is served in 2 places. In front of Commerce and Economics block for Loyola College teaching and non-teaching staff, and for all the other outside participants and
Our dignitaries are already here with us. Professors, may we request you to occupy the seats in the front. We'll begin shortly. Kindly occupy the seats in the front. We request our professors to occupy the seats in the front. You to stand as our dignitaries enter our venue. Welcome to our dignitaries. We request you to occupy the seats on the dais. Our professors to come take your seats closer to the stage. Respected fathers, honored speakers, esteemed participants, it is our pleasure to welcome you to the session on fostering eco-sustainability and democracy of media. This session aims to strengthen the Indian higher educational system and combat climate change. We are privileged to have with us two eminent speakers for this session. The first speaker is Dr. S.R. Ramanan, former director of the Meteorological Center. He will deliver a keynote on higher education's role in tackling climate change and its challenges. This session will be chaired by Reverend Father Justin Prabhu, head of the Department of Visual Communication, Loyola College, Chennai. Father is also the director of the Office of Media Relations and the director of the Loyola Student Support Services. He is a zealous Jesuit with the spirit of St. John de Brito, having served in the Oriur parish. Father also worked in Colombia and the United Kingdom. He encourages teamwork and collaboration. Reverend Father Justin Prabhu believes in the importance of dialogue and consensus. He has a positive demeanor and is known for his communication skills and eco-friendly solutions. Father is an expert in media and has initiated various programs using media for social transformation. He is a very creative person and has recently initiated the AI in digital filmmaking France. We request Dr. Joel, head of the department, to welcome and honor Reverend Father Justin Prabhu with a shawl. We extend a very warm and gracious welcome to Dr. S.R. Ramanan. His contributions to climate science have been invaluable. May I request Professor Francis Xavier, IQAC coordinator, to welcome and honor Sir with a shawl. Professor Charles, Director Kaushal Kendra, to honor Sir with a memento. May I request Dr. Amala Arokiraj, Director, Loyola EduTech, to present and welcome Sir with a bouquet. Thank you. Father, please take over.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Our Devam is here. Can you put a round of applause for him? We're starting the afternoon session with real thunderous applause. I do not need any other introduction. He is a Devam for our students, very authentic. I would call him, and commonly known as Rain Man, Weatherman. Not a day passes without referring to him, without looking at him to see the authentic story that with his own experience comes out. And here he is, he will talk, and you are here. And we begin this session without much delay. We straight away go in. Dr. Ramanan is here with you. Once again, welcome to Loyola. Dr. Ramanan, the stage is yours for the next 25 minutes.
Thank you, sir. கொஞ்சம் முன்னாடி அவ்வளோதான். ஓகே, இது எடுத்து போயிடலாம். இது எடுத்து அப்படியே அந்த
ஓகே ஃபைன் ஃபைன். பேசணுமா ஆங்கிலத்தில் பேசணுமா சொல்லுங்க. ஓகே ஃபைன். ஸோ அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மதிய வணக்கங்கள் உரித்தாகுக. ஸோ எனக்கு கொடுத்துருக்கக்கூடிய தலைப்பு என்னன்னாக்க, இந்த உயர்கல்வி என்பது இந்த காலநிலை மாற்றத்தை பொறுத்தவரையிலும் எவ்வாறு இருக்கணும் என்பது தான். ஸோ அதை பற்றி பேச போகிறோம். ஃபஸ்ட்டு இந்த கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் அப்படி தான் டாபிக் இருக்குது. ஸோ கிளைமேட் சேஞ்சுனா கிளைமேட்னா என்னன்னு முதல்ல தெரியணும். கிளைமேட்னா என்னன்னு தெரியணும்னா முதல்ல வெதர்னா என்னன்னு தெரியணும். ரெண்டும் முக்கியம். அப்புறம் தான் கிளைமேட் சேஞ்சே வரும். வெதர் அப்படின்னா வாட் இஸ் கோயிங் டு ஹேப்பன் எவ்ரிடே, டே டு டே ஹேப்பனிங். இன்றைக்கு உயர்ந்தபட்ச வெப்பநிலை என்னவாக இருக்கும், குறைந்தபட்ச வெப்பநிலை என்னவாக இருக்கும், இன்றைக்கி மழை பெய்யுமா இல்லையா, இதுதான் வெதர், வானிலை. இதே ஒரு நெக்ஸ்ட் மே மாதம் போகிறேன், ஐ எம் கோயிங் டு பியூனஸ் ஐயர்ஸ் அப்படின்னாக்கா வாட் வில் பி த வெதர் இப்போ ப்ரெடிக்ட் பண்ண முடியாது. ஏன்னா அட் த மோஸ்ட் வி கேன் ப்ரெடிக்ட் ஃபார் 10 or 15 days, நாட் பியாண்ட் தட். ஸோ அதுவும் 10 days ப்ரெடிக்ஷன் ஆல்சோ 100% நடக்காது. ட்ராபிக்கல் ஏரியாவில் அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு 4 days 5 days ரீசனபுளாக இருக்கும் ட்ராபிக்ஸில். ஸோ அப்போ இருக்கும்போது எப்படி? ஸோ வி டேக் ஆவரேஜ். அந்த ஆவரேஜ் தான் கிளைமேட். ஸோ மெனி இயர்ஸ், ஒரு 30 years ஆவரேஜ் எடுத்தோன்னாக்கா, சராசரி எடுத்துனோன்னா இதுதான் கிளைமேட் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவோம். அது இங்கே உட்காந்துட்டுமா? ஓகே. ஃபைன் ஃபைன். ஜென்ரலி நான் என்ன பண்ணுவேன், நிறைய வீடியோஸ் போடுவேன். பிகாஸ் த டைம் இஸ் ஷார்ட். இந்த எந்த வீடியோஸ் இல்லை தான் ஹேவ் ப்ரிப்பேர்ட் இட். ஸோ த டாபிக் ஹையர் எஜுகேஷன் ரோல், உயர்கல்வி எவ்வாறு இருக்க வேண்டும் இந்த காலநிலை மாற்றத்துக்குங்கிறது தான். ஸோ அதனால் நாம் பார்க்க வேண்டியது என்னன்னாக்கா, ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் அவுட்லைன்னா குளோபல் வார்மிங்னா என்ன, காலநிலை மாற்றத்துக்கான காரணம் இதுதான். கிளைமேட் சேஞ்சுனாக்கா இதான் 2 ரீசன். ஒன்று குளோபல் வார்மிங், இன்னொன்று அர்பனைசேஷன், நகரமயமாதல். அதனால் ஏற்படக்கூடியது கிளைமேட் சேஞ்சு. அதனால் ஏற்படக்கூடிய ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ், அட்வர்ஸ் எஃபெக்ட் என்னென்ன. ஸோ அதில் ரோல் ஆஃப் ஹையர் எஜுகேஷன் என்ன இருக்குது, இதான் நம்ம பார்க்க போகிறோம். இப்போ குளோபல் வார்மிங்னா என்ன அப்படிங்கிறது தான். இந்த டைரக்ட் சன்லைட்னால பூமி வெப்பம் அடைவது இல்லை. அதை கிரகித்து கொண்டு பூமி வெளிவிடும் நெட்டலை கதிர்கள், லாங் வேவ் ரேடியேஷனால் தான் பூமி வெப்பம் அடைகிறது. இதுதான். இப்போ என்ன ஆகும், இப்போ ஊட்டி கொடைக்கானல்லாம் போனால் கூலாக இருக்கு. ஏன் கூலாக இருக்கு? காரணம் என்னன்னா, ஹீட்டருங்கிறது பூமியோட சர்ஃபஸ், அதெல்லாம் தள்ளி இருக்கிறதுனால தான். இல்லாட்டானாக்க கொடைக்கானலோ ஊட்டியோ இன்னும் சூரியன் கிட்டக்க போகிறது, உயரமாக இருந்தாலும் கிட்டக்க போகிறோன்னு அர்த்தம் சூரியனுக்கு. இருந்தாலும் அது வெப்பம் அடையாதுக்கான காரணம் ஹீட்டருங்கிறது தரை, அதை கிரகிச்சு கொண்டு அதை வெளிவிடுறதுனால தான் பூமியை வெப்பம் அடைகிறது. அதனால தான் நம்ம தரை பகுதியெல்லாம் வெப்பமாக இருக்குது, அந்த இடம் குளிராக இருக்குது. அடுத்தது அங்கே அடர்த்தியும் குறைவு, அட்மாஸ்பியர் டென்சிட்டி குறைவு, அதனால் அந்த கிரகித்து கொள்ளும் ஆற்றலும் குறைவு. ஸோ இதை தான் என்ன சொல்லுவாங்கன்னா கிரீன் ஹவுஸ் எஃபெக்ட்டுமாங்க, பசுமை குடில் விளைவு அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஸோ அதுதான் பார்ப்போம். ஏன் இந்த வேர்டு யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்கன்னாக்கா, இப்போ அந்த பொட்டானிக்கல் கார்டன்லாம் போனீங்கன்னா இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு வீடு இருக்கும். இது கிளாஸ் ஹவுஸ். இதுக்குள்ளே சன்லைட் வரும், உள்ளே வார்மாக இருக்கும், சன்லைட் வெளியில் போகாது. ஏன்னா அந்த கிளாஸ் இன்சுலேட்டர் மாதிரி தடுத்துடுறது. ஸோ அதுபோல் இந்த சூரிய ஒளியானது பூமியில் பட்டு அது கிரகித்து கொள்ளும்போது சில வாயுக்கள் அதை கிரகித்து கொள்கிறது, இந்த வெளிவிடும் அந்த லாங் வேவ் ரேடியேஷன் நெட்டலைக்கு எதில். அதனால தான் பூமி வெப்பமடைகிறது. அது என்னென்ன வாயு கிரகித்து கொள்கிறதுன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு, வாட்டர் வேப்பர், மீத்தேன் இதெல்லாம் கிரகிச்சு கொள்றதுனால. ஸோ இதனால தான் பூமி வெப்பமாக இருக்குது. ஸோ பூமியினுடைய இன்றைய சராசரி வெப்பங்கிறது 15 டிகிரி செல்சியஸ் ஆவரேஜ். போல் டு டிராபிக்ஸ் எல்லாம் என்டையர் வேர்ல்டு எடுத்துனீங்கன்னா அது ரொம்ப கோல்டாக இருக்கும், இது வார்மாக இருக்கும். ஒரு சராசரி ஆவரேஜ் அப்படின்னு எடுத்துனீங்கன்னா 15 டிகிரி சென்டிகிரேட். ஆனால் இந்த வாயுக்கள் இல்லை என்றால், இந்த கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு, அடுத்தது இந்த மீத்தேன், இதெல்லாம் இல்லாட்ட என்ன இருக்கும்? இந்த டெம்பரேச்சர் would have been different. அது என்னவா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு உங்களால் ஊகிக்க முடியறதா? 21 டிகிரி கம்மியாக இருக்கும் ஆவரேஜ் டெம்பரேச்சர் ஆஃப் த வேர்ல்டு. If it is around 15 னா it would have been around -6. அதான் வேர்ல்டு டெம்பரேச்சராக இருந்திருக்கும். இப்போ வேர்ல்டு குளோபல் ஆவரேஜ் டெம்பரேச்சர் -6 னா வாட் ஃபார்ம் ஆஃப் லைஃப் நம்மளுக்கு இருந்திருக்கும், என்ன கிராப்ஸை க்ரோ பண்ணும், என்ன சாப்பிடும், என்னன்னு தெரியாது. இது வார்மாக இருக்கிறதுனால லைஃப் இஸ் கோயிங் ஆன். அதுக்கப்புறம் அர்பனைசேஷன். முன்னாடி இப்படி இவ்வளோ தூரம் செடிகளாக கொடிகளாக இருந்தது, அந்த இடத்துல ரிமூவ் பண்ணி பில்டிங்ஸ் வந்தாச்சு. பில்டிங் வந்தப்புறம் தட் ஹாஸ் கிரியேட்டட் லாட் ஆஃப் ஹீட். பில்டிங் மாத்திரம் இல்லை, பாப்புலேஷன் இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகிடுது. ஸோ வெளிவிடக்கூடிய மூச்சு காற்று, நிறைய வாகனங்கள், அதில் வெளிவரக்கூடிய கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு, இதெல்லாமே நகரமயமாதல் அது ஒரு காரணம். இது ரெண்டுத்தினாலையும் உலகத்தினுடைய வெப்பம் அதிகரித்து விட்டது. இன்றைக்கு ஒரு நம்ம உயர்ந்தபட்ச வெப்பநிலை ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிளுக்கு சொல்கிறேன், ஒரு 37, எனக்கு எவ்வளோ வேல்யூன்னு தெரியாது, ஒரு 37ன்னு வச்சுங்க. ஒரு 40 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடிலாம் 3 டிகிரி கம்மியாக இருந்திருக்கும். இட் would have been less. பட் பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் அர்பனைசேஷன் இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகிடுது. ஸோ இதனால் பல பிரச்சனைகள் வருது. அந்த பிரச்சனைகள் என்ன, அதை எவ்வாறு எதிர்கொள்வது, உயர்கல்வியானது அது எந்த வகையில் உதவி செய்யும் என்பதை நாம் பார்க்க போகின்றோம். ஸோ இந்த அதிகமாக வெப்பம் வருவதற்கான காரணங்கள் என்னென்ன அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, இந்த நீராவியினுடைய வாட்டர் வேப்பருக்கு 36 to 72% தான் காரணம். கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு 9 to 26%, மீத்தேன் 4 to 9%, ஓசோன், அப்புறம் குளோரோஃப்ளோரோ கார்பன்ஸ் அதனுடைய பங்கு ரொம்ப கம்மியாக இருக்குது. ஆனால் அது அதிகமாச்சுன்னா பிரச்சனைகள் அதிகமாகிடும், பயங்கரமாக வெப்பமாகிடும், தாங்க முடியாத அளவுக்கு. ஸோ அதை கட்டுப்பாட்டில் வைக்கிறது ரொம்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியம். ஏன்னா இந்த சிஎஃப்சி என்று சொல்லக்கூடியது குளோரோஃப்ளோரோ கார்பன்ஸ் தொழில் புரட்சிக்கு பிறகு வந்த வாயுக்கள், அதற்கு முன்பு கிடையாது. இந்த அறிவியல் முன்னேற்றம் வந்ததன் பிறகு வந்தது. ஸோ அதை குறைக்கணுங்கிறது ரொம்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியம். ஏன் குறைக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறத பார்ப்போம். நம்ம அடர்த்தி டென்சிட்டி கம்பேர் பண்ணும்போது என்ன பண்ணுவோம், மெர்க்குரி ரொம்ப ஜாஸ்தியாக இருக்குன்னு சொல்லுவோம். மெர்க்குரி ஜாஸ்தியாக இருக்குன்னா 13 grams per cc அதை வரும். அது டென்சிட்டி அதிகமாக இருக்குதுன்னு சொல்கிறோம் மெர்க்குரி. அதே மாதிரி எண்ணெய், இந்த கெரசின்லாம் லெஸ், தண்ணியிலேயே முதக்கும். அதெல்லாம் எப்படி நம்ம ஒப்பிடுறோம், தண்ணீருடைய டென்சிட்டி 1ன்னு வச்சுட்டோம், அதை வைத்துக்கொண்டு அளவுகோலாக வைத்துக்கொண்டு மற்றதெல்லாம் ஒப்பிடுவோம். ஸோ அதனால் உங்களுக்கு புரிதல் ஈஸியாக இருக்குது. இது ரொம்ப அடர்த்தியானது, ஹைலி டென்ஸ் அப்படிங்கணும். தண்ணி மேலே வந்தோன்னா அது லைட்டு அப்படின்னு வச்சுட்டோம் நம்ம. ஸோ அதனால் நம்ம ஒப்பிடுறதுங்கிறது ஈஸியாக இருக்குது. ஸோ அந்த போகிறது தான் கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடை 1ன்னு வச்சுட்டோன்னு வச்சுங்கோ, அதனுடைய குளோபல் வார்மிங் பொட்டென்ஷியல், பூமியை வெப்பமாக்கக்கூடிய அதனுடைய ஆற்றல் என்பதை 1 என்று நம்ம கரிமல வாயுக்கு வைத்து கொண்டால் அதுலேருந்து மற்றதெல்லாம் நம்ம ஒப்பிட்டு பார்க்கலாம். மீத்தேன் 21 மடங்கு வெப்பத்தை தக்க வைத்துக் கொள்ளும் ஆற்றல், பூமி வெப்பம் அடைஞ்சிரும் அது தக்க வச்சுட்டுதுன்னா. நைட்ரஸ் ஆக்சைடு, லாஃபிங் கேஸ்னு கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்க, அது உரத்தில் கூட பயன்படுத்தப்படுகிறது. அது 310 மடங்கு, மோர் தேன் 300 டைம்ஸ் இன் ட்ராப்பிங் தி அவுட் கோயிங் லாங்கர் ரேடியேஷன். பூமி வெப்பமாயிடும் அதிகமாச்சுனாக்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் ஹைட்ரோஃப்ளோரோ கார்பன்ஸ், அதெல்லாம் பாருங்கள் 140 to 1170. பர்ஃப்ளோரோ கார்பன்ஸ் 6500 to 9200. சல்ஃபர் எக்ஸால்ஃப்ளோரைட் 23900. அவ்வளோ மடங்கு தக்க வைத்துக்கொள்ளும் ஆற்றல். நல்ல வேளை அதனோட யூஸ் கம்மியாக இருக்குது, அதிகமாச்சுன்னா பிரச்சனை தான். ஸோ நம்மளுடைய எண்ணம் என்னவாக இருக்கணும், எது அதிகமாக இந்த வெளியே செல்லக்கூடிய நெட்டலை கதிர்களை தக்க வைத்துக் கொள்ளுமோ அதை நாம் கட்டுப்படுத்த வேண்டும். அப்போதான் பூமி வெப்பம் அடையாது. ஸோ அதுக்கு நம்ம என்ன செய்யணும் அப்படிங்கிறது தான். ஸோ இந்த வெப்பமானது 1850 2016 வரலும் பார்க்கும்பொழுது அப்படியே வெப்பம் அடைகிறத பார்க்குறோம் பூமி. அது கிட்டத்தட்ட 1.5 டிகிரி இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆயிருக்கு. இப்போ அரௌண்ட் 15 இருக்குன்னு வச்சுங்க. 1850 டெம்பரேச்சர் உலகத்தினுடைய சராசரி வெப்பங்கிறது 13.5 இல்லை 13 டிகிரி தான் இருந்திருக்கும். காலப்போக்கில் அதிகமாக எடுத்து இன்னும் மனிதனுடைய நடவடிக்கையின் காரணமாக இன்னும் மேலும் வெப்பம் அதிகரிக்க வாய்ப்பு உள்ளது. அப்படி அதிகரிச்சதுனாக கண்டிப்பாக என்னென்ன ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ் பிரச்சனைகள் வரும்ங்கிறத பார்க்கறது தான் நம்மளுடைய இந்த இது எண்ணம். அதை எவ்வாறு சரி செய்வது என்பதும் முக்கியம். ஸோ அதனால் ஏற்படக்கூடிய பிரச்சனைகள் என்னென்ன அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, இந்த பனி படலங்களில் தான் நம்ம வந்து நதிகளே வருது. ஜீவ நதின்னு சொல்கிறோம் நம்ம. கங்கை யமுனை எல்லாம் ஜீவ நதி. அது வந்து இந்த பனி படலத்தில் வந்து வெயில் காலத்தில் உருகி அந்த வரும். குளிர்காலம் மழை வரதுனாலையும் தண்ணி ஓடினே இருக்கும். அதிகமாக வெப்பம் வந்ததுன்னா இந்த பனி படலங்கள்லாம் காணாதே போயிடும். அப்படி காணாத போச்சுன்னா அப்போ என்ன ஆகும்? இதெல்லாம் ஜீவநதினு சொல்கிறோம், வறண்டு கூட போகிறதுக்கான வாய்ப்புகள் உண்டு. அடுத்தது, இந்த கடலில் இருக்கிற உயிரினங்கள் பாதிக்கப்படுவதற்கான வாய்ப்பு உண்டு. இந்த பவளப்பாறைகள், கோரல் ரீவ்ஸ்ன்னு சொல்லுவோம், அதெல்லாம் அதிகமாக பாதிக்கப்படும். அது மாதிரி அதே மாதிரி அதிக வெப்பம் இருந்ததுன்னா குளிர்காலம் தான் சிலது வளரும், வெப்பம் இருந்தால் சிலது வளரும். குளிர் இருந்தால் வளராத மாதிரிலாம் இருக்கு இல்லையா பிளான்ட் சைக்கிள்லாம். கோதுமைக்கெல்லாம் அதிகமான வெப்பம் தேவையில்லை, பட் நெல் கரும்புக்கெல்லாம் அதிகமான வெப்பம் தேவை. இப்போ என்ன ஆகும்? நம்ம ஐரோப்பாலேயே இனிமேல் வெப்பம் கரும்பெல்லாம் போட்டுடலாம், நெல்லை போட்டுடலாங்க நிலை வரும், அந்த மாதிரிலாம் வரும். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய பிரச்சனைகள் வரும். எங்கெல்லாம் பனிப்பொழிவு இருக்கோ அங்கெல்லாம் மழை வரும், அந்த மாதிரிலாம் நிலை மாறும். ஸோ அப்போ என்ன பிரச்சனைகள் வருங்கும்போது அதெல்லாம் எவ்வாறு எதிர்கொள்வது என்பது தான். இப்போ இந்த ஜீவநதி வறண்டு போகும்னு சொல்கிறதுக்கு என்னென்னா, இந்த பனிப்படலாம் அழிஞ்சு போகிறது தான். இது வந்து இந்த பெட்டகோனியாங்கிற பகுதி, சிலி, அர்ஜென்டைனா பகுதியில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு பெரிய பனிப்படலம், கிளேசியர். அது வந்து வெப்பத்தின் காரணமாக உருகி இப்படி அழிகிறதை நாம் பார்க்கின்றோம். அதே மாதிரி பாகிஸ்தானில் அந்த இந்து குஷ் மவுண்டன்லாம் இருக்கு இல்லையா, அந்த இடத்துலாம் ஒரு வாட்டி வெயில் அதிகமான காரணத்தினால பனி படலங்கள்லாம் உருகி அப்படியே நிறைய பெருக்கெடுத்து ஓடக்கூடிய நிலையை பார்த்தோம் சில வருடங்களுக்கு முன்பு. அதனால் பாருங்கள், எல்லா இடத்துலையும் வெள்ளம் அப்படியே பெருக்கெடுத்து ஓட ஆரம்பிச்சுடுது. இந்த இடத்துல போடணும்.
அமைச்சர் ஷெரி ரஹ்மான். பெருக்கெடுத்த ஆறுகள், சாலைகளில் கரைபுரளும் வெள்ளம், அடித்துச் செல்லப்பட்ட பாலங்கள், வெள்ளக்காடான விளைநிலங்கள் என பருவமழையின் கோர தாண்டவத்தால் உருக்குலைந்து கிடக்கிறது பாகிஸ்தான். சிந்து மற்றும் பலூச்சிஸ்தான் மாகாணங்களில் கடும் பாதிப்புகள் ஏற்பட்டுள்ளன. மக்கள் நடமாடிய வீதியில் குடியிருப்பு கட்டடங்களின் முதல் தளத்தை தொட்டபடி காட்டாற்று வெள்ளம் பாய்ந்த வீடியோ வெளியாகி அங்கு நிலவும் பாதிப்பை உணர்த்தியுள்ளது. குழந்தைகளும் அடங்குவர். காணாமல் போனவர்களின் எண்ணிக்கை அதிகம் என்பதால் உயிரிழப்பு மேலும் 5 விழுக்காடு மக்கள் உதவி கோரியுள்ளது.
அதனால என்னென்ன மாற்றங்கள் வரும் அப்படிங்கிறத பார்க்கும்போது, வேளாண்ல மகசூல் பிரச்சனைகள் வரும். எந்த அளவுக்கு நம்ம உற்பத்தி பண்ண முடியுங்கிறது காரணம் ஒன்றும் இல்லை. இப்போ வந்து வெப்பம் அதிகமாச்சுன்னா அதிகமான நீரை நாம் வந்து அந்த பயிர்களுக்கு கொடுக்க வேண்டியிருக்கும். காரணம்னா எவாப்போ டிரான்ஸ்பிரேஷன், அதாவது நீராவி போக்கு அதிகமாகும். அந்த நீராவி போக்கு அதிகமாவதற்கு அளவுக்கு நம்ம தண்ணியை கொடுக்கணும். ஸோ அதிக நீர் தேவை அதிகமாக கொடுக்கணும். இப்போ நெல் கரும்பெல்லாம் போட்டால் இன்னும் அதிகமாக நீர் கொடுக்க வேண்டிய நிலை ஏற்படும். அப்போ என்ன செய்யறது? அப்போ வேளாண் விஞ்ஞானிகள் என்ன பண்ணணும்? குறைந்த நீரை பயன்படுத்தி அதிக மகசூலை தரக்கூடிய பயிர் வகைகளை உருவாக்க வேண்டும். அதுதான். அதாவது இப்போ 90 டே கிராப் இருக்கு. ஒரு காலத்தில் 6 மாதம் ஆகும் நெல்லாம் விளையிறதுக்கு. அந்த மாதிரி நெல் வகைகள் உண்டு. 90 நாள் வந்துட்டு இப்போ 45 நாள்லேயே நெல் வகை வருமானு பார்க்கணும். அந்த மாதிரி அதாவது கடல் மட்டம் உயர்வதற்கான வாய்ப்புகள் உண்டு. ஏன்னா பனிப்படலங்கள் இருக்கு இல்லையா, துருவ பகுதியில் ஆர்டிக் வந்து கம்ப்ளீட்டாக உறைபனியாக தான் இருக்கும். அதே மாதிரி அண்டார்டிகாவில் எக்கச்சக்கமாக பனிப்படலங்கள் உள்ள கிளேசியர் அதெல்லாம் உருகிதுன்னா கடலினுடைய மட்டம் அதிகரிக்கும். அப்பொழுது பிரச்சனைகள் வரும். அதே மாதிரி டிசீஸ் ப்ராபகேஷன், வெப்பம் அதிகமாச்சுன்னா அதிகமாக இந்த சில இதெல்லாம் வைரஸ்லாம் இருக்குது, அதெல்லாம் வெப்பத்தில் அதிகமான வெப்பத்தில் கூடிய நிலையில் தான் இருக்கும். நிற நாட்கள் குளிரவே இல்லை வெப்பமே இருக்குன்னா அது ரொம்ப ஆக்டிவாக இருக்கும். ஸோ அதெல்லாம் எவ்வாறு கட்டுப்படுத்துவது? அடுத்தது பனிப்படலங்களை பார்த்தோம், அதனுடைய அளவு பரப்பளவு குறைவது. அப்புறம் சில உயிரினங்கள் அழிவதற்கான வாய்ப்பு உண்டு. இப்போ துருவ கரடி போலார் பேர் எடுத்துங்க, 6 மாதம் அது நீஞ்சின்னு இருக்கும், மீன்களை வேட்டையாடும். 6 மாதம் ஹைபர்னேஷன் சொல்லி தூங்கும். ஸோ இப்போ வந்து கண்டிப்பாக கம்ப்ளீட்டாக உங்களுக்கு வந்து வெப்பமயமாதல் காரணமாக கம்ப்ளீட்டாக அது வந்து வருடம் முழுதும் அது வந்து நம்ம தண்ணியிலே இருக்கணும்னா அப்போ வந்து அதனுடைய உயிராக வாழறதே ஒரு கேள்விக்குறியாடுறது. ஸோ அந்த நிலை ஏற்படலாம். பஃபின்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய பறவைகளுக்கும் இந்த மாதிரி பிரச்சனைகள்லாம் ஏற்படும். இந்த மாதிரி ஸோ நிறைய உயிரினங்கள் பாதிக்கப்படுவதற்கான வாய்ப்புகள் உண்டு. இதெல்லாம் எவ்வாறு தடுப்பது அப்படிங்கிறது தான் நம்மளுடைய நோக்கம். ஸோ அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் ப்ரொடக்ஷனில் என்ன பண்ணணும்? இந்த வந்து நிறைய ஃபுட் செக்யூரிட்டிங்கிறது முக்கியம். எல்லாரும் அனைவருக்கும் உணவுன்னு அனைவருக்கும் உணவு கொடுக்க முடியுமான்னு என்ன பண்ணணும்? இப்போ சிங்கப்பூர் எடுத்துங்க, அந்த நகரம் இப்போ இம்போர்ட் பண்ணுறதையும் நிறுத்திவிட்டான், கம்ப்ளீட்டாக அங்கேயே விளைவிச்சுக்கிறாங்க. அவனுக்கு வந்து அவ்வளோ பெரிய பரப்பளவு உண்ட நிலங்கள் கிடையாது. இந்த கட்டிடங்கள்லேயே ஒவ்வொரு நிலையிலுமே நிறைய பயிர்கள் வளர்த்து அந்த டியூப்லைட் தான் அவனுக்கு சூரியன், அதே வளர்த்து அவங்களுக்கு தேவையான காய்கறியை உருவாக்கி கொள்கின்றான். அந்த மாதிரி நிலைக்கு நாம் செல்ல வேண்டும். இஸ்ரேல்லாம் என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா கடல் நீரை நன்னீராக்கி வேளாண்மைக்கு பயன்படுத்துகிறார்கள். கடல் நீரை பாலைவனத்தில் வளர்க்கின்றார்கள். அப்புறம் அந்த பாலைவனத்தில் சூரியனுடைய வெப்பம் அதிகமாக இருக்குன்னா மேலே துணியை போட்டுருவாங்க. அப்புறம் அந்த கடல் நீரை பயன்படுத்துவதன் காரணத்தால் நன்னீராக்கி பயன்படுத்தால் எக்கச்சக்கமாக அப்படி விரைக்க முடியாது, கொஞ்சமாக தண்ணீரை பயன்படுத்த வேண்டும். அதனால அதனோட ரூட் ஜோன் வேறு பகுதியில் மாத்திரம் நீர் செல்வதற்கான வழிமுறைகளை ஆராய்ந்து அதுக்கு மாத்திரம் நீர் கொடுப்பாங்களே தவிர அப்படியே இறைக்க மாட்டாங்க. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி நம்ம சிந்திக்க வேண்டும். அடுத்தது கடல் மட்டம் கண்டிப்பாக உயரும். இதுவரையிலும் எடுத்துன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரொம்ப ஒரு 25 சென்டிமீட்டர் அந்த அளவு தான் உயர்ந்துருக்கு. ஆனால் எதிர்காலத்தில் 2100 ஒரு நோவான்னு சொல்லக்கூடியது நேஷனல் ஓஷனோகிராஃபிக் அண்ட் அட்மாஸ்பியரிக் அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அமெரிக்காவினுடைய வளிமண்டல நிறுவனம் அவர்களுடைய கூற்றுப்படி 6 அடி போவதற்கான வாய்ப்பு ஒன்று 2100 சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. போகாம இல்லையான்னு காலந்தான் பதில் சொல்ல நம்மளுக்கு தெரியாது. ஸோ அவ்வாறு இருக்கும்போது என்ன செய்வது? அப்பொழுது வந்து ஸ்ட்ரக்சரல் இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய கட்டிட கலைஞர்கள்லாம் இவர்கள்லாம் அதுக்கான உத்திகளை கையாளணும். அவங்க தான் தேவை. ஏன்னா ஸ்ட்ரக்சரை கட்டணும், கடல் மட்டத்தில் நம்மளை பாதுகாக்கணும்னா. அடுத்தது சதுப்பு நில காடுகள் மெங்க்ரோவ்ஸ்லாம் போடணும், அதுதான் ஒரே வழி. இப்போ வந்து நம்ம திருவத்தியூர்லேயே பார்த்துருப்போம், நிறைய கடலில் இந்த மாதிரி கல்லாம் இருக்கும். காரணம் என்னென்னா இப்போ அந்த ஹார்பர்லாம் ஆக்டிவாக இருக்கும்போது கிழக்கு கடற்கரையில் கிழக்கு திசையில் தான் உங்களுக்கு இந்த அலைகள் வரும். அப்போ அந்த வடக்கு பகுதியில் பாதிப்பு ஏற்படும். அதனால தான் திருவத்தியூரில் பாதிப்பு அதிகமாக இருக்குது. அதே போன்று பாண்டிச்சேரியில் நிறைய இந்த மாதிரி நிகழ்வு நடப்பதன் காரணத்தால் வளர்ச்சி இருப்பதன் காரணத்தினால விழுப்புரம் மாவட்டத்தில் உள்ள பகுதிகளெலாம் அரிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடுச்சு அது மாதிரி. ஸோ அப்போ என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா நம்ம அந்த கல்லெல்லாம் போடுவாங்க. இது மாதிரி மொரிஷியஸில் இந்த மாதிரி கல்லை போட்டிருக்கான், அதான் ஒரே வழி அப்படின்னு, வேறு வழி இல்லைன்ட்டு. அப்புறம் செஷேல்ஸ் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய தீவு, அவன் என்ன பண்ணுறான், மண்ணெல்லாம் எடுத்து அப்படியே கடலில் கொண்டு போய் கொட்டுறான். பாம்பேல கூட பண்ணிருக்காங்க பேக் பே ரெக்ளமேஷன் ஸ்கீம்னு சொல்லி கடலிலே சில பகுதிகளை மீட்டார்கள். அந்த மாதிரி நம்ம செய்ய வேண்டிய நிலை. மால்டீவ்ஸில் வந்து கான்கிரீட்டை போட்டு பிரிட்ஜை கட்டிவிட்டான். அவங்க ஏர்போர்ட்லேருந்து சிட்டிக்கு வரணுன்னா பிரிட்ஜில் தான் வந்தானோ. ஏன்னா அந்த தலைநகரம் 1 கிலோமீட்டர் நீளம் 1.5 கிலோமீட்டர் அகலம் தான். ஸோ அதனால் வேறு வழியில் அப்போ போட்டில் இறங்கி போவாங்க. ஏர்போர்ட்டில் இறங்கி ஏர்போர்ட்டே 4 கிலோமீட்டருக்கு இந்தியா ஹெல்ப் பண்ணி கான்கிரீட்டில் கட்டப்பட்ட ஏர்போர்ட்டு. அப்புறம் போட்டில் தான் போகணும் ஊருக்கு. இப்போ ரோடு போட்டான். சைனாட்டிலேருந்து லோன் வாங்கி ரோடை போட்டாச்சு. ஸோ எதிர்காலத்தில் இதெல்லாம் பாதிக்கப்படும். இந்த தீவே கடல் மட்டத்துலேருந்து 1 அடி 1.5 அடி அதிகமாக இருந்தால் அதிகம். இந்த கேரளைன் தீவுன்னு பாருங்கள், இது கிரிபாட்டி தீவு. தரை மட்டத்துலேருந்து 1 அடி மேலே இருந்தால் ஜாஸ்தி. இந்த கடல் மட்டமே 1.5 அடி 2 மீட்டர்னு போயிடுச்சுன்னா அது கம்ப்ளீட்டாக முழுகி போயிடும். ஒன்றும் பண்ணவே முடியாது. இதை சுற்றி நீங்கள் செவரு வேணால் கட்டலாம். செவரை கட்டி அவ்வளோ தூரம் செலவு பண்ணி கட்டணுமான்னு யோசிப்பாங்க. அவங்க இந்த மாதிரி மக்கள் என்ன முடிவு பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா, நம்ம ஆஸ்திரேலியா நியூசிலாந்து பண்ணலான்னு முடிவு பண்ணிட்டாங்க. அவங்க ஆல்ரெடி ரொம்ப அதிகமாக பிரச்சனை வந்ததுன்னா பக்கத்தில் இருக்கிற மாலத்தீவுக்காரங்களே இந்தியாவில் நிறைய பேர் வீடு வாங்கியிருக்காங்க. பெங்களூரில் அந்த இடத்துல நிறைய பேர் வீடு வாங்கியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ நம்ம பகுதியில் வந்து என்ன பண்ணுறது, நம்ம எப்போ தெரிஞ்சுக்கிறது? மால்டீவ்ஸ்க்கு பிரச்சனை வந்தால் நம்மளுக்கு ஒரு அடுத்து தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். ஏன்னா மால்டீவ்ஸை ஒப்பிட்டு பார்க்கும்போது நம்ம கொஞ்சம் உயரமான பகுதியில் இருக்கோம். ஸோ அதனால் நம்ம என்ன பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிறத யோசிக்கணும். இப்போ வந்து இந்த மாதிரி செவரு தானே கட்டினா தான் உண்டு, இல்லாட்டா வேறு வழி இல்லை. பாலாண்டு பீப்புளெலாம் ஏற்கனவே செவரை கட்டினவங்க. அவங்க 2ஆம் உலக போரில் என்ன பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா, போல்டர் லேண்டுன்னு சொல்லி கடல்லேருந்து நிலங்களை மீட்டு முதல்ல ஒரு செவரை கட்டிடுவாங்க இந்த மாதிரி. அப்புறம் அந்த பகுதியில் இருக்கிற நீரை வந்து விண்மில் வழியாக அந்த நீரை வெளியேற்றி அப்புறம் அதில் வந்து பயிர் பண்ண ஆரம்பித்து அவங்க பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய நிலமை மாற்றிட்டாங்க. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி இப்போ ஜப்பானில் என்ன ஆச்சுன்னா, ஃபியூகுஷிமாங்கிற இடத்துல ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு ஆழி பேரலை சுனாமி வந்தது. அப்போ அந்த ஊரே பாதிக்கப்பட்டது. இந்த மாதிரி எதிர்காலத்தில் அலையெல்லாம் வந்ததுன்னா ஊருக்குள்ள தண்ணி வந்தால் பிரச்சனை ஆகிடும்னு சொல்லி இந்த மாதிரி செவரை கட்டிட்டான். எதிர்காலத்தை மால்தீவு அபாயமணி அதெல்லாம் காணாத போச்சுன்னா நம்மளும் இந்த மாதிரி செவர் கட்ட வேண்டி வரும். உடனே வேண்டாம். இப்படி இருந்தாலும் நிறைய பேர் தானே சொல்லிகிட்டே இருப்பாங்க, உடனே இப்போ இஞ்சிரும், இப்போ போடும், அப்போ போடும், அப்படிலாம் இல்லை. சில தீவுகள் ரொம்ப கடல் மட்டத்தில் 1 மீட்டர் உயரமுள்ள தீவுகள் பாதிக்கப்படும் போது நம்ம சிந்திக்க ஆரம்பிக்க வேண்டும். இது ஒரு தீர்வாக இருக்கும். இருந்தாலும் இந்த செவரினுடைய வலிமை தாங்குமா? ஒரு ஆழிப்பேரலை சுனாமியே வந்தால் தாங்குமா அப்படின்லாம் கொஸ்டின்லாம் வரும். அப்போ என்ன பண்ணணும்? இந்த மாதிரி மேங்க்ரோவ்ஸ் தான் வளர்க்கணும். மேங்க்ரோவ்ஸ் சதுப்பு நில காடுகள். அதாவது கடல் நீரும் ஆற்று நீரும் சேரும் இடத்துல மண்வாகு சரியாக இருந்தால் இந்த மாதிரி இந்த சதுப்பு நில காடுகள் வரும். இது எந்த அலையும் தாங்கக்கூடியது. இது ஒரு பிரேக் மாதிரி ஆக்ட் ஆகும், வச்சுக்கலாம். இது செயற்கையாக தயாரிக்க முடியும்னா செயற்கையாக பண்ண முடியும். MSRF என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய MS சுவாமிநாதன் இன்ஸ்டியூட்டு அவங்களும் சேர்ந்து நம்ம கல்பாக்கத்தில் செயற்கையாக இந்த சதுப்பு நிலக்காடுகளை உருவாக்கி உள்ளார்கள். இந்தியாவில் சதுப்பு நிலக்காடுகள்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம பிச்சாவரத்தில் பார்க்கலாம், முத்துப்பேட்டையில் பார்க்கலாம். பிச்சாவரத்தில் இருக்கிறத நம்ம அந்த ஆழிப்பேரலை 2000 ஒரு சுனாமி வந்தபோது பாதுகாத்தது. அதே மாதிரி அந்தமான் பகுதியில் கூட இந்த காடுகள் வந்து மங்க்ரோவ்ஸ் சதுப்பு நில காடுகள் பாதுகாப்பை கொடுத்தது. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி நம்ம யோசிக்கணும். கண்டிப்பாக அது ஒரு அரணாக இருக்கும். அதுதான். ஸோ அடுத்தது 5 minutes I will finish now. ஓகே. அடுத்தது புதுப்பிக்க வல்ல எரிசக்தி. இதுதான் ரொம்ப சிறந்தது. ஸோ இதனால் இந்த மாதிரி நம்ம ரெனியூபிள் எனர்ஜியை வச்சு நம்ம சமாளிக்கலாம். அடுத்தது தரையை வந்து வெள்ளையாக பெயிண்ட் பண்ணணும். கருப்பு தரைக்கும் வெள்ளை தரைக்கும் உள்ள வித்தியாசத்தை பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கிட்டத்தட்ட 30 டிகிரி சென்டிகிரேட் வித்தியாசம் வருது. ஸோ அதனால் வெள்ளையாக இருக்கிறதுனால கீழே இருக்கிற தளங்களுக்கு அந்த அளவுக்கு ஏசி பயன்படுத்த வேண்டாம். நம்மளுக்கு மெயின் பிரச்சனையே வெப்பம் மாறதுக்கானவே ஏசி தான். இங்கே இருக்கிற வெயிலை வெளியில் அனுப்புறது. இது எதுக்கு சார் வெள்ளை நிறத்தை யூஸ் பண்ணுங்கிற ஒரு உங்களுக்கு டவுட் வரும். அதுக்கு இந்த காணொளி காட்டுறேன். இது கருப்பு பலூனாக இருக்குது. என்ன இருக்குது பாருங்கள், காணாத போயிடுத்து. இது ஓரளவுக்கு தாங்கிறது, அதுவும் போயிடுத்து. ஒன்றுமே ஆகலை. ஓகே, இதில் உள்ள இது போயிடும் பாருங்க, ப்ளூ போயிடும், வெள்ளை ஒன்றுமே ஆகாது. அதனால் வெள்ளையான பூச்சை நம்ம வந்து தரை தளத்திலே மாடியில் கொடுப்பது சால சிறந்தது. இப்போ வெள்ளையை கொடுத்துட்டோம், அப்புறம் இந்த ஏசினால் வெயில் வந்து என்ன பண்ணுறது? அதனால் ஏசியினுடைய பயன்பாட்டை குறைக்கணும். அதனால் மாடியில் தோட்டம் அமைப்பு நல்லது, இந்த வெப்பத்தெல்லாம் ஈர்த்துக்கொள்ளும். அப்புறம் இந்த மாதிரி நீங்கள்லாம் ப்ராஜெக்டாக எடுத்துக்கலாம். இப்போ இங்கே செடி இருக்குது, இந்த இடத்துல நடுவில் கட்டடங்கள் இருக்கும், எல்லாம் இருக்கும். இங்கே இருக்கிற வெப்பம் என்ன இருக்குதுன்னு நம்மளுக்கு தெரியாது. அதனால் இப்போ ட்ரோன் கேமராலாம் வந்திருக்கு, வெப்பத்தை கணிக்கக்கூடிய இன்ஃப்ராரெட் கேமரா. அதை வச்சு இந்த இடத்துல பாருங்கள், இந்த ஸ்கேல் இருக்குது பாருங்கள், இந்த இடத்துல 33 டிகிரி இந்த மாதிரிலாம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். தெரிஞ்சு அந்த இடத்த சரி பண்ணலாம். சரி பண்ணோம் என்றால் ஓரளவு கிரேட் எக்ஸ்டென்ட்டுக்கு கொடுக்கலாம். இதை வந்து பசங்களாம் ப்ராஜெக்டாகவே எடுத்துக்கலாம். இதை வந்து கார்பரேட் சோஷியல் ரெஸ்பான்சிபிலிட்டியில் யாரான ஃபைனான்ஸ் பண்ணான்னா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் கேன் டேக் அப் த ப்ராஜெக்ட் அண்ட் இதை பண்ணலாம். இந்த ட்ரோன் கேமராலாம் வந்துடுது. இந்த ட்ரோன் கேமராலேயே உங்களுக்கு வந்து கம்ப்ளீட்டாக எந்த அளவுக்கு வெப்பம் இருக்குதுன்னு காமிச்சிடும் கம்ப்ளீட்டாக. இப்போ இது பில்டிங் எரியிறது, பட் எந்த இடத்துல வெப்பம் அதிகமாக இருக்குன்னு இந்த கேமரா வச்சு தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். ஸோ அது மாதிரி தெரிஞ்சுட்டு எந்த இடத்துல அதிகமான வெப்பம் அது வெளிவிடுகிறதோ அதை சரி செய்வதன் மூலம் கிரேட் எக்ஸ்டென்ட் நம்ம வந்து வெப்பம் உயர்வதை தடுக்கலாம். இன்னும் செய்வதற்கு நிறைய இருக்குது. அடுத்து சைக்காலஜிஸ்ட் ரோல் உண்டு. ஸோ இந்த திடீர்னு நிலச்சரிவோ இதனால் பிரச்சனைகளோ வந்ததுன்னா ஒரு உளவியல் ரீதியாக பிரச்சனைகள் வருவதற்கான வாய்ப்பு உண்டு. ஸோ அந்த நேரத்தில் ஒரு சைக்காலஜிஸ்டுக்கான ஒரு கடமை உண்டு. திடீர்னு நிலச்சரிவு வந்தாலோ இல்லை ஒரு புயல் அடித்து எல்லாம் போச்சுனாலோ எல்லா பிரச்சனை அவங்களுடைய உடைமைகள் இழந்தாலோ உயிரிழப்பின் காரணமாகவோ அவர்களுக்கு வந்து இந்த பிரச்சனைகள் வரும். அதுக்கு வந்து சைக்காலஜிஸ்ட்டுக்கு முக்கியமான உளவியல் ரீதியாக உண்டு. இன்னும் சொல்வதென்றால் நிறைய சொல்லலாம். நேரம் கருதி நன்றி பாராட்டி விடைபெறுகிறேன். அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, Ramanan sir. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Keeping time in mind, we will have 2 queries. If you could quickly, that which you could. Yes. Question number 1.
வணக்கம் ஐயா.
வணக்கம் சார்.
ஐயா, 2012 லயோலா கல்லூரி கொடுத்த வாய்ப்புனாலையும் நீங்கள் கொடுத்த அனுமதியினாலும் யூஜி அப்போ இன்டர்ன்ஷிப் பண்ணியிருந்தேன்.
ஓ ஃபைன் சார்.
அந்த வருடத்துக்கு பிறகு ECMW அந்த மாடலிங் பேஸ் பண்ணி கடந்த வருடம் வரைக்கும் வந்துட்டு வெதர் மானிட்டரிங் பண்ணிட்டு வந்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. கடைசி இந்த 5 வருஷத்துல இந்த ஃபெஞ்சல் புயல் ஒரு உதாரணமாக சொல்லுது. 5 நாட்களுக்கு நமக்குரிய அந்த வெதர் ஃபார்காஸ்டிங் வச்சு ஒரு சில 2023 வரைக்கும் கணிக்க முடிஞ்சது. இந்த ஃபெஞ்சல் மற்றும் அதுக்கு முன்னாடி வருஷங்கள் நடந்த ஒரு சில அந்த டிப்ரெஷன் அது எல்லாமே கணிக்க முடியாததாகவும், குறிப்பாக ஃபெஞ்சல் இஸ்ரோ வந்து அதோடைய பாதையை வந்துட்டு கணிக்கக்கூடிய அளவுக்கு ஒரு சூழ்நிலை ஏற்பட்டுதுங்க. இந்த அந்த ப்ரெடிக்ஷன்ல இருந்து அதுவும் 5 நாட்களுக்குள்ள இருந்தே விலகி போகக்கூடிய சூழ்நிலை வர காரணம் ஐயா, அது தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும் அப்படின்னு ஒரு விருப்பம்.
தேங்க்யூ.
ஓகே, ஆக்சுவலி இப்போ எப்படின்னாக்கா ஒரு புயல் அது செல்லும் பாதை அப்படின்னா கணினி சார்ந்த கணிப்பை தான் இப்போ பயன்படுத்திக்கிறோம். இந்த கணினி சார்ந்த கணிப்பை பயன்படுத்தும் போது வந்து நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுறோம்னா யூரோப்பியன் மாடல், அதான் ECMWF, அப்புறம் அமெரிக்காவோட GFS மாடல். அஃப்கோர்ஸ் எல்லா மாடலும் காட்டுறதுக்கு நேரம் இல்லைன்னா உங்களுக்கு காமிச்சிருப்பேன் அதை ரன் பண்ணி. அதுக்கப்புறம் அடுத்தது வந்து இந்த விண்டி ஆப்லேயே கிடைக்கும் ஆஸ்திரேலியாவோட ஆக்சஸ் மாடல், அப்புறம் ஜெர்மன் மாடல் ஐகான், இதெல்லாம் பார்க்குறோம். எல்லாமே வித்தியாசமாக இருந்தது. எல்லாமே ஒன்றோட ஒன்று. காரணம் என்னென்னா அதில் செல்லக்கூடிய டேட்டா என்ன அனுப்புகிறோம், அதனுடைய கேப்பபிலிட்டி ஆஃப் தட் கம்ப்யூட்டர், அந்த இது. அடுத்தது ஃபிசிக்ஸ் பிரின்சிபிள்ஸ், அதான் ஒருத்தர் ஏற்கனவே சொன்னேன் இன்டர்வியூவில், இதெல்லாம் டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் இருக்குது. எல்லாம் ஒன்றா இருந்தால் ஒன்றா இருக்கும், பட் டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் இருக்குது. இருந்தாலும் வந்து ஒன்று கண்டிப்பாக எந்த புயல் உள்ளே வந்தாலும் அரபிக்கடல் நோக்கி தான் செல்லும், அதில் டவுட் இல்லை. அது எப்படி அரபிக்கடல் நோக்கி போகிறதுங்கிறது தான். இது எப்படி அரபிக்கடல் நோக்கி போச்சுனாக்க பாண்டிச்சேரியை கடந்து அப்படியே திருவண்ணாமலை வந்து அப்புறம் தருமபுரி, அதுக்கப்புறம் கர்நாடகா போய்ட்டு வெளில போச்சு. அதில் கொஞ்சம் டிஃப்ரென்ஸ், ஒவ்வொரு மாடலும் கொஞ்சம் டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் இருந்தது. ஆனால் மேற்கு நோக்கி போகும் தான் தெரிஞ்சுது. அதனால தான் உள் மாவட்டங்களுக்கு அவங்க வந்து இந்த அறிவிப்பு இதெல்லாம் கொடுத்துருந்தாங்க. ஸோ எதிர்காலத்தில் வந்து எல்லாம் ஒன்றா வந்தால் ஃபைன், பட் 100% ஒன்றா வருமாங்கிறது டவுட்டு டெஃபினட்டாக. ஏன்னா ஒன்றுத்துக்கு ஒன்று மாறுபாடு இருக்கும், இதெல்லாம் ஆராய்ச்சிகள் நடந்து கொண்டு இருக்கும். இருந்தாலும் இதை நம்மை நோக்கி வருதுன்னு நம்ம தயாராக இருந்துட்டோம்னு ஒரு பிரச்சனையும் கிடையாது, எப்படி மேற்கு நோக்கி தான் வரும். ஸோ அப்படிங்கும்போது நம்ம மேற்கு பகுதியில் உள்ள மக்கள் வந்து அதுக்கு தயாராக இருந்துக்கணும். அதுக்கு முந்தின வர 2023 ஒரு புயலுமே உண்டே போல. அப்போ கள்ளக்குறிச்சியெல்லாம் 55 விழுக்காடு மழையின் அளவு குறைவு, ஒரு வறட்சி நிலைக்க போச்சு. ஸோ அந்த பெஞ்சால் வந்தப்புறம் நிலை மாறிடுது. அதுதான் வருஷம் மாறிக்கொண்டு இருக்கும். இருந்தாலும் நம்ம இப்படி இருக்கிறதுக்கான வாய்ப்பு உண்டு, நம்ம ரெடியாக இருந்துட்டோம்னா ஒரு பிரச்சனையும் கிடையாது. அதுதான்.
Okay, sir. Thank you. To conclude, along with you, I'm also thinking two words could just capture man who is reliable, man who is authentic. That is Dr. Ramanan.
Thank you, sir.
On behalf of the college celebrate centenary year, I would like to thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you for all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Continue to serve, continue to continue your service to the humanity.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Fine, sir. Oh, fine.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful sharings and for gracing us with your presence. Please join me in welcoming our next keynote speaker. We welcome Mr. Siddharth Vardarajan. He is the founding editor of The Wire, and he will share his insights on democracy and media. He was awarded with the prestigious Ramnath Goenka Excellence in Journalism Award for his reporting on politics and governance. Sir, your experience in journalism and democracy will enrich our session. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. May I request Reverend Dr. Thomas Alexander, Secretary, Loyola College of Education, to honor Sir with a shawl.
Thomas, come forward.
May I request Father Murray Parkham, Campus Minister, Dean, School of Human Excellence, to present Sir with a memento. I kindly request Dr. Emmanuel, Vice Principal Academics, to welcome him with a bouquet.
Thank you. We begin yet another session, and that is the last session, a culmination. We'd like to culminate this keynote address with the right person here with us, Dr. Siddharth Vardarajan. He is known, and if you want to really equate what is he, we are wired to say no means no, a right to dissent, a voice of democracy, that which he has been doing for the last few years, very vocal. And all those who are following him, all those who are reading him would actually vouch forth. And I think this is a very ideal topic, and of course, media is that which we are. And so here, Dr. Siddharth Varadarajan, and I would like to welcome him and ask him to speak. And on behalf of the department, behalf of the college, Loyola College, which celebrates the centenary year, welcome sir, welcome to Loyola College. The stage is yours for the next 25 minutes.
Thank you very much. It's a great privilege to have been invited to take part in this very important event being organized by Loyola College on such an important occasion as your centenary. Loyola College is one of the centers of excellence when it comes to higher education in India. It's impossible to think of India growing, developing, emerging as a major international power without colleges like Loyola doing the kind of work that they do. So thank you. This is the last speech of the day before the closing events start. And I know that we don't have too much of time. What I thought we would do for the 25 to 30 minutes that we have on this very important topic of media and democracy is to perhaps speak for about 10 to 12 minutes to sketch, to set out some of my views, some of my thoughts, pose some questions to you, and then I'll be very happy if we could have a discussion. If you have questions, comments, observations on media and democracy, which is a topic close to everybody's heart, then that will be excellent. Before I came up here, I was briefly interviewed by one of your students as part of the media lab, and he asked a very important question. What is the relationship between a healthy democracy, enlightened citizens, and the media? And he also asked, what should the relationship be between places of higher education like this college and the media? Is there a connection between these two? And that's what I want to start with in my remarks to you today. A society like India, which is plural, which is democratic, which has an ancient history, culture, and civilization going back thousands of years, whose people speak so many different languages, practice so many different religions, many of whom practice no religion, who differ greatly from one another in terms of the kind of food they eat, or the music they listen to, or the dances they perform. This kind of a plural society can only flourish if it is democratic, if the rights of every individual and all the collectives that make up India are recognized, are protected, are defended. And a democracy is not simply a formal system where people vote every 4 or 5 years. Democracies require voters or citizens to be actively engaged in public affairs, to have a say, to exercise control over elected representatives, over the bureaucracy, over the police, Without citizens playing that kind of a role, democracies will slowly wither away and die. And we've seen this in many countries, where democracies have been emptied of all their content and remain today as hollow shells. I would say that in India today, we too are facing the same danger of our democracy being hollowed out. And the only way to ensure that democracies remain vibrant, alive, and true is for citizens, for ordinary people to be aware of what is happening, for them to be well informed. So the right to information is the bedrock of enlightened citizenry, and that is the only guarantor of democracies remaining true to themselves. Now, enlightened citizens, how is an enlightened citizen created? Well, education plays a very important part. I don't mean to say that somebody who is not educated, who has not had the benefits of education, or who has been deprived of education, is not or cannot be an enlightened citizen. Some of the most enlightened citizens, some of the most assertive citizens are those Indians who have been deprived of education, deprived of the right to education in their lifetime and going back generations. But they still have the ability and willingness to assert their rights. But schools, colleges play an important role in imparting knowledge, imparting education, in training people, training young people, training young minds, developing expertise, knowing what questions to ask, knowing how to debate and discuss. And that is also the role that media plays when it comes to the wider population as a whole. No democracy can function unless it has a vibrant media, a media that is willing to report what is happening in the country and abroad, fearlessly, independently, courageously, and which is not influenced by the money power of owners and business houses or the pressure tactics of the government. Today, if we ask ourselves honestly, does India have an independent, fearless media? A media that is committed to defending democracy, a media that is committed to defending the rights of people, a media that is committed to defending federalism, a media that is committed to defending secularism? The answer is no. You have media platforms, newspapers, lots of websites that are doing this important job, but they are in a minority. The vast majority of media platforms in this country believe that it is their duty, their job, to sing the praises of those who are in power, to defend what those in power do, come what may, regardless of right or wrong, and to attack relentlessly anybody who is critical of the establishment, to attack and undermine those who ask questions, to brand them as anti-national, to brand them as traitors, to brand them as terrorists. This is the reality today, where journalists have gone to prison, journalists have faced criminal charges. We saw the example of Siddiq Kappan, a journalist, a Malayalam journalist, who was trying to go to Hathras in Uttar Pradesh to report on the gang rape and murder of a Dalit woman. He was arrested by the Uttar Pradesh police before he could get there and charged with being a terrorist. He spent 2 years in jail without bail before finally getting released after the intervention of the Supreme Court. And even now, the bogus case against him continues. And I can give many, many examples of reporters who have been intimidated for asking questions, who've had their equipment snatched or taken away without any due process, cases being filed, publications being intimidated and shut down. In Kerala, a TV channel called Media One was served with an order from the Information and Broadcasting Ministry, ordering them to shut down, saying your license has been cancelled because of national security. And when they went to High Court to demand the grounds and the reasoning behind this decision, they were told, we cannot share this information with you. It's only when they went to the Supreme Court that this totally dictatorial ban was lifted. In Kashmir, a website called Kashmirwala, whose editor spent more than a year in jail under the Preventive Security Act, Public Safety Act, PSA, and the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act before getting released, but the website itself was shut down. Here in Tamil Nadu, you saw the example from a few days ago when Vikatan.com published a cartoon showing Narendra Modi sitting next to Donald Trump with Narendra Modi in chains and Donald Trump laughing. It's a cartoonist's right to be as funny or as cruel as he wants to be or she wants to be. And cartoonists have been doing this in India for the last 150 years. But somebody in the ruling establishment in Delhi did not like this cartoon, complaints were filed, and the website was blocked. That cartoon was meant to be a comment on the inhumane manner in which people of Indian origin, Indian citizens who were deported from the United States, were sent back to India in handcuffs and fetters. And everybody expected that when Prime Minister Modi would meet Donald Trump, apart from discussing whatever was important for Trump, Mr. Modi would tell the American president that this is no way to treat our citizens. Deport them by all means if they don't have papers. Nobody has a right to be in a country without valid papers. But do so in a way that is humane. And if you're unwilling to do that, then we will make sure that we bring them back in a humane fashion. That conversation never happened. A question about whether this conversation happened was never asked. If you saw the press conference that Mr. Modi and Donald Trump had, and look at the questions asked by the Indian journalists who went there, that will tell you what kind of a media we have in this country today. One of the questions somebody asked was, Mr. Trump, who is a better negotiator, you or Mr. Modi? Is that a question for a journalist to ask? Nobody asked the question. Why were Indian deportees handcuffed and sent back in fetters on military planes? Or any of the other questions that needed to be asked. And this has been the pattern for the last 10 years. Across board, questions that need to be asked are not asked and never answered. I'll end with one small comment before we take your questions. All of you are familiar with the controversy about USAID being shut down in America. Donald Trump saying that lots of wasteful money has been spent. We looked at which were the contracts that USAID awarded. One of the contracts, one of the studies that they paid money for was to promote digital payments in India. And this study was commissioned just 3 or 4 weeks before demonetization was announced. Can anybody ask Narendra Modi, what is the connection between what USAID did and your decision to demonetize, the disastrous decision to demonetize? A policy which he has still not explained 9 years after he took that decision. Nobody in the media wants to ask these questions, either because they are scared they're worried about what kind of cases will be filed, or because the proprietors of media have business interests that are closely aligned with that of the government. So a combination of business interests, political alignment, this takes care of most of your TV channels and newspapers. And for those media which remain independent, you have the filing of cases and various kinds of intimidation. The latest move that is being planned, and I'll end on this point, creating a new law to regulate YouTube news providers on YouTube. We know that in the last election, the ruling BJP was very upset by the fact that even though it controlled TV and newspapers, but digital media became a source of information for crores and crores of people. So one of the first initiatives that this government took after getting re-elected was to come up with a draft law. How can we regulate these YouTubers to make sure that they do not produce content which is politically damaging for us? And they are preparing a kind of draft law which I'm sure will be presented one day or the other, and which we will all have to collectively resist, because when we give the government the power to regulate news in the way in which the government wants to do so, this is the surest way for us to undermine and kill what remains of Indian democracy. There's a lot more to be said, but I would like to leave that for Q&A, because I was told by the organizers that time is short. So I'll be very happy to answer any questions that you have about the Indian media today, or the relationship of media and democracy, or anything else that you think you would like me to answer. Thank you very much.
Mic check. Mic over there. Okay. We go? Yeah, question 1.
Hi, sir. Myself, Aditya from Journalism Department. So even before we came into the journalism fraternity, we doesn't know about the wire. After we came into journalism, and when our professor introduced about it, then only we came to know about the wire and all. The alternative to the mainstream narrative of mainstream media. So how difficult was it to reach to the common audience with the wire? And what is the role of the active audience in the making of journalism and the process of media?
Thank you. That's a very good question. I'll be very brief. We launched the wire in 2015 and we launched the wire as a non-profit because we knew that the easiest way in which media gets compromised is when the government puts pressure on the owner, on the proprietor. And we said we will rely on our readers. We will rely on the audience. And we rely on the audience for two things. One, finance. So we appeal to our readers each time and our viewers that they should donate, because only if readers and viewers are willing to pay for independent news can news remain independent. So we rely on the audience for financial support, but equally importantly, we rely on the audience for dissemination. So in my eyes, a reader who donates money to the wire, she is as valuable to me as a reader who reads something and then shares it with 10 people. Because one of the beauties of digital media technology is that it allows a small media platform like The Wire, I mean small in terms of the finances we have, it allows us to reach millions of people at a very low cost, but only if the content we produce is good and that content resonates with a reader like you, and when readers like you share it with larger and larger numbers of people. So then the content becomes viral, it spreads, and we have a very, very good penetration. Our experience in the last 10 years, quite frankly, has been that the reach of our stories is enormous. And now that we come out in different languages, Hindi, Urdu. Last month we launched Telugu Wire. And our aim is to slowly bring our journalism in languages that are closer to people. So, I'm very confident that the audience of the Wire will be the source of our sustainability.
Yeah, question from Professor Journalism.
Sir.
Yes, sure.
Sir, myself Sukumar. Two questions, sir. First thing is I really wanted to appreciate the effect that the Wire is doing for the past 5-10 years. Especially the thing that should be supposed to be addressed in the mainstream media, but the alternative medias like Wire, Caravan are addressing many issues. In the recent examples that you said, in the recent past, the Vigadan cover page, and I could able to see all the press reporters has raised their voice against the thing that happened, the websites has been blocked, and in the Chennai Press Club, you could able to see all the press people are gathered together and they became the voice for the issue that's happened. But at the same time, there's things in the past 10-20 years, there has been a lot of Dalit brutal cases has been happened inside the state itself. But we couldn't able to see the journalists have been together and they didn't raise any voice against these issues. When it's come to their own things, they all able to stand as a group and they raise the voice for their own groups. And regarding these kind of an issues is happening inside the states, none of the mainstream media has covered inside the thing. My question is, we are talking about the democracy between the state and the media. But here, in the media house itself, we have a democracy. Is there a democracy for the journalists that's who are doing things? Because today's world, the journalists has been seen as the parents as well as the students in a more entertainment way, more than factual ways. The journalism is almost going in entertainment aspects. So when it's come to ask students or anyone else, journalism field itself become a part of or kind of an entertainment thing, or it's not been a part of voice for the people. These kind of questions has been rising. So what's your opinion on this, sir?
Thank you. Again, two very good questions. You see, if we are speaking of media, you have to understand that there are, broadly speaking, 2 to 3 different types of media in India today. Category 1 is the media which is fully under the control of the government and which is implementing the agenda of the ruling party at the national level, which is BJP. So this media will sing the praises of the Prime Minister, all his policies, attack the opposition, attack anybody questioning the government, attack minorities, attack Dalits, or rather raise questions about them, their rights and so on. That is one section of the media. And then you have another section which is not so much driven by the government but driven by commercial considerations. So they, for example, when I worked at Times of India, of course this was before Modi came, but the Times of India proprietor used to say that I am producing my newspaper for South Delhi and South Bombay, which is the more elite parts of the city. He said, I'm not bothered about what is happening to rural India. I'm not bothered about what is, because he says, my readers don't care. So there is a section of the media that is driven by advertising. And the advertiser doesn't want to advertise his product next to news about farmer suicide, atrocities on Dalits, atrocities on women, anything that they consider bad news. So you have one section of media which stays away from these topics altogether. And they're the ones who will not be interested in so they will come to campus if there is a death by suicide or there is some ragging controversy, something which has got a little bit of masala, they will come there. Otherwise, they will not be bothered about day-to-day issues of students. And the third category is the independent media, which is a smaller section of this media. It has limited resources. And I do believe, like you mentioned, Wire of course is there, but there are so many. There's Scroll, News Minute, Ippodu in Tamil. In every state you have different digital platforms that with very limited resources are trying to cover what is happening. In North India, we have Muknaik, which is Ambedkarite media, independent Ambedkarite media, which is giving a lot of coverage to issues of Dalits, issues of OBCs, reporting violence that is happening. So you have different kinds of media. Of course, they need to do a lot more. On the question of solidarity, you see, of course, people show solidarity and get together when they are under attack. It's not a bad thing. Because if a journalist is not able to defend herself as a journalist, how are they going to defend anybody else? So I would say it's a good thing that everybody got together for Vikatan issue. Earlier, in fact, now I'm seeing as a very positive thing in the last 3-4 years that the press clubs in Delhi, Bombay, Chennai, Hyderabad, Calcutta are getting more vocal about attacks on press freedom. So it's not just when some high-profile cases there, even when a freelance reporter somewhere is attacked or a colleague in Kashmir is arrested, there's a greater willingness to speak. It's very important that they do that. Of course, they should pay the same attention to all the other issues happening, particularly in a state like Tamil Nadu, where you have violence on the basis of caste, very, very serious issues. I read recently about the use of drones, for example, to spoil the crop of Dalit farmers. So these are all important issues that need to be reported, undoubtedly.
Something that, hold on.
Sir, dear sir, Siddha sir, thank you so much for your genuine contributions through the wire. Even after 75 years of independence, every day, without constitutional governance, without rule of law, caste-based matrimonial.coms are flourishing, even in this alpha-beta generation. How we can address or stop these social maladies from our own society?
Thank you. This is a very, very important question. Frankly, it's something that troubles me, not so much as a journalist, but as somebody who lives in this country. That, in fact, I am seeing, sir, in the last 10 years, last 20 years, in fact, that every kind of regressive thinking, superstition, casteism, all of this is flourishing in our society. It has become more common now. There used to be a theory that sociologists would talk about, that with urbanization, the importance of caste would come down. But you see, go to a city like Bombay, and you have all these caste-based housing societies. You are talking about matrimonial ads. We have come across some ads in a place like Bangalore where they say Brahmin-only housing. So shocking. And we know of many instances in Bombay, even in Delhi, where they will not allow Muslims to rent a house or buy a house in a locality. In fact, in some places in Uttar Pradesh, where a Muslim family bought a house, the local Hindu population said, no, this should not be allowed, and so on. So this kind of a regressive thinking, frankly, it is a product of the signal that you are getting from the top. When communalism, casteism is practiced from the very top down in society, when people see that your Speaker of Parliament is also somebody who is very proud to be a member Brahmin Association. How can a Speaker of, what is the place of a Brahmin Association? Or somebody talks about the quality of Brahmins, superior quality of Brahmins, being a MP. So this kind of sets a very wrong signal across society. So you're right, all of these things continue to flourish. The caste-based matrimonial ads is one thing, but caste-based housing has started, and we do not have a law, unfortunately, in this country. In some countries you have equal opportunity law, that it is a crime. In India, it is only a crime to practice untouchability. So you have SC/ST Act. If there are atrocities against SC/ST, it's a crime. But other kinds of discrimination, where people are denied jobs on the basis of caste or religion, or people are denied a flat, they're not allowed to rent a house. All of this is not considered a crime in India. And you have so many honor killings. And in fact, I would say that the government is, you see, under the guise of so-called love jihad and universal civil code, the kind of laws that are being passed in places like Uttarakhand and so on, trying to police love marriages between young people, especially those who are not of the same caste, because what usually happens is that a boy and girl of a different caste, they have a love marriage and then the parents start complaining. and then a false police case is filed. So now you have an attempt to regulate all of this through law. This tells you how regressive society is going, and frankly, it's very worrying. If I was a young person, the extent to which politicians are trying to police my life is really, very, very worrying.
We have almost come to an end. One last question, probably from the women. Yes.
Hi, sir. What can we do when the critical media is bought over by corporates that are close to the ruling party? Because people here, for example, who have access to education, might know that the popular media is selling false narratives, but the common man might not have the understanding. So what can we do about that?
The only thing you can do, ma'am, is to support independent media. You know, for example, until 2 to 3 years ago, the only TV channel in English which was somewhat independent was NDTV. NDTV was bought by Adani under very, shall we say, strange circumstances, and overnight the nature of the channel has changed. Frankly, if we want good media, and if we want good media to grow and flourish, then we should support financially and through sharing of stories those media platforms that are doing a good job. And I don't want to, see, this is not about Wire. We are only one of many. We are part of something called DigiPub, digital, which is we have more than 100 organizations across the country that are trying to do independent journalism in their own areas, in their own languages. You have newspapers, you have Hindu in Chennai, for example, Telegraph in Calcutta. You have, Deccan Herald in Bangalore. So some newspapers are trying, there are many websites that are trying. I think it is incumbent upon you as a concerned citizen and as a conscious person to find ways of supporting this media financially and by sharing their stories, because only if this independent media consolidates itself financially, only then can we have the kind of influence that this country requires and which is required if democracy in India is to survive. Thank you.
Siddharth, thank you so much. I would like to really appreciate the Golden Triangle media, politics, and democracy. And of course, from London School of Economics on Oxford University, he is a Delhi-based journalist, which all you know. And I began saying he is wired, the article or the right to dissent. And so the recent times have been very vocal. After 2024 elections, we're talking about constitutional democracy and electoral democracy and all these contexts, been very vocal, press freedom, and all that. He is a man who has rattled, who has actually made lots of ripples in the society from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. So on behalf of Loyola College and the organizing committee, I would like to thank you, and just want to kind of leave one last, how I would think or how I would put Siddharth Varadarajan as Article 19(1)(a). We can, he is enshrined in that way. You can actually capsule him in that way. That gives you enormous amount of freedom of speech, press, all that we're talking about democracy today. On behalf of Loyola College, I really want to thank you, particularly two of us here, Dr. Ramanan, a man, authentic man, a reliable man, and here is a man who changes on a daily basis. And thank you. That's the only word that I have. Thank you.
Thank you once again for the very vibrant session and for sharing your progressive thoughts, sir. Thank you for emphasizing the crucial elements that sustain vitality and authenticity of democracy in media. Once again, let us put our hands together for Dr. S.R. Ramanan and Mr. Siddharth Varadarajan. We will soon commence the valedictory session. Thank you.
I would like to appreciate
Siddharth Vadrajan. Thank you once again for joining us at our conference.
Check. Check.
program shortly. The chief guest has arrived. I request the participants to kindly occupy the seats in the front. We request the participants to kindly move forward and occupy the seats in the front.
College in the outskirts of the then Madras. Let your light shine. Uchiat Lux Vestra.
Loyola stands
Your
esteemed chief guest has arrived. Kindly rise. Progress in education is not just about knowledge gained, but about wisdom imparted and a legacy built. RHEEES 25 is a testament to that pursuit. I request our dignitaries to kindly be seated. Kindly be seated. Esteemed Chief Guest, Dr. M. Veerappa Moily, former Chief Minister and former Union Minister, Law and Petroleum. Revered Socius, Jesuit, Chennai Province, Reverend Father Ilango Xavier S.J. Most illustrious Secretary and Correspondent, Reverend Dr. B. Jairaj S.J. Revered Principal, Reverend Dr. A. Louis J. Arokiraj S.J. Respected Deputy Principal, Dr. J. A. Charles, Reverend Dr. M.S. Joseph Anthony Jacob S.J., Chief Centenary Convener, Dr. J. Merlin Shaila, Conference Convener, eminent fathers, distinguished guests, dear officials, faculty, and valued participants, a very good afternoon. It is with great honor and privilege that I welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony of RHEEES 25, the two-day international conference on re-visioning higher education in India, excellence, equity, and sustainability. Over the past 2 days, we have dwelled deep into thought-provoking discussions and shared groundbreaking ideas that will shape the future of higher education in India. As we culminate this remarkable journey, let us rise and commence this valedictory session with a rendition of Tamil Thai Valthu and the invocation song by students from Loyola Club of Performing Arts. Kindly rise.
பரத கண்டமிதில் வெக்கனமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடன திருநாடும் தக்க சிறப்பிரை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற இசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே சிறு பொழுதும் வீணானதே நீ வந்ததால் என் உள்ளம் மகிழ்வானதே நீ இல்லா சிறு பொழுதும் வீணானதே நீ வந்ததால் என் உள்ளம் மகிழ்வானதே நீ இன்றி என் வாழ்வில் பொருள் இல்லையே நீ மட்டும் என் சொந்தம் எப்போதுமே நீ இன்றி என் வாழ்வில் பொருள் இல்லையே நீ மட்டும் என் சொந்தம் எப்போதுமே நன்றி பாடும் நாள் வந்ததே இனி நன்றி மட்டும் இந்த நெஞ்சிலே நன்றி பாடும் நாள் வந்ததே இனி நன்றி மட்டும் இந்த நெஞ்சிலே நன்றி என்ற வார்த்தைக்கு பொருள் என்னவோ இறைவா பொங்கும் முந்தன் கருணைக்கு அளவில்லையோ தலைவா நன்றி என்ற வார்த்தைக்கு பொருள் என்னவோ இறைவா பொங்கும் முந்தன் கருணைக்கு அளவில்லையோ தலைவா.
A gathering of intellectual minds such as this is more than a confluence of ideas. It is the forging of a collective vision, an unwavering commitment to academic excellence, and an opportunity to inspire transformative change. To extend a warm welcome to this distinguished assembly, I now invite a leader of deep erudition and unwavering commitment, Reverend Dr. A. Louis Arukiraj S.J., the esteemed principal of Loyola College, whose guidance continues to shape this institution into a beacon of academic brilliance and moral integrity.
Dear esteemed Dr. M. Veerappa Moily, former CM of Karnataka and former Union Minister of Law and Petroleum, the chief guest of this valedictory session of the International Conference, Father Ilango Xavier, Associates to the Provincial of Jesuit Chennai Province, Father Provincial and Father Rector in absentia, Secretary, Deputy Principal, officials of the college, Jesuit companions, distinguished professors, delegates, and students, representatives, good evening to one and all of you. Excellence, these 2 days of our presence, listening, discussing, deliberating, introspecting, and becoming insightful, dear professors, is an excellent moment for all of us to be together these 2 days of international conference, and that is a great credit to all of us as persons who are passionate about the higher education in India. My appreciation to every one of you, dear participants. At the outset, I would like to immensely feel happy and delightful to welcome every one of you for this closing ceremony, and particularly our esteemed chief guest for this closing ceremony of the 2-day international conference on re-envisioning higher education in India, excellence, equity, and sustainability. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you, dear Dr. M. Veerappa Moily, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, amidst us. Your visionary leadership, sir, and remarkable contributions to governance, law, and policy making, particularly with regard to finance, as we were chatting, had a profound impact on the nation's socio-economic fabric, and particularly in the field of education. Your tenure in public service has been marked by progressive reforms and a deep commitment to justice, economic development, and educational advancement through empowering the youth of this nation. We are indeed privileged to have you with us today, and your presence elevates the significance of this conference, taking higher education to a greater level of access, excellence, affordability, equity, and sustainability of not only of Loyola, but also all higher education institutions in India. Hearty welcome, sir. Loyola celebrates the centenary year of its academic interventions with rich legacy of transforming lives of the youth of the nation through inclusion, innovation, creating men and women for others through the Ignatian pedagogical framework of context, reflection, and action with the principle of Ignatian Magis, greater and greater, newer and newer, for the greater good of the nation. I warmly welcome our dear beloved Father Jabamala Irudayaraj S.J. and Father Rector Robinson in absentia, Father Ilango Xavier, our associates to the provincial, Father Jayaraj, the secretary, deputy principal, the convener of this conference, dear Jesuit fathers and Jesuit companions, and esteemed professors from all over India and abroad for this session. Particularly, I would like to welcome all the Jesuits from all over India and from Rome in these 2 days of international conference. Your presence, support, encouragement will surely pave way for innovative Jesuit education to respond to the signs of the times in spite of difficulties and challenges from different quarters. A hearty welcome to every one of you, dear fathers and Jesuit companions. I heartily welcome all the secretaries and principals of various units in Loyola campus, Father Joe Arun from Liba and the staff, Father Susie Sebastian and the staff from Lisset, Father Thomas Alex and students and staff from College of Education, Secretary and Principal from Loyola College, Vetavalam, Secretary and Principal from Loyola College, Metala, and other institutes in Chennai province and Madurai province, and even from other provinces in India. I welcome all the distinguished teaching faculty from Loyola and from various other universities and colleges across the country. Your enthusiastic and energetic presence and participation shows the dedication and commitment in taking higher education in India to greater heights, making it accessible and affordable through our deliberations and discussions. Hearty welcome, dear esteemed professors, for this closing ceremony of the 2 days of conference. I take this opportunity to extend my deepest gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, panelists, delegates, and special invitees who have shared their expertise and perspectives, enriching this academic discourse. Your contributions have been instrumental in shaping the meaningful deliberations and thought-provoking discussions, giving us the highlight of the legacy of Loyola, the excellent achievements in the past 100 years, and have highlighted the present context very vividly through this conference. A hearty welcome to all these esteemed thinkers for this valedictory session. A special word of thanks and gratitude to the organizing team, the various committee members, the convener of the Centenary Committee and convener of this international conference, and various other members of the various committees for the resounding success. Your efforts behind the scenes have ensured that every session was seamlessly executed and meaningful. Your choosing of the resource persons and organizing the entire 2 days of show, discussions, and all the arrangements made for a comfortable listening and deliberating on the issues, giving us a hopeful future for higher education in India. I am sure together we can achieve greater heights, and indeed happy to welcome all of you. We are indeed happy to welcome our own dear students, volunteers, the vibrant youth who have participated in these 2 days of discussions, arrangements, and I would like to affirm that you are the builders of this nation. Though you have been hearing now and then of the speakers, busy with all your arrangements and all that, dear student friends, you are the heroes and heroines of this international conference. Such a distinguished professors have been deliberating for the future of the youth of this nation. If at all the conference becomes successful, it will become successful in you as persons with the leaders with the difference, leaders for social transformation, leaders in policy making, leaders to take the country into a higher level of its excellence and development with regard to equity and sustainability. A hearty welcome to you all, dear student friends. Loyola Centenary Year will become meaningful in showing forth all our insights in action, as St. Ignatius will always want us to show our love, commitment, dedication in action. Action speaks louder than words. Hence, esteemed professors, delegates, and my dear student friends, let us go forth and set the world on fire with hopeful future. I once again extend a warm welcome to all of you present here, particularly our esteemed chief guest of this valedictory session, Dr. Veerappa Moily, and we look forward for your valuable insights which will take the higher education of Loyola and in India forward meaningful and fruitful. A hearty welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. A true mark of respect is not merely expressed in words, but demonstrated through gestures of gratitude. As we honor our distinguished chief guest, we acknowledge his invaluable contribution to excellence in political leadership. To honor our distinguished chief guest, a leader of profound vision and statesmanship, I invite our eminent Reverend Father Secretary to present the shawl, symbolizing our deep respect and admiration. Our charismatic Reverend Father Socius to now present a memento acknowledging Dr. M. Veerappa Moily's unparalleled contributions to governance and education. I now invite our esteemed Dr. Merlin Schuyler to conclude the honor with a bouquet as a token of our sincere gratitude. I now invite Reverend Father Principal to honor esteemed Reverend Father Socius as a token of our respect. I am honored to invite the dedicated and respected Reverend Dr. B. Jairaj, S.J., Secretary and Correspondent, Loyola College, to deliver his felicitation address.
Respected dear Dr. M. Veerappa Moily, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka and former Union Minister of Law and Petroleum, and 6 other portfolios, Reverend Father Ilango, Socius for Provincial, Reverend Dr. Louis R. Ikaraj, Principal, Dr. J. A. Charles, Deputy Principal, Reverend Dr. Anthony Jacob, Centenary Convener and the Vice Principal of Infrastructure, Dr. J. Merlin Shaila, Conference Convener and the Dean of Research and Development, Dr. Francis Adekalam, Dr. M. Gautaman, Dr. J. Justin Raipa, the Organizing Secretaries, Dr. D. Robert Selvam, Dr. Y. Alexander, Mr. D. Francis Xavier, Dr. Dorothy Pushparani, the Executive Secretaries, Reverend Fathers from Loyola College campus, the unit directors, Reverend Dr. Jorun, the director of LIBA, Reverend Father Susie Sebastian, the director of LISET, Reverend Dr. Thomas Alexander, the secretary of College of Education, The fathers from other institutions like Loyola College, Vettavalam, Loyola College, Methala, and also from Judicial institutions from Karnataka, and Judicial institutions from Madurai province, which is our mother province. I'm here, they are with us. And the officials of Loyola College and other institutions within this campus, and faculty members, HODs and coordinators, and distinguished participants, student friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to all of you. At the inauguration, I said good morning. Now I am saying good evening to all of you. I am delighted to be part of the valedictory function of the two-day international conference on re-envisioning higher education in India, excellence, equity, and sustainability, organized to commemorate the centenary of our Loyola College. Very Reverend Father General of the Society of Jesus gave the direction for this international conference in his inaugural address. Reverend Father Provincial put before the participants of this international conference the future vision of higher education, emphasis on sustainability and access. The topics presented by the learned speakers during this two-day international conference helped the participants to appreciate the legacy of Loyola College for the past 100 years and the values for which Loyola College was standing for the past 100 years and also is standing now at the moment and will continue to stand for those values. And also, these topics will re-envision the future of higher education in India. The higher education in India is at the crossroads. There are a lot of positive things that are coming up, but at the same time, there are also some difficulties which need to be overcome so that our higher education becomes a meaningful one for the future of our country and future of the citizens of our country, especially the youth. I offer my congratulations to the organizers for their meticulous planning. Yes, I have been involved with them and then listening to them, talking to them. The amount of time and energy they had spent, I think they need our appreciation and thanks. Let's give them big appreciation and thanks. The wonderful work they have done. So for their meticulous planning and effective implementation of the schedule of the conference, I don't think not one topic was left out. Maybe a little delay or though because of the arrival of the speakers, but yet every topic that was mentioned here was covered. That itself shows the success of this conference. And also, these speakers helped us to appreciate the legacy of Loyola College for the past 100 years, and they proposed a new vision for the future of higher education in India, a vision that is inclusive and caters to the needs and aspirations of all sections of the society. I would really say this conference is a great success. Let the light of Loyola continue to shine, empowering the students to be academically excellent and socially committed to be men and women for others. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. A great leader is one whose vision transcends boundaries, whose words inspire action, and whose work leaves a lasting impact on generations to come. Today, we are deeply honored to welcome such a stalwart, a statesman of wisdom, foresight, and commitment to national progress, our esteemed chief guest, Dr. M. Veerappa Moily. To introduce such an accomplished luminary in greater detail, I invite Dr. J. Charles, the distinguished Deputy Principal of Loyola College, to formally introduce our chief guest.
A pleasant evening and a warm welcome to all. It is my profound privilege to introduce our chief guest to this conference gathering. This conference is a part of our centenary year celebrations. When we turn the pages of Loyola history over the past 100 years, we are excited to see that Loyola College has witnessed the gracious presence of political luminaries, from former prime ministers to several chief ministers, addressing the Loyola audience in different occasions. In continuation of this Loyola legacy, today we are happy to have Dr. Veerappa Moily, the great political leader from Karnataka, as our esteemed chief guest for the valedictory of RHEEES. Welcome, sir. Dr. Veerappa Moily was born on 12th January 1940 in Dakshina Kannada district, Karnataka. Currently, he is 85. 15 years younger to Loyola, but looks much younger to many of the seniors here. Sir did his BA from Government College in Mangalore. He completed his BL from University Law College, Bangalore. In his political career, he held various positions, portfolios as Minister for Small Scale Industries, Government of Karnataka, Minister for Finance and Planning, Government of Karnataka, Leader of Opposition, Karnataka Assembly, Minister for Law, Youth Service, Culture, Information, Parliamentary Affairs and Education, Government of Karnataka. Sir has presented the Karnataka state budgets for the years 80-81, 81-82, 82-83, 92-93, 93-94, 94-95, setting records of revenue surplus during every stint as finance minister. He was the Chief Minister of Karnataka between the years 92 to 94 and the Chairman for Tax and Revenue Reforms Commission later, Chairman of the Oversight Committee for implementation of 27% reservation for the OBCs in central educational institutions. He was the Cabinet Minister of Law and Justice in Government of India, Cabinet Minister of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. He was the Petroleum Minister, Government of India, and took additional charge of work of Ministry of Environment and Forests. Dr. Moily was appointed to various committees by former Prime Minister Srimati Indira Gandhi, one of which led to the setting up of National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD. He practiced law in the courts of Karkala, Mangalore, High Court in Bangalore, and Supreme Court of India. He led the implementation of economic reforms in Karnataka in 1992 and also responsible for drafting and implementing the Karnataka Land Reforms Act in 1974. Dr. Moily is a literary person. He has served as a regular columnist for the Hindu and Deccan Herald English newspapers and Kannada dailies. He has also authored several books in English and Kannada. Currently, he is writing a book in Kannada on world culture and civilization. He has completed 2 volumes, and in the 3rd volume, he is writing on Christianity and the history of Jesuits. Our chief guest is the recipient of several prestigious awards: Amin Sadbhavana Award, Devaraj Purs Prashasti Award, Aryabhatta Award, Murti Devi and Saraswati Saman Award for his literary work on Ramayana Mahan Veshanam. In 2021, he received the highest award, Shagitya Academy Award, for the epic Sri Bahubali Ahimsa Digvijaya. Highlights of Dr. Moili's contribution to education are: he is the chief architect of the Common Entrance Test, CET we call, launching an admission policy for technical education founded on merit, transparency, and social justice. He established the nation's leading law institute, the National Law School, University Bangalore. Currently, it stands number 1 in NIRF ranking. He executed the total literacy program in the state of Karnataka. He worked with the World Bank to execute universalization of primary education. He oversaw the reform in university education in Karnataka. He established 6 universities, such as Kannada University, Rajiv Gandhi Medical University, Visvesvaraya Technical University, Karnataka Open University, Mangalore University, and Gulbarga University. Dr. Veerappa Moily has written 4 volumes of an English book called Unleashing India, which outlines how India can be a superpower after 25 to 30 years by leveraging properly utilizing its demographic dividends. The early 3 volumes of the book dealt with the following: 1 on agriculture, 2nd on water, the 3rd on power sector. The 4th volume, Unleashing India, the Fire of Knowledge, illustrates a detailed analysis of the deficiency in the Indian education system, along with innovative strategies and solutions to address the educational needs of the country in the 21st century. Was published on 29th March 2012, 13 years ago. I congratulate the organizers for having made the right choice of the chief guest, a visionary on Indian educational system, for this valediction on re-envisioning higher education in India. I am happy to welcome you, sir, to deliver your valedictory address. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you for this great historical valedictory function of the eminent powerhouse of knowledge, Loyola College. Reverend Dr. A. Luis Arvikaraj, Reverend Dr. B. Jayaraj S.J., Reverend Father Ilanko, Dr. J. Charles, Dr. Marilyn Shaila, esteemed faculty of this eminent great college, brother Jesuits who have come from all over the world, from all corners of this country, the state, and also from my state, Karnataka. My beloved sisters, beloved students, esteemed members of the press, brothers and sisters. I am highly honored to have been invited to participate in this great institution, Loyola College, in its valedictory function of the centenary year. I have gone through the great history and also how this great institution was founded 100 years back by Reverend Father Alin, Archbishop of Madras, and opened as a college in the presidency capital, and it has a very big history. Reverend Father Bertram was the founder principal of this college. That is how it was told to me. I have seen the galaxy of the alumni who studied here, obtained the highest level of education, and the triple mantra of expansion, inclusion, and excellence was sustained and maintained for the last 100 years. The great thing. Salute to all and taking this forward. And NIRF ranking by Ministry of Education found this Loyola College rated first in perception and in the category of research. I am proud of the faculty and proud of all those great persons who founded this institution, nurtured it. I am quite happy to see the galaxy of veterans, alumni, like R. Venkatraman, former President of India, who is also my mentor. And I find, of course, as a student of history, I read a lot of things about Appadurai's books. I was told again, this is the institution which nurtured him as a student. I am told that Varghese Kurian, who heralded the Green Revolution in the country, also as a student hails from this place, many, many others. I think there's a big list of great men who have built their career from this great sanctified institution. And I'm privileged to have been invited to render the valedictory address. I find among the list of persons who have been invited for this 2 days international seminar, and on the theme, Envisioning Higher Education in India, Excellence, Equity, and Sustainability. Number of illustrious speakers have already spoken. These 2 days, I don't know, I'm doing justice for the climax of this great centenary year. The aim of education is always to acquire knowledge. Let us not narrow it down. The Indian civilization and social setup is comparable the best of ones in the world. India is endowed with the ancient educational system. In Vedic times, India was the center of education for the world. We had well-established, sought-after universities where people from all over the world would come to learn. Among such places of higher education in ancient India, Takshila, Benares, Nalanda, Vikramashila, Vallabhi, Navadipa in West Bengal, and Ghatika at Kanchi in Tamil Nadu. These were the best known great schools in the country. Ancient India rendered significant contribution to various fields, including mathematics, astronomy, we have been the pioneers, medicine and philosophy. The combination of historical disruptions, economic challenges, educational limitations and social issues has contributed to a perceived gap in knowledge and education. Before Alexander the Great invaded India, Aristotle, his great guru, told Alexander, go to India. I quote, go to India. India is not just another land to conquer, remember, but it is the center of knowledge and wisdom. There you will not fight. You must respect this country. This prompted Alexander to come to India. I don't say invade India. He returned without conquering or capturing India. This is the greatness of the knowledge power in this country. In today's context, education has greater relevance to society than any other point of time. The Right to Education Act is indeed a landmark which has made every child born in India have access to quality education. Challenge faced by our nation lies in not only ensuring education for all, but in equipping our large human capital with the right skill and knowledge, thus ushering in an empowered knowledge society. In an age of knowledge explosion, new disciplines are emerging. Planning and management of education as a specialized subject has become all the more important to regulate and align schooling system to the needs of the changing national and international scenario. And we have made greater contribution. According to Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, great educationist, great philosopher, three main tenets of Indian education are development of strong character, cultivation of intellectual curiosity with a scientific temper, and fostering a deep understanding of Indian culture and values, essentially aiming to create well-rounded individuals with moral integrity, critical thinking of abilities, and a strong sense of national identity. We have a largest higher education systems in the world that stand second in terms of higher education network. The term higher education with respect to India denotes the tertiary level education that is imparted after 12 years of education. Here I set out the problems. I have given a very rosy picture till today, till now. But we will have to combat many challenges. India has emerged as an attractive destination for investment that has improved its ranking in the global competitive index. With its rich history of academic excellence, India now stands at a crossroad, poised to transform its higher education system into a global knowledge powerhouse. We should question ourselves whether we stand to this competition. At present, India has 540 million youth under the age of 25, and this demographic dividend is expected to grow till the year 2050. Many years We need to cross over this hurdle and capture the demographic dividend. It's utmost importance that India reap and utilize its demographic dividend as much possible to generate the much needed impetus for economic growth. We don't combat. I think the present generation who are studying today and tomorrow would have committed a historical blunder and greatest injustice to the society for the foster generation. If you look at the status of higher education in the country, India is still far from these ambitious goals, a long way to march forward. As of May 2024, India's gross enrollment ratio in higher education was 28.4%. However, it is far below the current global average of 36.7%. According to Ministry of Education, their own statistics, almost 9 lakh students went abroad for higher education last year itself. The figure is ever increasing. The Indian higher education market is anticipated to witness a commendable compound annual growth rate of 8.46% between 24 and 2032. This magnitude of growth translates into a projected market size of a staggering US $225 billion by the fiscal 24-25, a testament to the industry's robust trajectory, according to EMARC Group Invest India. According to Invest India, this growth is further underscored by the international acclaim garnered by our academic institutions, with 101 Indian established securing positions in the prestigious Times Higher Education World University Ranking 2024 and 10 institutions securing spots within the top 500 in the QS World University Rankings 2024. While India is building a knowledge society, we cannot build this on the backbone of approximate 25,000 graduates who pass out of 23 IITs every year. What is the position of IITs? It is pathetic to know that 38% of IIT pass out students from the 24 batch are unplaced. 4 out of 10 IIT graduates are jobless. As per data revealed, out of 21,500 students who have registered for placements, only 13,410 secured jobs. This is a challenge we need to conquer. Indian higher education institutions suffer from a severe lack of research culture, with minimal funding and infrastructure for meaningful research. India's research spending stands at just 0.7% of GDP, compared to China's 2.4% and US 3.5%. The higher education system in India also faces a critical shortage of qualified faculty members. This needs to be addressed immediately. Unless we'll be pushed back in reaping the demographic dividend which is just available before you. University curriculum remain largely theoretical and outdated. We need to make it more practical. We need to respond to the knowledge requirement and technological advancements. Lack of industry collaboration results in graduates who need extensive retraining before becoming productive. Why should they be retrained? Why not they be trained inside the colleges with the appropriate faculties, exposing the students for all these skills? Global Skills Gap Measurement and Monitoring Report of ILO 2023 indicate that 47% of Indian workers, especially 62% of the females, are underqualified for their jobs. How to make optimize the manpower by giving them necessary inputs of training. The funding model for higher education relies heavily on student fees. The allocation towards higher education in 24-25, I'm telling you about the union budget, is estimated to decrease by 17% than the revised estimate of 23. This is just the last priority. The allocation towards the University Grants Commission UGC is estimated to reduce by 61%. That is why UGC, for one reason or other, they are letting down the states. They are letting down the colleges of the higher earning, denying the UGC grants. We need to address them. In fact, even with regard to the emphasis on startup culture, universities fail to provide adequate entrepreneurship support and incubation facilities. One needs to address them very quickly. Rate of total early stage entrepreneurship TEA in India was merely 11.5% in 22-23. This is a dismal picture. Budget allocation, I need not say that, but it doesn't exceed any time 2.5% of GDP, far below the global average of 4.9% and 6% target set by NEP 2020. So we are not in position to reach out this target. Union budget allocated 44,094 crores in 23-24 budget. To higher education, a marginal 8% increase from the previous year. However, this is insufficient to address the sector's growing needs. 24-25 budget saw a 7% reduction, not an increase, with UGC funding cut by 61%. Then how do you get your funds? Further, limiting the ability of institutions to improve infrastructure, hire faculty, and support research. This is according to PRS Legislative Research 23-24, and we need to get up and say that this is not done. In this way, country cannot march forward, youth cannot march forward. Skill gap in India, according to India's Skill Gap Report 23, only 47% of the Indian graduates were considered employable by industry. That means the rest of the percentage, the large percentage, is it going to be a wastage in the education sector? This cannot happen. It cannot happen in any country. That to India. Only 35% engineering students are employable in core technical sectors. This is according to NSDC report. Only 20% of the workforce has received formal training. With the rates of automation and digital transformation, only 25% of the graduates possess basic digital skill like data analysis, coding, and cloud computing, limiting their ability to adapt to emerging technologies. This is according to the World Economic Forum Report 23. These are all the challenges we are facing in this country. We need to address them. Annual report published by the Scholars of Risk at Risk, SAR, Academic Freedom Monitoring Project. It says, this is not my own guess, this is the report by institution, says that the most pressing threats to the academic freedom of students and scholars include measures to exert political and communal pressure to control and impose specific agenda on universities. How can it happen in this 21st century? We still tolerate it and we allow it to happen. This is a challenge. Over the last 10 years, India has plummeted on the Academic Freedom Index ranks. According to the Free to Think 2024, you are a number of speakers today and yesterday. On this education, when you don't have the freedom, we fight for the freedom. I have seen here that to conquer oneself is the greatest victory. Saint Ignatius of Loyola, he said that. He also said, go forth and get the world on fire. I think this is where you need to face the challenges. Free to Think 24, annual report published by the Scholars at Risk, SAR Academic Freedom Monitoring Project. According to the Academic Freedom Index, India now ranks as completely restricted. Then where is the freedom? This is the freedom for which the founders of this institution, the Saint Ignatius, he gave a call. And without freedom, there is no education. It's not education worth taking up. When Dr. Manmohan Singh, UPA1, appointed me as the chairman of the Oversight Committee to monitor implementation reservation in higher education institution, the committee inter alia looked into the implementation of 27% reservation. There was for the OBC, it was a constitutional amendment passed by the parliament. Everybody protested. All those who are heading this IIM, IIT and all these 19 apex institutions in the country, they tendered resignation, saying that, the educational status, the dignity of this institution will come down if those poorer people will come into the institution. This was the challenge. Immediately I called all the directors of these 19 institutions and asked them, what is the problem? They said, we don't have money. I said, how much money you want? They wanted 15,000 crores at that time. I said, you will get 18,000 crores. Whatever the infrastructure you want to put up, you put up. I provided it the plan, 5-year plan. Then they said there is no skill. Wherever the skill level, how much you want money, you want salary, you want to pay to the faculty, it is permitted. Then ultimately, they said no merit in the students. Then I appointed, I think, 3 or 4 groups. Find out, because northern India, there is no question of reservation at all for the OBCs. It is only the southern India, like the state of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra and Karnataka, the reservation was available. Then I conducted, these 5 groups I conducted. Then I found students of the backward classes who got from the reservation quota, first year, yes, they don't come up to the ranks. But I found secondary honors, it is the students hailing from the backwards who secured all the ranks, who secured all the first classes, who got all the distinctions, as against the general category. The talent is available. I said, in the small ponds you won't get the quality fish, or you don't get the plenty of fish. It's only in the ocean that you get it. But you are not going to go to the ocean. You want to. And how many institutions with all your general category, without backward classes, getting into this great institution, what is our ranking? 0 ranking. Now, after the expansion, and after the expansion, many institutions have got international ranking. I gave this slogan. I happened to see this slogan in your motto. I never saw your motto at that time. But today I found that, what I gave slogan, expansion, expand the institutions. Inclusion, then the excellence for the country comes, not for category of individuals. Expansion, inclusion and excellence. I find that slogan from your own institution. It's great. You don't expand, you want to sing. Don't want certain category of people to come from the lower category of the society. And we gave a report that is implemented, today is in force. And that is how, expanding higher education institutes from meek 1% for the last 45 years, from the recommendation of my report, it was increased to 54% within 5 years. Open up. And we have to open up all faculties, education, everybody. Today, we have another challenge, and India and our students and our people are capable of this technological innovation, stands at the cusp of an AI revolution. We should be the forerunners. With a rapidly growing technical savvy population, increasing digital penetration, future of artificial intelligence AI in India is not promising but poised for unprecedented growth. Our Indian intellectuals are ready to face this challenge. I am confident. I remember when I became a chief minister, I created Silicon Valley of India in Bangalore. Electronic city we created. At that time I knew that Chinese delegations after graduation used to visit Bangalore. So what is happening? And they used to go and replay the same in their country. Today we find a revolution, they are in the forefront. I was shocked. India should have been the forefront. The ACE resolution, even though we don't lag behind. India is burgeoning hub of technological innovation, stands at the cusp of AI revolution today. With a rapidly growing tech-heavy population and increasing digital penetration, future of artificial intelligence AI in India is not just promising, but poised for unprecedented growth. We are capable. We need not have an apprehension that will replace employment. No. As the industries goes, as the revolutions goes, the population will definitely absorb more employment. India has a demographic boom with over 65% of its 1.4 billion people under the age of 35 demographic boom. As one of the fastest growing economies, India is poised to become a global leader in artificial intelligence. India's AI market is already going at a CAGR of 25 to 30%. 35% is projected to reach around 17 billion by 2027. Our faculties, the students should be ready to receive this kind of a great challenge which is just before India. We can combat and conquer. It is possible. I have seen, I could build up the electronic industry here. In fact, IT industry in a very big way. Today, you must know that it is second Silicon Valley of India. AI is not merely a tool for innovation, but a strategic enabler for solving India's pressing socio-economic challenges. It's not a high-tech which it serves the only high-class people. No. It serves the socio-economic challenges which you are confronting today. From improving agriculture yields to enhancing healthcare delivery and increasing manufacturing efficiency, AI has the potential to elevate productivity, drive growth in underserved areas. This is going to serve India. As artificial intelligence continues to evolve, it's clear that its potential applications and benefits are limitless. According to a report by IDC, global spending on AI is expected to reach 200 billion in 2025. That much of wealth is just available to you. Don't run away from this. India should grab it. Our leading technology institutes have the potential to be the cradle of AI researchers and startups for India. And when you can become your own entrepreneurs, our own Indians can go to Silicon Valley, America and France and Germany, can become the leaders in IT. Why not in AI? We have the potential, but we have to prepare them. That kind of a generation to tap the power of knowledge, powerhouse of knowledge. AI-driven solutions can revolutionize manufacturing, banking and financial healthcare, financial, healthcare, agriculture, education, defense, security, skill development and other multifarious sectors that will eventually lead to the path of social empowerment and a technology adaptable by the masses. You say it can reach out to the masses in a big way. Way forward for India to strengthen the higher education system in this country. Real challenge for India will be to create an appropriate environment and to herald prosperity in 21st century. Industry-academia integration frameworks will be worked out. Develop credit-based systems for students' industry projects. Introduce mandatory pedagogical training certification for all faculty members through a standardized national program. Expose people, expose students, expose our faculty to the higher levels of education. Establish centers of teaching excellence in each state. Implement a continuous assessment system. Develop outcome-based assessment frameworks focusing on employability and skill development. These are all the opportunities available. Establish mandatory career development cells. Develop global research partnership. Create bilingual learning programs with the technical terminology banks in regional languages. These are all the areas which we have to reach out. Create modular skill certification program aligned with the industry requirement. What can India learn from global higher education models? There are models just available. Adopt them. Don't shy away. Finland's trust-based model, we need to work on that. Singapore's industry education integration. Germany's dual education system combines theoretical learning with the practical apprenticeship through its dual system. Netherlands' problem-based learning. China's rapid transformation model. China's double first-class initiative has rapidly transformed its higher education. There are models available world over, and work out our own indigenous models to adapt to the situation and the challenges. One of the major challenges facing India is that widening income gap. We have a problem within us. We need to conquer that. According to a study, 22.6% of India's national income in 22-23 went to the top 1%. The highest proportion in the last 100 years. Where is our national wealth going? We need to assess that. It is happening in the Mahatma Gandhi's land today. And we are just content with that. Share of wealth among the top 10% increased from 45% in 61 to 65% in 22-23. Conversely, the share of bottom 50% and middle 40% in wealth has declined. Rich got richer and the poor got poorer. Somewhere wrong in the our national policy. We need to intervene that. This challenge is unattended. India will be heading towards plutocracy or oligarchy. This will lead to a disproportionate society. As the report titled Income and Wealth Inequality in India 92-23 has quoted, the rise of billionaire Raj. This is what the former president of US also said, Biden, that oligarchy is developing in my country. He's telling about America. It is working in a bigger dimension, bigger speed. In India, we need to somewhere intervene in the policy, national policy, in this wealth distribution system. A former RBI governor, Raghuram Rajan, said, this indicates income and wealth in the hands of a few. And this economic power translates into massive political power, and they will be in a position not just influence, but build a whole new body politic. We need to address them on top priority before we step into the clutches of oligarchy. This threat is given by the USA former president, and it is more true in our country. This has to be understood by everybody. Aristotle quotes, great philosopher, injustice arises when the equal is treated unequally and also when the unequal is treated equally. This is what Aristotle said. It is true today. Not only in India, world over. Today we see many countries trapped in nationalism. This is a dangerous trend moving around the world. When the world top leaders speak in such tongue, we need to tread cautiously. Not only in our country, even the Trump has started telling that and telling his friend not to establish any Tesla industry in India, establish in America. This kind of a tone is a more dangerous tone, which is not good globally, which is not good for our country. It's not just wealth disparities. Social inequalities widen too. Even in those of education and opportunity, widen for less powerful, which will limit social mobility. If income and opportunity are elusive, individuals from lower social strata cannot progress. That is how the volcanoes will grow everywhere. And it can explode if social unrest, persists. In 2024, India ranked 105 out of 127 countries in the Global Hunger Index. India is among 42 countries that fall within the serious category. India is also ranked 126 out of 43 countries. This places India behind conflict-affected regions like Palestine and Ukraine, as well as neighboring countries such as Pakistan and Nepal. These are very pressing and serious concerns, and India needs to address them on top priority if India needs to move forward and compete with the volcanoes all around, with the people, hungry. How can the country remain content? A Kannada poet, Dara Pandraveri, says, there is no milk for the children. There is genocide everywhere. There are grains but no bread. Greed of wealth has crept in. There is no light in the darkness. The world is engulfed in fire. Everything is abounding, but just circling around. We need to address them. Particularly educated people, you need to arise. Because after all, if you are educating yourself to create a world of plenty, but you find misery around. Time has come when we should awaken ourselves to confront all the challenges around us. This is the major demand, major thing which we need, and that is how Saint Ignatius of Loyola, he said, get forward and get the world on fire so that the people who are hungry, who are restless, who are unhappy, and in the World Happiness Index, we are within 10 below line. This is how our world is around us. I think this education, particularly very progressive institutions like Loyola institution, we have to address them. I have written a chapter on Jesuits movement right from the beginning, and I find they are all fighters who wanted to create a new awakened world. That is the mission of Jesuits, and this institution will have to further that. Make this happen, and every student who comes here will be a Jesuit who can fight against injustice. And I'm quite happy to associate with this concluding session where the message could go around that country needs the awakening. It's not just bread and butter, it is the hunger for knowledge which needs to be quenched, that too in the country, and it is possible. And with that mission, this 100 years back, this great institution was born with that mission, with more vigor and with more fire, we should march forward. I wish you all the best, the students, the faculties, the institution, great days to come when you need to combat the challenges which is around us. Thank you very much for extending invitation to me to participate in this great event.
Thank you, respected sir, for your insightful speech. studded with research, facts, and wisdom. Your vision and commitment stands as a beacon of inspiration for all. With deep respect, I request our distinguished associates, Jesuit Chennai Province, Reverend Father Ilango Xavier, a visionary par excellence, to offer his felicitation.
Respected and Honorable Dr. Veerappa, our chief guest today, and we just listened to his firing message. For the Secretary, for the Principal, for the Jacob, the Chief Convener, Dr. Merlin Shaila, the Conference Convener, distinguished guests, eminent scholars, faculty members, dear students and friends. Good evening to all of you. It's an honor and privilege to stand before you today at the valedictory ceremony of the Centenary International Conference on Re-Envisioning Higher Education in India, Excellence, Equity and Sustainability. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed thought-provoking presentations, engaging discussions, and invaluable exchanges of ideas that have enriched our understanding of the challenges and opportunities in higher education. At the heart of this conference lies a deep commitment to excellence, equity, and sustainability values that are integral to Loyola College's century-long legacy. The past 100 years have been a testament to the Jesuit vision of education, one that goes beyond academics to nurture competent, compassionate, and socially responsible individuals. As we celebrate this historic milestone, this conference has reinforced our shared responsibility to shape the future of education in ways that are inclusive, as our chief guest insisted, transformative, and forward-thinking. I take this moment to extend my heartfelt felicitations to the organizing committee for their outstanding efforts in bringing together some of the finest minds in academia and research. Their dedication, meticulous planning, and teamwork have made this conference an enriching experience to all of us. A special note of appreciation to our distinguished speakers, panelists, and researchers who have generously shared their expertise, inspiring us to think critically and act decisively in shaping the future of education. Their contributions have not only elevated the discourse, but also have set the stage of impactful reforms and collaborations. To our faculty, staff, and volunteers, I thank you for your unwavering commitment and tireless efforts in ensuring the smooth execution of this conference. It is your passion for learning and growth that makes this conference truly meaningful. Let us remember from Tirukkural, number 400, we all are familiar with that. This is a summation of this maybe conference. Kedil Vidichselvam Kalvi Oruvarku Modalla Mattayavai, which means learning is a true imperishable riches. All other things are not riches. As we conclude this centenary conference, let us carry forward the spirit of reflection, innovation, and service that has defined our discussions over the past 2 days. May we continue to strive for excellence and work towards a future where education remains a powerful force for transformation, inclusivity, and social justice. Once again, my heartfelt felicitations to everyone who made this event possible. May Loyola College continue to shine as a beacon of knowledge, as service for generations to come. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Thank you, respected Father, for inspiring words of encouragement. We are happy to present the spectacular recap video of Day 2 conference produced by Loyola Art Media Productions. Behind every enlightening discussion, every seamless arrangement, and every moment of shared wisdom lies the unwavering commitment of individuals who have worked tirelessly to bring RHEEES 25 to fruition. To extend our heartfelt gratitude, I now invite a scholar of exceptional vision, Dr. J. Merlin Schuyler, the convener of RHEEES 25 and Dean, Research and Development, Loyola College, to offer her vote of thanks.
Very good evening, one and all. As I stand before you, and as we conclude the most significant event that marks the centenary celebrations of Loyola College, the two-day international conference on re-envisioning higher education in India, excellence, equity, and sustainability, I stand with a heart brimming with deep gratitude and contentment. At the outset, I bow down with a grateful heart to the divine providence, Almighty God, who has been with us through every step of the way, the planning, the challenges, and the spectacular execution. His wisdom, strength, and provision have been evident throughout, and it is only by His grace that we have been able to bring this event to a grand conclusion. Our sincere gratitude and thanks to our honorable chief guest, Dr. Veerappa Moily, the former Chief Minister of the state of Karnataka, former Union Minister, Law, Petroleum, and several other ministries. Sir, your visionary policies, profound dedication to public service, and unwavering commitment to the welfare of the people are a testament to your statesmanship. Your valedictory address today has highlighted the serious challenges that lie ahead of us as we gear up for yet another century of excellence. Thank you very much for your honored presence here, sir. My sincere and heartfelt gratitude to most esteemed Father Superior General, Reverend Dr. Arturo Sosa, S.J., the head of all the Jesuit institutions across the globe, for his gracious and solemn presence as the chief guest of the inaugural ceremony on 20th February 2025. His words of wisdom and call to progress with emphasis on excellence, equity, and sustainability have given us the urge to go forward. Thank you to Reverend Father General. I wish to thank reputable Father General Assistant, Father Vernon D. Kunha, honored Father Regional Assistant, Father M.K. George, Reverend Father Provincial Jesuit Chennai Province, Father Jebamalai Irudeyaraj, and Father Socius to the Provincial and Consultor of the Jesuit Chennai Province, Father Ilango Xavier. Also the Curia members of the Jesuit Chennai Province for all their support, the gracious presence, and the blessings. The Jesuit management of Loyola College is a backbone behind the success of this significant event. I remember the day when we as a team were called to meet the head of the institution, Father Rector, under the leadership of Father Jacob, on the 4th of October 2024. That was a day when we were entrusted with this responsibility, and thereafter we were able to meet him as a reporting meet only on the 14th of February 2025, days before the conference. I thank for the rector, for the secretary, and for the principal for the enormous trust and confidence, the faith they had reposed in us as a team, and that is what gave us the strength and courage to move forward. Thank you, Reverend Fathers. In a special way, I wish to thank for the secretary and correspondent, for the Jairaj, for the enormous support he has extended to us, providing all the infrastructure and financial support, because the magnitude of the event is such that without the able support and resources extended by the administrators, we are unable to take it forward. And Father was right there to support us at every possible spot. Thank you very much, Father. For the principal, with his visionary ideas and always the insistence on perfection and precision, has always been a great support to us during the planning, the entire planning, and also towards the end of the planning stage when we began the execution. Father was always with us, and he has been a great source of guidance and inspiration to us. Thank you very much, Father. I wish to place on record the support extended by our deputy principal, the words he uttered to me, "I am at your disposal, ma'am, anything and everything, anything you can count on me, and anytime you can call me for anything." And he has also stood by those words. Thank you very much, sir. I also wish to thank the heads of various units of Loyola College, the secretary and correspondent of Loyola College of Education, Father Thomas Alexander, the director of Labor, Father Joe Arun, the director and dean of Lizette, Father Susai Sebastian and Father Justin Emma, and the administrators from Loyola College Vettavalam. Father Principal was here, Father Basil, and Father Superior of Loyola College Metala, Father Dominic, the Secretary of Loyola College Metala, Father Dennis Ponaya, and several Jesuit fathers who turned up for the inauguration and are still here to express their solidarity and participate in the proceedings from all over the Chennai province, all over the state of Tamil Nadu, and from the country. Thank you very much for your presence and support. RHEEES 25 was proud to host a galaxy of public individuals and socially committed political leaders and reputable administrators and legal experts. We were blessed to have the most admired and accomplished stalwarts who have made remarkable strides in their own chosen domains. Each of these eminent personalities spoke with authority, responsibility, and a huge sense of commitment and social justice. This conference and their presence as keynote speakers in this conference is a significant and noteworthy contribution of theirs to the strengthening of the educational frameworks of our country, and hence a participation in nation building. I wish to thank Mr. Derek O'Brien, Member of Parliament and leader of the AITZ Rajya Sabha, Professor Zoya Hassan, Professor Emerita of Political Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Ms. Moha Moitra, Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, Dr. Tol Tiruma Valavan, Founder President of the Vidudalai Sirithaigal Katchi, Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, Mr. Isaac Mohanlal, Senior Counsel, High Court of Madras and President of the Madurai Bench of Madras Bar Association, Dr. Chris Lowney, American writer and chairman of Common Spirit Health, Professor Christopher Jeffrelot, French Indologist, Father Reverend Dr. Alphonse Manikam, S.J., former Vice Principal of Loyola College and former Secretary and Principal of St. Xavier's College, Palayamkottai, Reverend Dr. V. Joseph Xavier, former Secretary and Principal of Loyola College, Dr. G. Vishwanathan, Founder Chancellor of Vellore Institute of Technology, Mr. Ashok Vardhan Shetty, IAS retired, former Vice Chancellor, Indian Maritime University, Reverend Dr. C. Joe Arun, Director LIBA, and Chairman, State Minorities Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu, Dr. Raja Narayana Swami, IAS, Principal Secretary to the Government of Kerala, Dr. S.R. Ramanan, former Director, Regional Meteorological Department, and Mr. Siddharth Varadarajan, the founding editor of The Wire. Let us give a big round of applause to these great minds who graced this occasion and responded to a call so graciously and have given their best to the success of this event. You have to bear with me because we can forget anyone anywhere else but not in the vote of thanks. Please do bear with me. Coming to the team that spearheaded, I wish to thank from the bottom of my heart Reverend Dr. Joseph Anthony Jacob, the Centenary Committee convener, the strongest pillar behind the spearheading team. Father allowed us to work and he worked with us. That is the way he worked. He gave us complete liberty to plan, and when it came to the actual implementation, he was there just down on the ground to work with us, along with us. I cannot remember a single occasion when Father got disturbed or irritated with our pestering and appeals and requests. We have made number of requests, number of last-minute changes, amendments, change of events, change of booking schedule, and so many last-minute requirements have gone to him, but there was only a yes from him all the time. Thank you very much, Father, for your accompaniment. My hands as a conference convener was strengthened by the presence of the Super 7. I should say, I had a very strong team that worked shoulder to shoulder with me. I am grateful to the organizing secretaries, Dr. Francis Adekalam. I should say he's the liaising person of our team. Sir, with his exceptional contacts, with his well-knit network, was able to get and contact most of the eminent personalities that we had in our conference. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Gautaman, the brain behind this entire work, I should say, that is the intellectual part of it completely. He really took it on his shoulders, silently working on the scripts, the biodata, for the chairperson, for the introducing of the people and all those things. So took it up on his shoulders. And it was just apt that he also kick-started off the event with his excellent Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much, Dr. Gautaman, the Vice Principal of Loyola College. Dr. Justin Rayappa, whenever there is an important event, a huge event involving VIPs, sir is the person that we all look out for. The logistics man, very silently and in a very composed manner, He handled all the hiccups. Every single personality that arrived from out of Chennai was taken care of by Sir in a very smooth and hassle-free manner. They were given the royal VIP treatment, and from every person that we had, I got the response and feedback that excellent hospitality. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. And that was ably supported by Father Jacob, who extended all the support for the transport and accommodation. Coming to the executive secretaries, Dr. Robert Selvam, Dean of Science. Dr. Ayappa is also the Dean of Students. Dr. Robert Selvam, the Dean of Sciences, you would have enjoyed both the meals on both the days, the sumptuous meals, everything, the entire menu was planned, how it is to be distributed so that the participants are not having any difficulty standing in long queues and waiting for the food. So many counters, he had increased the number of counters from where we began, and he took enormous care in handling these things, along with Dr. Alexander, the Dean of Arts. So thank you, both of you, the executive secretaries. I wish to thank Mr. Francis Xavier, the IQAC coordinator, and Dr. Dorothy Pushparani, the assistant IQAC coordinator, who have also extended great support as executive secretaries in the contributing in the drafting and in the preparation of the entire conference, and also playing their roles as MCs and also committee heads. Thank you very much, both of you. I wish to thank the great workforce that we had behind us, although formed just 3 days before the actual execution of the conference. You have done an exceptional job. I wish to thank all the conveners of the various committees. Inaugural and Valedictory Committee, Reverend Father V. Sahairaj S.J., Director of the PULCS, along with Dr. Gautaman, VP Administration, and Reverend Father Leo Arakiraj. We had a flawless execution of the inaugural ceremony and as well the valediction, as you can see. Let us give them a big round of applause. The program committee was spearheaded by the conveners, Dr. Joel Nyanadas, Head Department of Plant Biology, and Dr. John Milton, former Head of the Department of Advanced Zoology, and the overall coordination by Dr. Gautaman. The seamless transition of the events, as Father Secretary rightly pointed out, we had all the speakers and all of them, we were able to listen to them. More or less the time was managed except for a few changes here and there. All that was possible thanks to both of you. Thank you very much, sir. The registration committee, which had a huge task ahead of them, a Herculean task on their shoulders, headed ably by Dr. D. Florence Isido, VP Academics, Dr. M. Jacob of the Chemistry Department, and Dr. Dorothy Pushparani. Along with your team members, you did an excellent job because there was no complaint from any of the participants that we are not able to get the kit or that is not that, this is not that. You have taken care of every detail. Thank you very much. Food and refreshment I have mentioned already. The hall and venue arrangement committee, I did mention earlier, this had a requirement of elaborate arrangements. Each and every detail had to be taken into, because we brought in not one, not two, but 17 eminent high-profile personalities, all VIPs. The entire arrangements were taken care of by Father Jacob and Dr. Justin Rayappa, along with their team members. Thank you very much. The media committee, ably headed by Reverend Father Justin Prabhu, head of the Visual Communication Department, along with Mr. Charles Durai, the director of Kaushal Kendra, did a fantastic job, and you would have seen that they have been continuously monitoring the proceedings, and the recap video that we just witnessed is testimony to that. Again, the hospitality committee, we had Mr. Francis Xavier, IQAC coordinator, taking care of it, and the technical support committee headed by Dr. Madhavan, head Department of Physics, and Dr. Manimuthu, Data Science Department. Thank you very much, professors. The venue discipline, as always, taken care of by Dr. John Maria Xavier, Chemistry Department, along with his able team, and Mr. Simon Aju Sudhakar and others. Thank you very much. Dr. Gladstone Xavier of the Department of Social Work and Dr. Vidya Porchelvi, Head Department of English, with an efficient team of documentation, have very meticulously documented the proceedings of both days, and today they have brought in a newsletter in the morning. Thank you very much. For want of time, I'm unable to mention the names of every member, but I am sure that, and I've witnessed directly the kind of support that you have extended, the quality of work that you gave to us. Thank you very much, dear committee members. I wish to thank the chairpersons of various sessions, Father Jorun, Father Thomas Alex, Father Justin Emmanuel, Dr. Francis Xavier, Dr. Francis Adekalam, Father Irudayaraj, Dr. Charles, and Father Justin Prabhu. When I reached out to them, without even the slightest hesitation, they readily accepted this task for us, because it is very important that we have the right persons to chair and moderate sessions when we have such eminent speakers. Thank you very much, dear fathers and professors. I also wish to thank Father Louis Albert, the director of the hostel and the coordinator for higher education, Jesuit Chennai province, for the sumptuous meals that he had provided and for all the arrangements that he had taken care of from the side of the hostel. The masters of ceremony did a wonderful job, beginning from Dr. Gautaman, Dr. Divya, Mr. Dominic, Dr. Dorothy, Mr. Venkat, Dr. Vidya, Mr. Francis Xavier, Ms. Tania, and Dr. Annam Ragamalika. Thank you very much, dear professors. I also wish to thank all the student volunteers and research scholars who readily accepted our request and have extended great support to us. A big thanks to all the support and administrative staff of our college who have very silently been working from behind. Thank you very much, dear support staff and non-teaching staff. I wish to thank Father Justin Prabhu and Father Irudayaraj for allowing and directing the LAMP team, which has done a spectacular job, a great job in recording all the events and presenting it to us in a very crystal clear manner. Actually, there is a lot of appreciation for your photographs and the videos. Thank you very much, team. I also wish to thank, in a very special way, the faculty of Loyola College. This is a conference which has been designed by you and for you. You are here with us till the very end to extend your support and also actively participate. Thank you very much. The first sign of success was observed long before the actual event. Despite being such a huge audience, we had a lot of interactions and active participation in the deliberations. We had an overwhelming response from places like Delhi, West Bengal, Mumbai, Kerala, Ranchi, all over Tamil Nadu, and many other parts of India. Thank you, dear external participants, for the overwhelming support you have given to us and for your active participation. There have been several people who have supported us from behind. I don't want to miss them out. I wish to thank Mr. Romy Chacko, Senior Counsel of the Supreme Court of India, for his enormous efforts in helping me out, reach out to the high-profile personalities and also finding some of them. Mr. Isaac Mohanlal, Senior Counsel of the Madras High Court, Professor Sundaram, Syndicate Member of the University of Madras, Mr. Ramani, ex-media secretary of the Congress Party. It was through him that we were able to get the consent of Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Veerappa Moily, Mr. Aravind, Mr. Maria Raj, and so many of our well-wishers who stood behind us. Thank you very much to you all. I wish to thank, in a special way, Mr. Rajashekar, the maintenance manager, Mr. Adekalam, for his great support, and his team, actually, Mr. Rajashekar and his team, Mr. Adekalam and his team, and all those technical staff who are around without making any noise. You have been silently supporting this great event. Thank you very much. You would have seen, all of you might have seen this brochure, the first one, the flyer that came out, and the last program schedule, this invitation. All these have been designed by my research scholars, and I wish to place on record their enormous contribution. The design of the brochure, the contents for the LED walls, the contents for the LED backdrop, the program schedule, the notepad cover design, the invitations, all these were taken care of by two people, Ms. Melantia Fredlina and Ms. Joxy. Thank you very much. And I had a huge workforce behind me in the form of Dr. Naveen Kumar, a faculty from the Department of Physics, Mr. Vinod Lourdaraj from the Entomology Research Institute, Mr. Paul Raj from the Dean Research and Development Office, Ms. Catherine from Dean R&D Office, Mr. Dory Breeze, Sister Vinoda, Ms. Serin, and Mr. Kevin. Thank you one and all. I don't think I have missed any one of you. Beyond this, if at all I have missed out anyone, all the volunteers, special thanks to you. Choir, yes, the choir from the Club of Performing Arts, the Loyola Club of Performing Arts, on both occasions, the inauguration as well as the valediction, did a wonderful job. Hats off to you. Thank you very much. And please pardon me, anyone, if I have left you out, because this is a huge responsibility on my shoulders. And thanks to Father Jacob for requesting me to do this. It's a privilege as well. This mighty institution has been built over the blood and sweat of its founding fathers and visionary leaders and committed stakeholders. Today, it stands tall, celebrating its centenary year, and RHEEES 25 is yet another testimony to the excellence and empowerment to which Loyola is committed to. Thank you, everyone, and may the light and legacy of Loyola keep shining forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shaila, for your gracious words of appreciation and for recognizing the many hands that have worked to make this event a huge success. We appreciate you for your meticulous planning and execution. Thank you, ma'am. Can we give her a big round of applause? Thank you. This applause goes to each one of us who have worked for this program as well. Thank you. Now is the time to honor a very inspiring leader and visionary. I invite our esteemed chief guest, Dr. M. Veerappa Moily, to honor Reverend Dr. M.S. Joseph Anthony Jacob, S.J., the convener of centenary celebrations. Thank you, sir. May I invite respected Chief Convener, Centenary Celebrations, Reverend Dr. M.S. Joseph Anthony Jacob, S.J., to deliver a special vote of thanks.
No worries, sir. Just 2 minutes. Respected esteemed Chief Guest, Dr. M. Veerappa Moily, dear Jesuit officials, fathers, partnering officials of the college, my dear teaching fraternity, students and friends, good evening. As we come to the close of this centenary conference, I stand here with a heart full of gratitude. Total dedication brings brilliant execution. This conference has been a remarkable platform for intellectual exchange, collaboration and inspiration, and none of this would have been possible without the dedicated efforts of our organizing committee. I am here before you on behalf of the Jesuit management to thank them profusely and honor them on all your behalf. At the very outset, I extend my deepest appreciation to Dr. J. Merlin Shaila, the conference convener and Dean of Research, for her exceptional leadership and tireless commitment. Her hard work and meticulous planning, together with all the members of the organizing committee, have truly set a high standard for this conference. As a token of appreciation, may I now call upon the chief guest, Dr. M. Veerappa Moily, to present her with the memento. Friends, let's put our hands together. To all our dear committee members, both organizing and executing, your hard work, teamwork, and perseverance behind the scenes have been the backbone of this conference success. From inviting distinguished speakers to handling their logistics, from coordinating sessions to ensuring smooth transitions from one to another, each of you has joyfully played a crucial role in making this event a grand success. I take this opportunity on behalf of the Jesuit management to thank you all with the memento. The organizing committee members, Dr. Francis Adakalam, onto the stage. He is my colleague in the Department of Social Work. Dr. Kaudaman, the Vice Principal for Administration, Shift 1. And Dr. Justin Rayappa, the Dean of Students for Shift 1. The Executive Committee members, Dr. Robert Selvam and Dr. Alexander, the Deans of Academics of our college. Dr. K.D. Francis Xavier and Dr. Dorothy Busparani, the coordinators from IPSC of our college. Thank you so much. It is a culminating success born out of the collaborative efforts of the Office of the Dean of Research and Development, IQAC, and the Deans of Academics of our college. Thank you so much once again, and God bless us all.
apologize. I forgot a very important committee head, Father Mariapakyam. Thank you very much for heading the VIP reception committee along with Dr. Francis Adekalam. Thank you, Father.
We extend our sincere thanks to each one of you for your valuable presence, active participation and contributions in making this conference a memorable and meaningful experience. As we draw the curtains on this momentous occasion, kindly rise for the national anthem. With this, we formally conclude the valedictory ceremony of RHEEES 25. Kindly remain standing till the dignitaries leave the venue.
May I request the organizing team to kindly come up on stage for a photograph of the chief guest. The committee heads, whoever is available, please also join us.